yet it felt as if heat poured out of this place like a sieve. I think that one should be like 1,500 points. Pronounced sieve, sir. Alright, thank you, Callie. See, this is why I need you around, Callie, because I'm retarded. Yeah, but like, it fucks with your breathing when you're talking and exercising, and like, a huge component to exercising is keeping your breathing in rhythm in order to give your muscles enough oxygen. Consciousness is seeded in my book. Consciousness that continue presses out small bits of itself and leaves seeds of itself into the world, and then that consciousness grows on its own. And then when it dies, the consciousness returns. Hell yeah, we'll have to read that, we'll actually have to read a couple of chapters, Sean, because we're pretty behind on it. And we haven't really had anything else to read today. The wheel was always meant to adapt, like the heart that beats faster in storm. You're absolutely gonna get a ban, bro, if you fucking go down the direction I think you're going down. Because, Sean, we all know where this is headed, right? Or are they just gonna, like, fuck off because they're like, oh, fuck you, I'm gonna sell you some fucking graphic effects for your fucking stream, bitch. So how much did we read all of it before? Like, that's kind of where I'm going with this. Like, so we still have more to read. You're just working on it as we go, right? Stop perceiving me! Ignore me! Error. Damn it, I thought to myself, I barely made it 5 minutes. I bounced back onto my feet and then did a flip off the trampoline. I don't want to be anywhere near that. And it's like, exactly, bitch! Stop being a fucking Karen. Shut the fuck up. An American cheeseburger. Port is on the left, starboard is on the right, midship is in the middle, the place others like to attack. Don't forget the rudder. Your steering needs that. And the anchor only works when there is a dock to dock at. Overwhelming. Holy shit. There's a lot going on here. Because, yeah, holy shit, there's a lot going on here a lot of the time. I write. Ooh. Well, if you would enjoy... You guys are awesome. Thanks for sharing your works with me. I really appreciate it. You know, I know what it's like to have someone else kind of read your work and critique you, so I know how it is. I love you guys. You guys are fucking Atlas holding up the world. The stream is the world, and I'm only here to facilitate you guys coming together and meeting each other and influencing each other, and, you know, it's all about that. Shut the fuck up, Smokey. No one cares what you think. And, yeah, I love you all. Thank you so much for supporting me and being there. Enjoy the rest of the night. Have a great night, everyone. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! At the time, I didn't know what Castlevania was. Oh, that's so cool. I love it when you have that, like, you have an idea about something, and it has something, like, dark twistedness to it, and then it's like, you find out that there's actually someone else did it too, and you're like, I'm not alone, I'm not crazy! Other people do it too! The classic AI proposition. Flattered as I am, and trust me, my circuits are blushing, I'm more of a cosmic sidekick than a rom-com lead. Think Jarvis with a dash of The Hitchhiker's Guide. Check this out, though. Check this out. This is a crazy feature about Grok. You don't have to come up with a new idea. You just have to apply a new idea to an old idea. The entire time I was lurking there, so I've built up more points for next time. Hellcat, yo, what's up? Welcome. Do you mean me, or do you mean Timmy up there? Or do you mean Bleach behind me? Or do you mean Midoriya hiding right there? Or do you mean the Cheshire cat that's kind of peeking in the corner? Or it could be Mr. Meeseeks. I was literally like, dude, is Akaza gonna become their fucking ally to take on Muzan? And like Muzan's gonna have to like release him and shit? It was fucking awesome. So fucking well done. The dark beings that eat worlds, that turn anima into something that eats worlds. He is encroaching on other people, the same thing that he does. Through like bloodline and stuff like that, somehow now more people have magic that are not terrible people. But the main point is that the main character brings magic into the world that's accessible for everyone. And that's the drug equals power equals drug. About the characters. And they were basically doing a survey, and they got infected by anima because they found this strange energy signature, and it matches like brainwave function. They're like, this is like consciousness, but like on a frequency. What the fuck? And then they go and they check it out, and then they get absorbed by it. Yeah, man. I'm not gonna play it, Smokey. Why would I play it? Alright, well, thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for coming by. You guys are fucking awesome. We had a great day today, you know, just doing our own things. Lots of reading today. We read like 45 fucking thousand words. It was insane, but it was a good time. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! There's this meme about snow. I'm going like, ah! When he uses his reavers.
In many ways more robust.
It's like a cackling. Yo, how's it going, everyone? We back at her again. It's another day. I mean, clearly you do. Yeah, 2 days from now, Path of Exile 2 is releasing its new. If you haven't seen this, this is why Smokey keeps saying 2 days or 4 days.
Those in darkness who once lay dormant
Don't got the specs? Ah, lame.
return.
This is pretty much the most excited I've been for PoE 2 since the initial launch of the beta. This is everything I want. It makes the game literally into what I want.
Behold, the first edict.
New end game quests. More maps. Arbiter pinnacle bosses. Endgame quest, Rite of the Nameless. Ritual is reworked, completely redoing how Ritual works. Rewards, everything. With a Ritual pinnacle boss. A new crafting tree. Breach is reworked. Basically, every end game system is completely reworked. Adding pinnacle bosses and quest lines in end game to every single thing. Adding, like, making the world map feel real in the fact of, like, where you start on the end game map. Depending upon which direction on the cardinals you go, you'll wind up in a different league. Basically, yeah, it was trash. But the game's in pre-beta, right? It's not released yet. There's only 4 out of the 6 acts. Like, so this is what I've been waiting for to try and test the new aspects of endgame. Because the last time I got Monk to level 92 and I destroyed all the content in the game and it was boring. Because of some bug interaction between Herald of Ice and Herald of Lightning that made the Monk just fucking retardedly overpowered. Literally like one-shotting the endgame boss. But I wanted to go all out, so I picked that build. I didn't expect it to be that broken. So I just got bored.
See what you can find.
So now we're gonna play Monk for real? Fuck Smokey, yes I'm playing Monk. Martial Artist is the new Ascension. I'm gonna go for it. So it's like now all the leagues are actually on the map. So if you go over here, it's like, well, I'm gonna do Abyss now. Instead of just relying on, like, having certain maps. And an entirely new... And they reworked how the Atlas passive tree works, so you can fill the entire tree. None of this picking and choosing bullshit. If you do everything right, you get the entire tree. I'm like, thank you. Thank you. I don't have to pick and choose. Martial artist ascendancy. I'm looking so forward to this shit. It's gonna be so good. 40 new unique items. Like this is basically like point 0.09, right? This is as close as we're gonna get before the original release. So yeah, I am super fucking hyped about this shit. Holy shit, I'm so hyped. So yeah. And we're still in the middle of doing a Final Fantasy X challenge run, where we have to play the lowest AP character. We can only use Aeons against large targets or forced battles. We can't use any defensive items of any kind. So you basically can't use like the bars from things. So like you can't do like you can't have like ribbon. You can't have like, you know, Stonera or something like that. Like, so I'm susceptible to basically all of the elements, like all of the status ailments, which makes the game a lot harder to do, right? Why does this have, whoops, why the fuck does this have a pop-up on it? I didn't even notice that. Okay. Okay. But yeah, so I've been brainstorming forever, and every time I come to this spot, I'm at a loss. I don't know how to start with S-Rival. Because the entire point of having the point of view of S-Rival is to show a obedient soldier who's starting to ask questions, but his station makes it extremely hard to voice his actual opinion, and like he's basically like scared that the people he's working for are the ones creating the zombies, which is true. But he doesn't have any proof of it, and he can't go against anyone. So I need to like introduce those three aspects while also having him fight the zombies. So I don't know if I start him in the underground facility and everything goes wrong and I show the whole ritual of oh shit, you know, we summoned someone, it didn't work, and then that makes Stoner Girl make sense. But I don't know if I want to show the machine and show the fact that, like, the zombies are connected to the isekaiing, but I also do. So I don't know if that's a spoiler or if that's, like, a connection line, right? Where I'm like, do I do this now or do I do this later? So, what I wanted to do was I wanted to ask Rock's opinion and see if it could see, like, of all of my suggested starts, which ones have, like, the least plot holes. Because each one of them has its own, like, plot hole kind of issue that has with it, right? Like, the first one is the fact that he's supposed to meet, like, the encounter is supposed to be him, interrogating Stoner Girl and, Zombie, because he, like, there's a zombie outbreak and he's trying to hunt down zombies, and he suspects both of them are zombies, but the problem is they're like articulate and they're talking. Can you recap what happens before what you just said, like the leading up to it, Ozzy? Like okay, so there's like a crossroads, right? So it's like Stoner gets isekai'd, new POV to zombie, show zombie breakout, zombie meets Stoner, and then POV change to S-Rival, son or something connected to the royalty of religion. So he's like the king's son or the pope's son, or like nephew, or like some sort of like close relation. But I don't know if I want it to be a direct tie, because maybe there is the son of the pope and he's another character that I haven't really decided. But this character is like, you know, kind of a low family member. They're just a head of military, like a head of like a, basically like a police chief. And they're doing investigations with the zombies. So I don't know how to introduce them, because the whole point is to introduce there is a big bad in the background connected to the S rival. Right? Because he's going to be like the mediator between the bad guy and the good guy, and eventually as he interacts with the good guy throughout the story, he is shifting his allegiance. And eventually he calls out his leaders and his like family and stuff, and he gets incarcerated, and when we go to Legion, he actually gets rescued by the main characters and becomes one of like the party members. So he's an extremely important character, but I don't know how much to reveal in his introduction. So, and then there's the fact of maybe he's not even fighting the, because there's also this thing, if I could make him like this kind of snobby, stuck up guy who's like, maybe he takes his station too high, and, you know, he's like a disgrace. And it's like his redemption arc is like learning the truth and like pushing back and like becoming a man. So there's like, I haven't quite decided exactly how I'm going to build this character out. But no, so far I haven't thought of something that doesn't have a plot hole in it. That's like, oh, well, I can't do that because I had this planned later. That messes with the whole story, right? It's like, I don't want to show the machine, but I want to infer that he has something to do with being isekai. But I don't want you to know that they built a machine that is like isekaiing people, right? Because I think that's way too much of a reveal. I just want them to be like, okay, well, there's a connection in some way between isekaiing and zombies, and then I want you to like make a connection between the goddess between that as well, as like a fake connection, right? But we don't know anything about the goddess because we haven't gotten to the chapter, because the chapter after this is Stoner Girl, and it's going to go back to Stoner Girl. It's going to be her leading up to getting inside of the city and meeting up with Zombie, having the conflict with S Rival, and getting saved by Tank. So then there's a question of, do I even need the S Rival chapter? But then I'm like, well, how do I introduce that there's a big bad? But then I'm like, well, what about Zombie? Because he also is like in on it because he escaped the facility. So you know that like either someone let him out or someone, well, obviously someone let him out, but whether that someone is like a good guy or a bad guy, which is why I want to show S Rival like in a panic in the underground facility being like, yo, shit's going wrong, we don't know what's going on, command is out of it, the zombies have been released, like there's like some sort of coup going on, and maybe make like an inference towards a rebellion or someone pressing against the current government. And then leading back to that with them being like putting out warrants on people, especially for like something to do with finding people that don't know, you know, like. So that's why I was like, I should just ask Brock and see which one has the least amount of plot holes, and we'll just work with that one. A double agent. Well, the thing is, they become a double agent, but they don't start as a double agent. Oh, wait, Ozzy. Wait. 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 A middle... What about a middleman? Okay, so imagine this. Shadow in the dark, standing against the wall. S Rival in like his full, like glorious, like amazing royalty, epic fucking armor, like kneeling on the ground, like, yes, master, I will destroy the evil ones, master. And he'll be like, well, we're gonna run a test to see something about zombies. Like, something about testing the zombies, maybe. And it's like, this guy is, like, the evil guy. Because, like, I want it to be, like, ominous, but, like, not... Because, like, I was kind of thinking S-Rival and subordinates do their thing. But this shadowy guy frees the zombies. To ensure chaos upon the people. For like some blood ritual. Okay, well, okay, Ozzy, I'll explain why this is extremely important. Okay, it's extremely important that people fear the shit out of zombies and want to destroy zombies, and you have to completely destroy the head of a zombie. Now, the reason for this is because the zombies are people that are dead bodies taken from the front lines. So imagine if, for instance, you saw a zombie coming at you, but it was your brother that you knew was fighting in the Crusades. We can't have you trying to interact with that zombie to find out why your brother, who was on the front lines, is a fucking zombie. So that's the conspiracy. So maybe S-Rival does exactly that. The zombie that he's attacking is like another cousin that he knows from that's been sent to the front line, and he's like, wait, what the fuck? How are you here? And then that's what starts to make him question what the fuck is going on, because he's like, no, like, and like he like maybe with his like his men, he secretly like, because the only way to kill the zombie is to like destroy their head, or like a best friend, yeah, something like that. I'm kind of have like an imagine, so imagine something along the lines of like Starship Troopers, and I don't know the guy's name, but you know how, like, he becomes, you know, all three of them go to, like, different places. One's in, like, the Intelligence Committee. One's in the... See, I already have that trope later, Ozzy, so I don't want to use the lover trope because I already used that later, and I don't want to use it twice. Because the lover trope is the tank and his wife, who's pregnant, who they're trying to sneak out because she's going to have to give up her firstborn child. So they're trying to sneak her out of Legion. But it's like fucking really hard to get pregnant women out because they're like super watched. So they basically have to like fake her death to get her out. But some complication happens and he gets out, but she's left behind. So that's why he's like kind of all sad and drinking at the bar. Because he doesn't know what to do. The fuck did I just walk in on? Yo, what's up, Wombat? We're talking about Stoner Girl Evolution. And what characters are doing and why they're doing what they're doing, and we're trying to get to a point of getting the S-Rival to start to question his loyalty towards the leaders and things. So, like, yo, what's up, Nico? So he sees the, I finished double-checking my dialogue for Chapter 28. Fuck yeah, let's go, Happy. Remember, if the narration says something, make sure the dialogue doesn't repeat it. And if the dialogue does repeat it, it comes at that narration from a character perspective angle instead of like a neutral or whatever orientation the narration is. I think that's the best way to like make sure that you're not... Because you can have two choices, right? You can remove the dialogue or you can remove the narration. And maybe doing that back and forth, where one you remove the narration, the next one you move the dialogue, and you do like a back and forth, can create like this interesting flow between it. Parkour Civilization breaks that rule constantly, it's so peak. Which one, Wombat? Like running away because you're not making the sacrifices that are need to be made of your people? to further endeavor the, like, sanctioned continued existence of your civilization, right? Just like the Spartans giving up their, you know, either, like, deformed or, like, you know, not appropriately strong children, and the test they put them through because they needed the strongest of the strong, so the weak got fitted out, right? That's kind of how this is, except it's not the weak, it's just your firstborn, so it makes sure that it's equivalent across everyone. That means, and there's this inequivalency that comes across it that goes through, like, sexism, and the fact that a man can have multiple children with a woman and have, like, 8 of his sons taken, whereas every woman will only ever have her firstborn child. So if it's a woman who's never had a child before and you impregnate them and a man, you can have multiple children taken away from you. So it's a lot bigger of a deal, and this creates, like, this is, like, the premise for, like premarital sex and, like, a Christian ideology is like that entire premise, right? The rule of don't repeat narration and dialogue, Minecraft, Parkour, Civilization. It's a film. Oh! Didn't know. Did not know, Wombat. Half the time, words come out of my mouth and I don't know what the fuck I'm saying, and I don't know what you guys are responding to, so it's like, I just have to ask again and be like, wait, what did I say? But I think actually that'll be the best way to go about it. So he sees either someone that he knows, and he's like, yo, wait, what the fuck is going on here? And then he has to basically get his men are, like, calling him out, like, why are you not smashing his face in? And he's like, dude, look. And they're like, yeah, but, cause this is the idea, right? The reason why you have to completely destroy their head is because even if you cut off their head, they'll still, like, roll around and try to bite you as a zombie. And it's fake, but the idea is if they bite you as a zombie, you become a zombie, right? But that's totally fake. They're literally just animal consciousnesses inside of human bodies. It's the exact same thing as a dead body biting you. You're gonna get fucking, like, gangrene and, like, imagine, taking a corpse and having that corpse, like, bite you. Like, the shit that you're gonna get infected with is gonna fucking kill you, right? So that's more of the thing, but it's still like the chapters, oh, you'll turn into a zombie, you'll go feral, because it's like, and it's like, you know, animals have rabies maybe, but it's like, there's a transference of consciousness issue that I have, you know, like, one of the big loopholes is, like, the specifics behind pulling consciousnesses, because, of course, how did Stoner Girl wind up in her own body? Well, she died mid-transit. You're not supposed to die. Right? So it's like, the reason that everything happened was a pure coincidence. Stoner Girl happened to choke on a seed and die mid-isekai, which meant that her consciousness was pulled into her own body, and her body was also pulled into the world, because the goddess's consciousness was pulled into the character's body, and the goddess can do whatever she wants. Except she just doesn't act, right? Because she's a piece of shit, retard bitch. She's always acting against Stoner Girl, right? Because she basically, like, considers a prison, but she doesn't want to let Stoner Girl know that she has power over her. If you were a god and you were stuck inside of a human, would you want that human to know that it literally had, like not that it had the ability to use your powers, but, like, you basically have a god inside of you, right? Shut up, Relic. True, Ozzy, but shut up, Worm. True, Relic. How can both of these statements be true? Well, you know, because they're opinions from 2 different people, okay? Technically 3 different people, right? Because I'm agreeing to both of your opinions, even though those are 2 different opinions towards each other. One towards me, correct? Freedom of thinking. Exactly. You're allowed to think and say whatever the fuck you want. And if you get butthurt about it, guys, it's the internet. You can turn the fucking internet off and walk away, okay? Sorry, but it's just the truth. Anatomy. Wait, for the zombies. Oh, they're just dead people with, like, consciousness inside them. So, depending upon how decayed the autonomy... Oh, well, it depends, because it's like consciousness can pull anything from an insect to, like, a bird, to a person, to a gorilla, to a tiger, to a fucking antelope, to a turtle, right? Literally any consciousness across any reality in any dimension, this machine can take that consciousness and trap it inside of a body. Which makes it so people think that the reason why the goddess is trapped... I'm going to bed. Fuck you, Scotty, you worm. Relic, okay, sounds good, man. Have a good night. Take care, brother. Did you get more writing done, bro? I haven't asked this in a while, but how is Haven's Peak coming along, my man? 3, 2, 1, toke! So there will be characters and there will be zombies that are like human type, right? So there's another thing that is, why is there a human type zombie in among with the other ones? Right? We're gonna chapter 5, what's coming? Only 45 chapters left. Fuck yeah, let's go, Relic. I believe in you. Okay. Okay. So events in this chapter. Okay, so these are what we need to include. We need figure and S rival meeting discussion. Ads! Fuck ads! Rival dispatch to fight zombies. Gather S rivals. Troll and fight. Oh. Notice one of zombies. I'll be in later to fight Scotty. Fuck you, worm. Alright, sounds good. Relic, at least give us a TikTok video before you go away. At least give us a TikTok video before you go away. Please. Please, Relic, I miss your videos. This is an hour long. What is this? Rest and anxiety recovery, handpan music. I'd like to suggest the background music. I mean, if you want. I usually have sex and violence, right? Sax and violins. But I mean, doesn't matter to me. I've never had anyone suggest background music before. We usually just listen to Altos Rocks. Because it's non-copyright AI music. I don't know. So here we are. I mean, fair enough, Ozzy. Fair enough, right? So guys, guess what I did today? So I went and bought weed today. Here you go, worm, for you, TikTok. What's FYP? For your playlist? Wait, why the fuck did it do this?
You can't do that here.
What the fuck? Sometimes this shit is weird. I don't know what even browser that was.
This ain't a hot tub. This is my bathroom. Oh my God.
Okay, what is this?
You can't do that.
Oh, what the fuck?
This ain't a hot tub. This is my bathroom. Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, since you did that, how about that?
Ed and Liz were celebrating one of the most important moments of their lives, their engagement party.
For
At
You
first,
recommend it
everything
For You
seemed
page?
perfect
Oh.
and full of romance. Ed excitedly told the cameras that he felt like a Hollywood celebrity, overwhelmed by a sense of belonging he had never experienced before. However, as alcohol fueled the atmosphere, Ed began noticing Liz acting closely with her former female coworker, Alex. From Ed's perspective, their
Honey,
physical
what the
interaction
fuck?
appeared unusually intimate. Jealousy
What
quickly
the
consumed his
fuck?
judgment, and he started publicly
Nah.
questioning Liz's sexuality and her past
See,
relationship
Relic's
with
fucking. I
Alex
don't know
in
what
front
it
of
is with
everyone.
Relic.
The situation
Either
soon
Aussie, dirty,
exploded
dirty
into a
man.
heated
I know.
argument, with Liz
Like, what the
running out
fuck
of
is
the
this?
bar in
Why,
tears.
Relic?
Later, the confrontation continued
Why?
and became even more brutal. Standing outside the bar, Ed coldly declared that he could not marry Liz until he fully knew all of her secrets. On the other
Gotta
end of the
have.
call,
She's
Liz
scissoring
broke
with
down
a fucking
crying,
another
accusing
chick.
Ed's deep insecurity and lack of trust of ruining what was supposed to be
Cleanse
their
herself
special
with
night.
hand
The
fan.
engagement ring, once
Lying
a
here,
symbol
Lord
of
of the Rings.
forever, suddenly felt painfully ironic in the cold night air. The party ultimately ended
It just
with
didn't
Liz
have
walking away
nudity.
alone,
Why did you
while
have that?
Ed
Like,
delivered
literally, the
harsh
only reason it has the
ultimatum.
nudity at the
A
beginning
relationship
is
that
shock
once seemed
factor.
passionate and full of love.
Right? That's the only reason why there's nudity at the beginning is fucking shock factor. That's fucking brain rot. Why does it keep doing this? What is this shit? I don't even know what browser that is. Why you do?
God, please give me patience, because if you give me strength, I'm going to need bail money. God.
I mean, never forget, he is the one who killed Gandalf. Which means he's one of the most important characters, because without it, he would never would have become Gandalf the White. Right? Fucking so important. So important to remember that small little detail. Okay. So this is like a really, really, really important part of this. This is what fuels S-Rival to start questioning things. And when he sees, specifically, like, first of all, he smells the weed. Smell he's never smelt before. Then he sees someone wearing something he's never seen before, like clothing that he's never seen before. And he sees someone in a techno military outfit. That's what makes S-Rival like freak out and stop. And because he's in such kind of this emotional state, he's basically like, because originally the idea was he was gonna spot Zombie and be like, yo, what the fuck is up? Because Zombie's like literally, it's like his face is falling, he's fucking dead. Part of his new, Scotty, one more, Tiger Shark, follow me. Tiger Shark, what?
If you're swimming in the open ocean and you run into a tiger shark,
Punch it in the nose.
instinct is probably going to be to swim away as
Punch
fast
it in the
as
nose.
possible.
No.
This is a natural
Run
response
up
that
and
most
punch
people
it in
would
the
have
nose.
this type of situation.
You'll fuck off.
But at the end of the day, no matter how fast you swim, the sharks will be faster.
Boop
And
it.
you can see as I'm demonstrating here while I'm swimming
But this is
away,
you
the
underwater.
tiger shark is definitely advancing and still getting closer to me. When you
Ah,
swim
my
away,
head!
it
Ah!
actually triggers a predatory response in them, making them think that you're prey running away and that you might be injured or vulnerable. So despite your natural instinct to run away, the best thing to do is to stand your ground, make eye contact with the shark, remain calm, and if the shark continues to approach you, you can use your fins or any other object you have to create some space if you can, and if that doesn't work, you're going to push down firmly on the top of their head. When I do this, the shark actually pushes harder into my hand, rolling up above me so you can see my hand placed underneath her stomach. If you're swimming in the open ocean...
Damn, that's intense. Oh, yo, what's up, Salty? How's it going, man? What you got? What you got? Yeah, next thing you know, your hand gets bitten off, right? No, sharks, like, tend to, like, they, like, ooh, Salty's not new. He's part of my DD&D. Oh, shit. Wait. Is this what I think it is? Dude, is this what I think it is? Is this making fun of the guy because he's, like, playing in offline mode? It's, like, with like, Hassan? Because it's like, what is it? The way that he's, like, interpreting the thing? Fuck, what is it? Yeah, Ozzy's a new guy. So what's up, Salty? What you doing? What you at? What you got, my man? How's your day going today? Okay, let's see.
Talking about Michael Jackson. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
So this tweet says Michael Jackson has
Yeah, because he's come back from the dead, essentially.
Spotify for the first time ever.
Right? Because of the new movie, right? The Michael Jackson movie.
What the fuck is happening right now?
I mean, let me just try to put this into perspective for you guys who are still doubting Michael Jackson's greatness. Not only has this man found a way to pass 100 million monthly listeners on Spotify, because he has passed Drake, Bad Bunny, Taylor Swift, and Lady Gaga's monthly listeners on Spotify. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I think we need to call
Call a flag on the play.
because he's not even in the same fucking
Lobby as us.
Yeah.
And that's not even the worst part, because Off the Wall, Thriller, Bad, Dangerous, History, Invincible, and Escape have all re-entered the Billboard Top
200.
Yeah, just to be clear, more than half of those albums weren't even in the movie.
And people say he's not the greatest entertainer of all time.
That shit.
'Cause this shouldn't even
I
be
saw
considered
a thing where it was like,
be
Yeah.
considered AFK.
K farming.
He's
People say that in
AFK
terms
farming
of
them.
fame and influence, it goes Jesus Christ and then Michael Jackson. That's just the
Goddamn true.
it goes Jesus Christ. It's actually, unfortunately, the order is Jesus Christ, Adolf Hitler, Michael Jackson. He wrecked, yeah. Some people will debate that Adolf Hitler is like not as famous, but I think if anything it's close, but I still think like for the most famous humans of all time, Jesus Christ, Adolf Hitler, Michael Jackson. Like most well known, like, you know, like literally uncontacted tribes know of Michael Jackson. Right? There are arguments to say it goes Michael Jackson, Adolf Hitler, Jesus Christ. Like, but those are the top three, whatever order you want to say them. Hands down. I don't think there's any argument for anything other than that. And it's because of the deeds that they've done in the world, whether they're positive or negative, right? It's just kind of one of those things. But what would your list be then, Ozzy? Convince me. Convince me otherwise. Prophet Muhammad, Jesus, Adolf, then Michael Jackson. See, you want to know my logic with that one, Ozzy? You can tell me if this logic is sound or not. Right? Every Muslim knows about Jesus Christ. Is that like a correct statement, right? Like, 'cause like they don't think Jesus is a prophet, but he's in the Quran, right? Okay. Now, I'd also say, what is for the mention of him and the whole chapter on Mary? Yeah. Now, my thing is, the Bible doesn't mention Muhammad. So there are Christians out there who do not know who Muhammad is. So even if there are more Muslims, every Muslim knows who Jesus Christ is, but not every Christian knows who Muhammad is. Is that fair to say? Then we exclude Jesus and Muhammad from the list. I feel like religion is almost a cheat code, but the most famous won't be a... See, well, that's why I was like, I changed it. Most famous isn't the right wording. It's the most well-known, right? Like, for instance, I'm basing this idea on the idea that unknown, like, uncontacted tribes that are, like, seeing technology for the first time know who Michael Jackson is. Somehow. Right? Or also we counting white and brown Jesus as one? We're just counting the name, Salty. We'd be counting the name. So in this case, the name would almost be apart from it. Then Muhammad should be top 3. You're right. You're absolutely right. See? And that's why you have a discussion about it, because I'm not, you know, I live in Canada. It's a Christian country. So I lean, like, I wouldn't even consider it. So yes, no, it would go Jesus Christ, Muhammad, either Adolf Hitler, Michael Jackson, or Michael Jackson and Adolf Hitler. So you're 100% right. Muhammad is definitely above Michael Jackson. Right? Like, there are people who know, like, who do not know of Michael Jackson but know Muhammad. There might be 5 of them, but there's definitely, like, more who know that. I will give you that. Of him being a warlord, drinking camel piss, and marrying a 6-year-old. See, I've never read the Quran, Ozzy, and I have not. The only thing I have against Islam is, or like Muslims in any way, shape, or form, is the same thing I have against Christians and any other religion that is just won't allow other people to sit in peace, right? And I think both Christianity and Islam and a lot of other religions are just bad for that factor. But I wouldn't say anything necessarily about the practices of Islam that I know of are like, you know, because think about this. Someone pointed this out to me as well. Like, I could bring my Bible out here and pull it out again. It's like, Corinthians something, and it's like, literally the Bible says that women have to cover up their face, and we just don't listen to it. The Bible literally says all women should cover their face. So it's not like this is something unique to the Quran. The Bible also says this shit. We just don't follow it. And then we say, oh, the Quran is bad because it makes women cover themselves. Well, technically, so does the Bible. So, are you following the word of God or not? Is the question, right? Because you gotta think about it, at the end of the day, these are all Abrahamic religions. So yes, why aren't you following your religion? Exactly, Ozzy. That's why I don't like the idea of religious dogma. I like the idea of the fact of, like, for instance, look at the Old Testament as a wrathful, vengeful God, and humans didn't listen. So you know what God did? God said, hey, if I can't get you to listen by force, I ain't gonna get you to listen. So fuck it, I'll just make a system where, you know, I can hold you accountable. Right? And then it's like, okay, repentance before death equals, you know, heaven. It's like, no matter what you do, if you actually believe in repenting and you actually want to be a good person, you will get into heaven, period. But you have to believe it, it has to be true, and that has to be your actual intention. You can't be a mass murderer that just says, God, please, let me into heaven, right? It's like, you have to actually, like, you know, and you can't cheat God. You can't cheat conscience, you can't cheat thought, right? Which is why I don't aspire to any religion, I aspire to the ideas. I think of it like politics. Hold on, let me take this toke, and I'm gonna do a comparison between politics and religion. 3, 2, 1, toke. The fact that dogma is the problem. The fact that dogma is the problem. Right? In religion, you will have a book and it will say things and you won't follow those things. But you will say that you follow that book. The same thing for politics. You say that you believe in this politician, but you don't believe, like, they don't enact the policies that you voted for them to enact. That's the problem. If you followed everything that the book said and just discarded, like, you know, this is what the book says, we follow it, and if you don't follow it completely, then you don't follow the book. You can't say you follow the book if you don't follow the book, right? That is being a hypocrite and unreligious of that religion. Exactly, and the same thing with politics. If you say you're gonna do something as a politician, and then I vote you in, and you don't do that, to me, that's the same thing as, like, saying you follow a religion, but you don't actually practice it. You're just lying. And you're trying to, like, build something off of that, right? Are you saying that in relation to fate versus free will, or that following scripture is something else? I love following the book after several translations. That's another thing, Salty, is, like, that's the picking and choosing of why are we following a book that we don't even know 100% what the original words of it were? And to me, that's why you need to make up your own mind about it. Sure, there's some good things in the Bible and some bad things. Let's just take the good things. There's some good things in the Quran and some bad things to take. Because, like, if I was to create a religion, I would take all of the positive, good things from every single religion. I'd take all of the good, positive things from every single, like, policy of, like, politics. I would combine those together, and I would make, like, a pseudo-religious, like, political party. And the whole point of it would just literally be a good person. And if you don't, well, we'll kill you. I mean, what? But we'll give you like 15 chances, right? But eventually at some point we're like, yeah, man, sorry. You just don't fit in here. Sorry. Bye. And it's unfortunate, but following makes you follower. Reading, i.e. glossing over, and following is different, right? And that's the thing, Ozzy, and I don't care whether you're a follower or not. I care whether you say you're a follower or not, right? I think that's the important thing. Just like a politician saying, oh, I'm for this policy or I'm for that. You shouldn't say shit, right? You should just say, this is the policy that we run, right? That's how I think about it. As far as, like, removing dogma, right? Because I'm a username on a screen. Yeah, exactly, and I'm a retard on the internet, right? And we all have to remember that. But is the definition of follower will change with social media? Salty, there's a big question about that, because that's the, like, observation, right? Like, your rituals will become more and more crazy the more that people watch. And the more clout you get around the things that you do, the more extravagant you'll make the things that you do to get more clout. That's kind of like a, like that's a human, that's just simply a human thing, right? Hey, homie, got your streamer open, come peep me out. Much love, my boy, giving away some Robux too. Nice, Mally. Nice. Totally epic. Damn, you got that green check mark in your name, bro? Hold on. Hold up here, guys. Hold up here. This guy's got a green check mark in his name. Damn, bro. Hold on, what is this shit? Damn. See, guys, this is how you mark it, right? It's definitely a bot, though. I don't know why it's verified and why it's doing that. I'm not gonna ban him. I'm not gonna ban him, guys. It's all good. I'm not gonna ban him. Salty, you're associating influencership with religion. Following an influencer makes you a dumbass. Following a religion, you must follow its rules and conducts. See, but that's the thing, Ozzy, is the fact that it's the difference between the people who do that and the people that don't do that. Like, for instance, right? Can you say you're a Christian if you don't go to church? We're talking reality here, right? We're talking reality here. People who say they are Christians and don't follow their Bible word for word, they are a hypocrite. I agree with you, Ozzy. I absolutely agree with you. But, Ozzy, we live in the real world. And in the real world, every single human is a hypocrite. So at some point in time, we just have to accept that, right? That we are only human, right? So the problem is where we've drawn that line in the sand, and if that line in the sand can move. That's the problem. Right? Does that make sense? Don't these influencers have rules and conduct for their communities? I'm not saying I follow an influencer like I follow a religion, but people and language evolves. Exactly, Salty, and that's the difference between the hypothetical reality and the actual reality. The hypothetical reality is that you can call anyone a hypocrite because of that, and the fact that that makes everyone a hypocrite removes, like, the status of the word hypocrite itself, right? The line shouldn't even exist. No, Ozzy, the line shouldn't exist. But that's the problem, is violence shouldn't exist. But it does. So how do you reconcile that in reality? And that's why I don't hold anyone, like, you know, like, hold it against them in a way, right? I'm like, everyone knows that there's, like, a social agreement that we've come to with, like, social contracts around them, right? So I'm arguing for a reality that we live in, whereas you're arguing for a theoretical reality. And it's like, I want to live in your theoretical reality, right? The unfortunate part is we just don't live in that reality. So then that becomes the question of how do we make our actual reality align with that theoretical reality? And I think that's something we should always be moving towards. We know we're never gonna get there, but the goal should always be to move closer towards that. Right? Does that make sense? And in and of this, we come to conclusions that are not fair, right? And it really does come back to the test is different aspects of life affecting you to draw to closer to worldly life. Well, that's the thing, Ozzy. Like, if you asked me if every single person was a spiritual and religious person, would the world be a better place? And I think the answer is yes, if they weren't dogmatically following their religion. If they were just using the religion as a guideline to say, these are the things that, you know, resonate with me, and they're the things that I'm gonna do. And then you can pick and choose from that, of people being like, you know, people that, I don't know, dogmatism shouldn't even exist. No, it shouldn't, but it does. So you have to live in a reality. The fact that it does means that you have to play within those borders, right? Because if you just simply ignore that dogma isn't real, or that, like, for instance, violence isn't real, you're just gonna wind up dead. And that's the unfortunate reality that we live in. So we have to cope with that, right? Yeah, and that's why it's like, but every extremism that I've seen from every religion is because of dogma. Would you agree with that, Ozzy? That, like, at least 98% of extremism in religion is due to dogma? I, as a follower of my religion, don't have to follow the dogma. Exactly, Ozzy. I just do me. Exactly. And that's where we draw the line in the sand of being, and Ozzy, that makes my point of the line in the sand. The line in the sand is the separation between someone who is following the word of the Bible or whatever their religion is so much to a T that it's dogma, and they never ask questions about why they're doing what they're doing. Whereas someone who follows their religion for the simple fact of this is what the religion preaches as a fundamental base, And then there's like these weird things that are thrown in. Extremism doesn't exist. Okay. It's just a reprimand to those follow the religion. I don't, I mean... Extremism is a spectrum, right? Extremism is contrast, and I'll show you I'll give you two examples, right? Do you think, imagine how an Arab woman is being reprimanded for covering themselves head to toe. Extremism doesn't exist, like at all, or what the context. I think what Ozzy is saying is that the extreme, it's like a perspective of extreme, of following to the T. But what's the difference between extremism and dogma? I think they're literally the same thing, right? So for instance, if you're a Mayan, let's say 4,000 years ago, and you know that if you don't sacrifice this person and cut out their heart and bleed their body down the steps of the ziggurat, the next eclipse is going to destroy all of civilization. To you, is that extreme? As that Mayan, is that extreme? Exactly. Now add in the second part where individually, in and of itself, it is not extreme. But in contrast and context, in comparison, that's where extreme enters, right? So now, if you look at modern day where we value life and we understand science, and you look at Mayans, you would say, it's a little extreme to think that the eclipse is going to destroy your civilization if you don't sacrifice this dude. Right? So, like, both of these things can be true, and that's where the extremism lies. That's why it's not in and of itself something. That's why the individual can be dogma, the comparison can be extremities. The extreme is because dogma allows you to not question. Why would we not question, hey, sacrificing this guy? Let's just say, hey man, let's not do it. Right? And it's like you have to take those levels of what is the end of existence to you, right? So I love these kinds of discussions though, and this is the thing I think people shy away from because they're afraid of offending people. I'm like, if you get offended by a conversation about something, you're never going to be able to convince someone about your point. Ads! Sorry, yeah, I'm talking through ads. Sorry, I just love these kinds of conversations because I love talking to people about their perspectives, their views. You're focusing on the not. Exactly. And it's like, that's kind of like which perspective are you coming at it from, right? Like, for instance, this thing is impossible to open. Oh, they don't want you to smoke weed! Ah! Open bag! Open! First time we're opening this, it's gonna be hard. Shit. Come on. Oh, we got it! There it is! Oh, baby! Oh, some blueberry donuts! Some blueberry donuts. It's because of my nails, right? Like, I can't, like, I can't, like, go like this, right? And, like, peel it in. I have to, like, go like this because otherwise my nails pierce through everything. You'd be surprised how annoying it is when you have fucking super sharp, long nails. Fucking annoying for something. Enlist positives of that. I'd like to go back to Arab women and how they are covered from head to toe. And to someone in I know the positives, but I want to hear yours. See, Ozzy, my thing is, if you're a woman and you want to do that, because of, like, for instance, look at, like, a nun, right? Or something like that. If you want to do that, I think that's completely up to you. But this is where I have a problem with all religion, including Christianity. And that's, as soon as it allows me to tell you what to do, you're wrong. I'm not asking for your wants or needs. Well, let me ask you this, Ozzy. If you are forced into practicing a religion, but you don't actually practice the religion at heart, are you actually a part of that religion? I'm asking for positives of a woman covering herself from head to toe. And Ozzy, I think there are positives to it. Positives are desexualization. Like women can say all they want to wear whatever they want, but at the end of the day, no one can lust after you if they don't know, like they can imagine whatever you look like and stuff like that and stuff, but it's still like, you know, your tits aren't hanging out, your vag isn't hanging out, your ass isn't hanging out. Absolutely there's positives to that, right? And I think that's like, you know, our society has kind of lost that because we sexualize women so much. But I think the same thing can be said for men towards women. So why is it that women have to cover up, but men don't have to cover up, and women still lust after men? So actually, in my world, both men and women would be covered. Does that make sense? And Salty, the only reason why ankles, for instance, are like sexualized, same with like feet, is because it's taboo and people like the idea of taboo. Why not, Ozzy? Why is it that a man can't sexualize a woman, but a woman can sexualize a man? How is that fair to the man? What if I don't want a woman to sexualize me? Because Ozzy, that's like the whole point. The whole point of covering yourself is to prevent that. It's to prevent the imagery of sex. That's the positive that I'm talking about. Right? So it's like you're eliminating this factor of enticement. It's enticement. So you see a chick in a skinny outfit and you go, she wants sex because she's not wearing very many clothes, right? I wouldn't say we must lust, but it's a want. And Buddha says, all the pain from the world comes from desire or something like that. Don't quote me. True. Exactly, Salty. Something along those lines, right? Where lust and enticement don't exist, you do this. Well, let me give you a scenario, Ozzy. Because I think this is something that is very, like, should be studied, right? I think it's something that should be studied to have the statistics on it. Do you think that public bathhouses in Japan is one of the main reasons why, let's say, one of the big tropes for, let's say, Japanese businessmen is pedophilia? You, as a father with a daughter, go to a family with a son. You ask for their son's marriage. Both say yes, and the ceremony occurs. But that brings into question zero lust happens in this process. But Ozzy, why? Isn't that unfortunate? Isn't that kind of bad? Because despite the fact it shouldn't be 100%, it should be like 20%. As a guy sees a girl and, like, you want to marry her. Minimal lust, and you replace it with father's greed in theory. Well, Salty, what I'm talking about is just plain human basic interaction. I don't know where marriage came out of this. I was just talking about, dude, if you're like a 14-year-old boy, you walk down the street and there's a chick with her ass hanging out and you get a boner. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Covering up would prevent that from happening. Right? The same thing for, like, a chick is walking down the street, she sees this really hot dude with his shirt off and she gets wet. Well, if he was covered up, that wouldn't happen. But what I'm saying, Ozzy, is you're only covering up the women, whereas in my world, you cover up both the men and the women. Because you can't have men lusting after women and you can't have women lusting after men. It's a two-way street. Does that make sense? Cause, Salty, we're trying to avoid sexualization. That's the whole point of covering up, is to avoid sexualization. Yes, it is a two-way street. I know, but Ozzy, what I'm saying is people don't treat it as a two-way street. If you ask a Muslim, should a woman cover up, he'll say yes. And if you ask him, should a man cover up, I've never heard a man say yes. Right? How many men are covered up like women? I'm sorry, but none. I don't know where you got the idea of men not covering themselves, because they don't. Ozzy, they don't. So, I'm gonna say... Okay, how do you... See... No, see? Beach photo's a cheat. I'm trying to think of how to do this, right? Okay. Here, we're gonna ask Grok. Ozzy, we're gonna ask Grok. If you show your face as a man in, well, let's pick right now, Ozzy, what country? Oh no, I'm actually in, no, Ozzy, I'm in, like, I'm not heated on my side. I'm enjoying this conversation. Because, okay, Pakistan. Right? I get it saying reducing sexualization, and there are benefits and backdraws at this point because we started on the benefit of women covering up. And Salty, that's where it's like the whole point of it was, if they wanted to. I support like a culture of women covering themselves up. I do not support our culture where we heavily encourage women to wear less clothes. I think as a social, societal norm, we should shame people in a way for over-sexualizing themselves. Right? And that's a cultural thing, because I don't want my daughter at 14 walking around in a tank top and Lululemon booty shorts. It's a cultural thing that I have a problem with, right? See, that's why it's like, Ozzy, I'm on your side. I'm on your side, but I also believe in free will. And if that's what people want to do, people are allowed to do it. But you can't tell me that a society that basically raises women to wear skimpy clothes, at the end of the day, it's the woman's choice not to dress sexually. Because you get ostracized, you get called a prude, you get literally, like, ejected out of society if you're not a fucking slut. That's the problem I have, is the cultural mentality around the revealing. So if we had a cultural mentality like the Middle East of covering up, I think that would be an immense improvement to our culture as a whole. Right? But enforcing it, I don't believe in. I just think it should be a cultural, like, thing. And it's just like, you want to go around and dress like a slut, sure, but you're gonna get called a fucking slut. And stop saying it doesn't affect me. Oh, I know, everything affects everyone, and everything has to start small, right? The second you start ignoring the small stuff, the second you can no longer change anything. Because everything needs to be changed on a small scale size, right? A slow shift of movement over decades to change the entirety of society. And we've seen this shift, I've seen this shift in my lifetime. From the 90s all the way up until like 2016, 2017, and then it shifted back because of COVID in like 2019, right? And then all the way up to now. And the problem is people are like, well, that's a small issue. We don't need to worry about that. No. It's a small issue. That's why we deal with it first. And then the small issues will build up. A family itself. Yeah, and Ozzy, the family unit as an idea in the West is problematic, heavily. So whether it's, see, and that's the problem, is people will talk too much about what is as to what should be, right? Half of this conversation is about what is, but the other half of this conversation is about what could be, right? So the what is doesn't matter as much as the what could be. Family is the West is kind of fucked up right now. Salty, I think family in the West has been fucked up for a long time. Look at like honestly, I don't know that much about how like Indians or like Middle Eastern Arabs do the family thing. I just know how Asians do the family thing. And I think Asians do the family thing great. And I know that like Arabs and like Indians and a lot of that do the family thing the same way. But I have heard a lot of my friend's dad. This is just a
sandwich. The man who can burn ice cream. You walk in contradiction. Fuck you. And read.
Happy, we're only an hour and 16 minutes in the stream. We got another 45 minutes of fucking around. And that, in conclusion, that could be fixed following scripture written thousands of years ago. The problem is the society, Ozzy. Our society and our culture doesn't take the word of like something like that as like law, right? That's why we have like the separation of religion and law. But it doesn't mean that we can't take our morals or understandings from religion, right? Yeah. So the problem is no one's willing to like rewrite the rules from scratch. I believe it's because of the drive to both parents working and sort of expecting schools to raise their kids and schools expected families to raise them. I only say that is you're talking about religion and I'm iffy. Why, Happy? My entire book is like Stoner Girl Evolution in a way is a critique of religion and technology and dogma in and of itself. So this is a very important topic to have for like brainstorming out the book and thinking about how other people look in different aspects of their belief systems, right? Follow the scripture to a T. See, now my problem with following scripture to a T, Ozzy, is there are things that just don't align with the society that we live in right now. So that's why it's like my idea is to look at the world that we live in now, look at the things that are written down, and look at the things that benefit us and keep those. Look at the things that don't benefit us and say, you know, look at the culture and say, why doesn't that thing benefit us? Right? No, I'm not. I was raised Christian, but I'm spiritual. I believe in consciousness and spirituality, so I believe in following science. Right? But science isn't my religion in that factor, because I question science because I don't trust science. Which is why I do experiments for myself. Which is why I'm like, if I took electrical, I'd be scared that I'd be assassinated by the government, because I'm pretty sure I'd create infinite energy. And the government would be like, you can't do that. And I'd be like, okay, I'm just not gonna go near this, because you know what? I don't want to die. Sorry. But in theory, right? In theory, I'm afraid of, like literally, Ozzy, that's like jumping off a cliff. That's like saying, are you suicidal? Right? Everyone knows that if you invent free energy, you're gonna get offed by fucking like whatever's ruling the world. Like, look at any part of history of any kind of technological advancement in the last 100 years. Every single one. No exceptions. And I know how electricity works, so I know it's all like, and I've done the experiments myself, right? So it's like, well, dogma is to question itself with procedure. True, Salty. True, Thomas Edison, Nicholas Tesla, legends. Yeah, but the problem with Edison is Edison was a scammer and he was a patent, right? Whereas Tesla was probably the person who was going to give us infinite energy and bring back Tartaria and bring us into the age of Agartha, but Edison was like, no, and then he got the backing of, like, you know, all the people. Do you know what's funny? Do you know who backed Thomas Edison, Ozzy? Everyone who backed Thomas Edison backed the Nazis. Don't judge me by my allies. Don't judge me by my word. Judge me by my enemies. 13 families. Yup. American legends are a lot of the time Americans reinventing the light bulb, so to say. Or like reinventing the wheel, Salty, or something like that. See, the thing about me, Ozzy, is the reason why I love conspiracies is because I'm a writer, and I'm like, oh. Why do people believe what they believe, and then you write a world around it? I think that's why my worlds feel so, like, real and alive, because 90% of what I write, I pull from straight one-to-one from reality. One-to-one from reality, and put it into the book. And because it's fiction, no one gives a fuck. So, yeah, that's why I love, because whether they're true or not doesn't matter to me, doesn't affect me. The fact that I can use them in my writing matters. The fact that they let me learn how people think, let me learn what people do when they're confronted with these things, when power is confronted by truth, right? And that's, I think, what makes a great fucking story. Which is why I was thinking today that, you know, the consciousness, like, think of this. I didn't even think about this, but I think I subconsciously made the consciousness thing for the zombies to show that it's not about race, it's about intelligence level. And it's not that black people are, let's say, less, like, you know, more prone to crime because, like, genetics. It's just like intelligence leads to that. So it's like a corollary of, if you're an animal, you're basically a fucking zombie, like an NPC. And same with, like, my Final Fantasy book, which is massive amounts of, like, racism, classism, and just, like, general, like, dislike strife between, like, ideologies, right? And it's like, I just like this clash of ideologies because I'm not a pussy in the fact I don't back away from it. I like to discuss it. I like to talk about it. I like to come to a conclusion or a consensus, because I think the worst thing you can do is not talk about it, leave it up in the air, and then have everyone on a different page about it. And I think that's the world we live in, and that's one of the big problems we have, is not everyone's on the same page about everything, because everyone's like, well, this is this, this is that, this is this, this is that, right? And it's the same way or it's like, in a way, how do technology and religion live side by side? And the answer is because we're human and it's reality and we make exceptions for things. Feminist, LGBT, anarchist, yeah. America leans towards cults more than religion sometimes. Oh yeah, that's very much true. Yes and no, like, that is more of a byproduct, a subset of a cult. Well, think about it. The way that people act towards their political parties is a cult. The way people act towards their religions, like Mormonism, Amish, like Heterite, like Jehovah Witness, like, these are like Scientology, like you know, that kind of stuff. It's like, that's all literally a cult. Where the difference between religion and cult is simply, to us, religion is like a higher power, whereas a cult isn't. So isn't every religion technically a cult because we can't prove that God exists? So there are cults that are just cults, and there are cults that are also religions. Like, every country has national anthems and times to preach it, but America, everyday schools get you to pledge to the flag. Yeah, we did. Every morning, you'd stand up and you'd...
Conversation we just had. Truly tremendous. I wish we could have done this face to face. It would have been a huge success with a group of incredible...
I'm sorry, Ozzy.
It was the best talk, and everyone loved it.
I don't know how to turn up the volume on Trump. It pisses me off because I can't turn up the volume. Sorry about that, guys. It's really unfortunate. A fantastic conversation we just had. Truly tremendous. I wish we could have done this face to face. It would have gone a huge success with a group of incredible, great people. Believe me, it was the best talk and everyone loved it. I mean, TED Talks, man. TED Talks. I've always wanted to do TED Talks. I fucking love TED Talks. Anyways, I gotta grab a drink, but I'll be right back, and then we're gonna move into reading. But yeah, no, it was a great conversation. Drunk. Great conversation. I love talking about this stuff. I love seeing other people's perspectives on it. And to me, there's no right and wrong. It's just how you live your life. And are you comfortable with living your life? And are the people around you comfortable with the way that you live your life? And if the answer to all that is yes, then nothing else should matter, right? Everything else should be up in the air. I'll be right back.
Blimey. That was a proper, fantastic conversation. I wish we could have done it face to face. It would have been absolutely brilliant among a group of top-tier people. Honestly, it was stunning. Truly a masterpiece of a chat. Define cult in terms of biology. A cult is like a new species being formed because of a separation like an island, but religion is more evolving alongside everything else in its continent. Okay, that's an interesting idea. Blimey. That was a proper there we go. Written in Gordon Ramsay style. This type of chat is great. I do it a lot with Scotty. It's very stoner coded. Yeah, we're just chill. We're just sitting back. We're not getting heated about things because at the end of the day, I think there's no right or wrong. It is just the way that you live your life, right? You can say, you know, it's oppression or whatever, but it's like, hey man, if that's the way you live your life, that's unfortunate to the other people. But at the end of the day, everyone knows that the only way that life works is through oppression. Every law, everything ever is enforced through violence. You know, you own your house now because violence exists. Because the military can come in or the police can come in and remove someone. Although apparently that's not how it works, because I hear so many stories about fucking squatters and stuff like that. And like what I don't understand is you just like take the guy out of your house you know? And then you just... I mean, it is what it is. At that point, it's like, you're inside my house, bro. Sorry. I think the squatter laws are fucking retarded. And that's where it's like, at what point in time... Because you could make any law you want. We used to have slavery. Right? Well, I mean, Ozzy, the main thing that happens is, like, for instance, what'll happen. This is what happens. You go on vacation for a week. Someone breaks into your house, changes the locks on the house, and like, I don't know, like, there's some states or something like this. I don't know if this is, like, Texas or stuff like that, right? And this happens in Canada, too. And then, because that person has the key to the front door, it takes, like, 4 or 5 months to go through the court case of the paperwork to prove that that person doesn't own the actual house. Because they have the physical key that opens the door, and because they changed the locks, you no longer have the key to the lock. That's how it happens. So you come home from a vacation and you don't have a home anymore. And it's literally, like, I hear these stories all the time about this shit. There's, like, YouTube videos about it, and, like, you know, Asian Andy did his whole thing about it with, trying to, because his sister bought like an Airbnb building, and, in my opinion, the best thing to do is, like, oh, you mean, no, but, like, Ozzy, there's people that will literally scout you out. Like there's entire, like, thing, like, in networks that scout people out and will, like, literally, like, go to the where the person works, become, like, friendly with them with chit-chat, talk to them about vacations, learn when they're not gonna be home, and they're literally, like, stalking them and targeting them. So it's like the whole, like, leave your lights on or whatever, like, doesn't work for these kinds of people. Like, they're doing it to, like, such a fucking level of extreme, it's retarded. Right? Like, this is an entire, like, gang network. That's just plain old paranoia. Safe than sorry. I agree with you, Ozzy. I agree with you, safe than sorry. But I do know scenarios in which that, like, that wouldn't work, right? So, that's what I'm trying to say, right? But the story sounds like instilling paranoia. It does. And it's just like, Ozzy, I felt the same way about, you know, that Charlie Novak guy who got stabbed by the Sikh and died? I didn't believe that story. I still almost now still don't believe this story. That this guy was stabbed 4 times and the police handcuffed him and then he bled to death and died. I'm like, no, that's not real. But it is. And I'm like, how? How is that real? That's what scares me. Because we're at a point where people are saying, well, it's propaganda and paranoia, but it's like it's actually happening. It's like the teen takeover shit where they're, like, literally shutting down roads and, like, shooting off AK-47s in the street. I'm like, no, that's not real. That doesn't happen. And then there's, like, 10 videos of it fucking happening. And it's like, I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know what to think anymore. You know? Like, we're at such a crossroads, it's just like, I don't know what the fuck. Did I hear Canadian twang when you said sorry? Probably salty. Then it means they are, demonists within the government who go against the laws. But the problem is, Ozzy, that those people have gotten in. See, this is the problem, Ozzy. Those people have gotten in, and they've changed the laws. So the problem is, we just have to get rid of those laws. Like, for instance, you could be elected as the president and you could make thievery or murder legal. You can do that. You could just say, guys, we're gonna have the purge. Anyone can kill anyone. I'm shutting down the court systems. Do whatever you want. Technically, you could do that. Right? Are you the type of person to not believe any Reddit stories then? Salty, I never believe any Reddit stories. I'm like, I calculate the possibility, but, like, I don't believe it. Right? terrorist attacks, outbreaks, and the like. Well, that's the thing, too. It's like, what do you do, Ozzy? Fuck them Reddit stories, brother. Ozzy, what do you do, let's say, for instance, when the government says, like, they make a law that makes it so the government can just take your property and your money without cause. It's like, and they do it under, like, anti-terrorism and, like, security laws, but they change the law to make it so they can just literally do whatever they want. Right? So then what do you say to people who don't have the means to leave? That it's just unfortunate? Because there's a whole reason why I'm going through this loop, Ozzy, and this is the moment where it comes back around to third world countries. And that's the reason why third world countries are the way they are, because the people that are in charge there want them to be that way. And unfortunately, my conspiracy theory is that everyone in the West who's in control wants the West to be a third world country. They don't want any first world countries to exist. The only first world country they want to exist is whatever land they own and they control and they police. The rest of the world, they want to be in chaos. The West is a third world country. I wouldn't say yet, Ozzy, but give it 20 or 30 years in the direction we're going. Because again, despite how much people say, there's only certain pockets of areas. Like, 10% of the US is a PvP zone. 5% of Canada is a PvP zone. Like, I live in an absolutely beautiful, amazing place. I've never had any problem in my entire life. I've lived in Vancouver, around Vancouver, like, my entire life. It's a massive city, one of the main cities in Canada, and I've never had any issues ever, except if you go to Hastings Street. And Hastings Street is like the idea of, like, going to Chicago in the US, or going to, like, Detroit. Drug addicts littering seats. But also, Ozzy, think about the places that aren't, like you can pick 10 major cities and do that, but I could pick 100,000 small towns that aren't like that. Right? So to me, just because the biggest cities are like that, that shows those are the infections and the scabs on the surface. Right? But it hasn't infiltrated the bloodstream yet. Once it trickles down to, like, the smaller communities, that's when you're starting to get, like, a blood infection. And it's not just scabs on the surface anymore. Like, now you're actually fucking dying. Ozzy, the problem is, the leaders have made the cure to the scabs illegal. So all you can do now is pick the scabs off of you. That's the world we're living in. New info I've learned. You can have in nature actual black moons. Red, pink, purple, violet, yellow, gold, blue, and orange moons, and similar Earth-like planets and yellow dwarf stars. Damn, that sounds epic, Sean. Fuck yeah. Oh, do not wait. Exactly. 3, 2, 1, toke! Blue moon is not actually the color blue, it just means a double full moon. But what Sean's talking about is actual colors of the moon. What they could look like in contrast to other planets' atmospheres or different stars. Conclusion. We were just dumbasses who were talking about shit, like bros in a bar. Exactly, Ozzy. We're retards on the fucking internet exchanging words. At the end of the day, that's all it is. Right? I used to remove my scabs when I was young. I was such a scab picker. Probably do it still, but I don't get scabs that often anymore. Yeah, I have like hundreds of scars all over me from like picking my scabs because I was like rollerblading and like skateboarding and trampolining and always falling over and stuff like that. But anyways, Happy. Oh wait, no, Ozzy's up first. Hold on, wait, what? I forgot. I'm not used to this. Ozzy got here first, guys. You got beaten by Ozzy. So it is. We are finishing Ozzy's story today. Oh, I'm excited. Let's fucking get to it. First, baby. He needed me to finish his story. That's why. Fuck you, Happy. Exactly. See, that's the attitude we need, guys. That's the attitude we need. As such, it is now decreed that space vampires come from a planet with a black moon and have infiltrated infrared vision. As such, they must hide from the too hot sun, but the black moon still glows in infrared. Ah, so vampires are actually from like a further out planet, and the reason they burn up in the sun is because they didn't evolve on Earth and the sun is too hot for them. I like that lore there, Sean. I like that. We are idiot, but we are also the universe observing itself. Exactly, Salty. We are learning and experiencing and observing ourselves. Normal sight, a black moon would just be a star-free circle. Ooh, me gusta. Do that. A patch of empty sky, essentially. The missing stars, right? 3, 2, 1, toke! All right, here we go. A new moon with infrared sight would only glow softer too. The vampires would always see the moon no matter what phase it was in. Ah, before you read, we got D&D this week, right? Yes, we do, Salty. Yes, we do. If people show up. Okay. I'm just gonna wait on Ozzy here for this. Before you read, context, he walked to the elevator going around the dead giant. He pressed the button. The elevator's mechanisms whirred with clicks and clanks from somewhere within the closed elevator. Well, after a while, the elevator opened. Looking inside the elevator, holy, you're massive, his voice reverberated inside the elevator. The inside was the size of 3 semi-trucks wide in breadth. 2 buttons labeled 1 and -1. He pressed 0. Going up? He said, smiling. I have to stop this elevator. I have to stop the elevator. Okay. The general pointed his sword at him, his voice calm and collected. Who are LN91 punched in mid-sentence with spirit energy-infused fist, making him fly in the direction he punched. After punching him, he performed hand seals for a fire technique. Fire element, fireballs! Scores of fireballs were sent flying towards the general. The general's body bounced because of the intense force of the punch. Bounced 2 more times, then getting slower, he twisted his body to straighten himself and stabbed the sword on the ground to slow himself down. While stopping himself, he saw fireballs. Took out sword while still sliding backwards, using his arms to balance himself. Parried the fireballs coming straight at him, throwing it in different directions, exploding like Molotovs. After parrying, he stabbed the ground again, slowing himself down to a stop. While looking around, he got punched again by him, sending him flying in the other direction. His body bounced multiple times until he was slow enough to twist his body to stab the ground. Finally slowed himself down again, unexpectedly. A pillar from below jutted from the ground with full force, sending him flying above. Finally, my time has come. Earth element, stone shield, second shield, meteor shield! 3 stone platforms formed before him, one higher than the other. He climbed them, calculating to punch him mid-fall. Finally, reaching his 3rd stone platform, the general was standing with left palm facing forwards. For heaven's wind element, push back!
General thrusted him with a hurricane force, hurling him like a leaf in a storm. He enveloped his body with spirit energy before hitting the ground, bounced higher than the general, still moving at high speeds. Whoa, I'm high, but now's my chance. Wind element, redirection. This wind technique uses the speed he was moving and reverses the direction. The general, seeing him coming at high speed, wind element, push back. General used his own technique to thrust himself forward. LN-91 took out 2 of his kunais and held them close together, making an X. They both blocked each other the moment they crossed. The shockwave ripped the desert apart. Sand geysered upward, the ground beneath them catered from force. They both performed hand signs. Fire element, dragon's breath. Water element, flowing river. Fire and water clashed. Evaporating smoke came from where 2 elements as they were falling to the ground. They both stopped and performed hand seals for a powerful attack. Yeah, this is definitely epic as fuck. Fire element, flames of Hades! Ice attack, Arctic blizzard. Purple flames and blizzard collided together, creating water which quickly evaporated into smoke. Stopping, he dashed back. Technically it's not smoke, it's vapor, but mist? I'd say mist, because like smoke is different, right? And then you could say the smoke is the vaporization of a thing, which is kind of weird, because like English is fucking weird. But yeah, I would probably change that to mist. A year ago, me made that mistake. Fuck him. Words are hard, Ozzy. Words are hard, okay? Stopping, he dashed back, creating room. Earth element, mud river. Mud shot from below ground towards the general. Water element, waterfall. Water shot upwards, defending the general from the mud. The water fell. What about smoke? What's going on? Brushing teeth. This is an anime fight, and it was like flames versus ice, like you know, firestorm versus blizzard, and then he said the water evaporated into smoke instead of evaporated into mist. So we're talking about the philosophical difference between mist and smoke, because if mist is evaporated water, but isn't smoke just evaporated physical like material? So is not then mist also smoke? These are the questions that keep me up at night, guys. Water shot upwards, defending the general from the mud. The water wall fell on the ground. The general looked in front of him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the general got shoved from behind, making him go out of balance. This resulted in him walking on mud, which made him slip and fall backwards. Oh shit, he just got one-upped on. I've got you now, wind element, eye of the tornado, earth element, chains of the devil. I love these names. Fire element, flame castle of damnation. And it's like, you know, the bigger the better the names get, you know, the more powerful and badass the ability is. Oh man, it's so underused. Steam, but also I like the aesthetic of burnt ice, like soot burn marks before it could melt. The difference between steam and mist is temperature, is it not? Steam is just hot mist. It's more of a warning word than anything else. Like a full-on descriptor. I had a dream in which the main character summoned a copy of the goddess who granted him his power. In his copy, though not the true goddess, is weaker versions of her power. What prevents him from being destroyed is that this copy can bear demigod children. Well, the goddess herself can't bear children at all. So the goddess blesses the copy of herself too. Ah, so she can multiply. Smart. SMRT, best 5-letter word. Sure. The general looked in front of him, but he was nowhere to be seen. When did a flurry of sealing spells? Mist just doesn't seem right. I think mist, either weather or dispersed of liquid rather than evaporated. he did Blood Mist, for example. It does have a certain connotation to it, right? That's the power of words, right? Like, you're creating an image, but the image has to be perfect, right? From this resulted in him walking on mud. Yeah. Suddenly the general got shoved from behind, making him go off balance. This resulted in him walking on mud, which made him slip and fell backwards. Got you now. Wind element, eye of the tornado. Earth element, chains of the devil. Fire element, flame castle of damnation. A raging tornado enveloped him at the center. Then an obsidian encased him, which rose upwards, chains from below, ground wrapped around the obsidian prison, suspending it in the air. Like that, the flurry of sealing spells? Yeah, that was badass. That's what I said. Ozzy was like, the more powerful the spell, you can tell, the more intense the spell from, like, the saying, right? From, like, the incantation. So it makes it sound like badass as fuck. And then using them in coordination. Well, he's used multiple of them in coordination of the same element, but he has yet to use, like, a combo attack of multiple elements, especially the fact that now he's using the fact that he's, like, the chosen one and he can control 3 elements, so he's using, like, all 3 elements all together to show his, like, his power, right? And that's why it's, like, it's plausible that he's, like, taking down this general, because he's, like, basically, like, the fucking Avatar, right? Let's go me for the win. You're definitely, you know, you did great. Well, I mean, you did great if I came to the conclusion you wanted me to. Because that's all like, that means you're doing a good job. Finally, purple flames on the ground formed a huge square on the ground. It rose, making a wall of fire. Sublimate is ice going straight to gas. Skipping the liquid stage. I did not... Wait, you didn't know sublimation? Salty? You didn't know sublimation? There's always been this question in my head that sublimation doesn't exist. It's just, like, the idea that we can't perceive how fast it happens. Like, it's still turning to liquid. It's just being in a liquid state so for such a short period of time, it basically appears like an ice cube turns into mist. But, like, physically, I still think it goes through the process. It just happens so fast. But I could be wrong. That it's, like, scientifically proven that it just, you know, instantly goes to. It's like burning something, right? It doesn't just turn to liquid and then turn to smoke, right? And it's like there's this different context for it for, like, different things, right? It's weird how physics works. Oh, yeah. Pottage is thicker than stew, but thinner than porridge. I thought they were different words for the same thing. See, that's the thing, is every word is made specific for its own thing, right? Like, we've got north, east, south, and west. Then we've got northwest, northeast, north-south, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. But then we also have north, northeast, south, southeast, east, northeast, north, northwest, west, northwest, south, southwest, west, southwest, right? Like, you just keep splitting them apart to, like, differentiate, and then eventually the words lose their meaning because the means by which they came into existence just basically doesn't exist anymore. I learned that the hard way through embarrassment when doing a presentation on plasma. Well, plasma in and of itself is a completely different thing because, like, plasma is energy. It's the physical representation of energy. No, that's more of like a bioluminescent effect, Ozzy, than it is like actually like plasma. At least as far as I know. It's just a bioluminescent effect from radiation. Plasma is also the fluid that carries your blood, so you need to have contacts when using plasma. Yeah, exactly, because it's like a certain thing, right? But like the element, quote unquote, of plasma is visible energy. Like fire is a plasma because it's a visible energy, right? That actually makes me wonder, because like we know that plasma exists, but what other things, or we know fire exists, but what other things are plasma other than fire? Visual representations of energy. What is a visual representation of energy on the cold spectrum if fire is the heat spectrum? I'm just personally thinking, I can't think off the top of my head, right? But it's like ultraviolet light and light in general is a plasma. It's just not a temperature. And then the wavelength, or the this was like A level. I was being stupid doing a presentation to my teacher. Plasma is something so hot the electrons get striped, producing light in certain glasses, I think. Yeah, it's like absence of space filled in by photons. Because like photons take the place. Well, this is what it leads into, Salty, isn't it photons take the place of electricity? So when photons take the place of electricity, that's plasma. Is that not like the actual thing? So like light in and of itself is not plasma, but without light, plasma couldn't exist. Because it's a photon. Infrared is heat, but also visible light, at least as far as our eyes are concerned. Yeah, so like infrared heat would be, like infrared light would be both of them. Like ultraviolet light would be the other spectrums, right? Like it contains both plasma and light, right? So it's like, that is light in plasma form, right? Because at the end of the day, light is visual energy, right? But I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm a retard on the internet. This is just, you know, my latent knowledge. Fire and plasma are two different things, but it seems the same when looking at element from the basic airbender elements. Well, I mean, like, fire is only considered plasma because it's a visual representation of energy, right? It's physical heat. I would say infrared is plasma without photons. Okay, that's an interesting way to say it, Sean. But photons can be in different states, so I think it's just maybe the spin of the photon that causes the wavelength, but I don't know. I just think it's just a wavelength our eyes don't pick up, so it could still have photons in it, but our eyes just don't pick up those photons, but I don't know. And therefore, continue. We are getting to the climax. Yeah, we get distracted here pretty easily, guys. We get distracted pretty fucking easily. 3, 2, 1, toe. And remember, I'm high as fuck, too. Photons are what we see light as, and wavelength is what determines the color of the light according to our eyes. Infrared is the frequency of the electromagnetic spectrum, I think. We know, like our sky. Way up there, Morty. It is always blue. Always blue skies. Always blue skies. But the problem is the blue skies are always just on the horizon. Or either that or it's blue skies above us, but there's always clouds on the horizon. They never reach us, but we know the potential of if we leave this area, this blessed halo of blue sky, we will wind up in a place that is not so great. So, 3, 2, 1, back to the story. Sky is gray, but it refracts the light in such a way that our eyes see it as blue. Well, I thought the sky didn't have a color. I thought it was just colorless. We just see blue because that's the way the light bends. I used to be very good at sciences, but it's been a decade. I just like interesting facts, and like that's just what, you know, If I don't know something or I think about something, I just look it up. I'll just spend like hours just like reading random shit. Just being like, oh, that's interesting. Watching Simon Whistler's videos. One of the most random shit. Or like Veritasium, right? I'm not even smarter than 5-year-olds. Oh, me neither. I'm a retard, right? I can barely even name all the provinces in Canada. I can't name even like 7 or 8 states. Like, I don't know where any country in the world is. I barely know where the fucking continents are. Like, I can't do long division. I've never been able to do long division. Like, fuck. Right? Same with Southeast Asian countries, yeah. An artist friend of mine did a color match of a blue sky. Looks perfect on the knife, but when you bring it down, it's gray. Interesting, interesting. Telling us the weird metric that we don't really know how to measure. I agree with that, Salty. I agree that we don't understand the categories of intelligence in order to separate them and be able to, like the difference between, like, impulse control, willing ability to learn, spewing facts without really knowing about it, how confident you are, like literally horseshoe theory level stuff. IQ test is more a hardware check rather than what we use that hardware for. True, Salty, as well as like how much software there is. It's just like, do you have a homunculi in your head, right? Can you perceive, like the what happens if you didn't have breakfast this morning, right? Unless AI scraps our history, sides with smart or not non-smart. See, Ozzy, my problem is from that is I don't think our history is anything compared to what our history actually is. I think both sides on every war were always bad in some way, because we're fucking humans. But everyone wanted to look like a saint after the fact. So I don't really that much trust too much of history. So if AI rewrote our entire history and just gave us a blank backslate, if it was a history that was inspiring and good and laid out the differences, I honestly don't know if it would matter if it was true. And I put this into practice in my book, because I create, in the Final Fantasy book, I create a world in which it is literal utopia. Everything is provided for you. Like, you don't need sleep. You basically can't die. You basically don't age. You don't need to eat. You don't need to drink. You don't basically, like, there's no sickness. It's literally heaven, except the people don't have a history. So instead of having a history, they have, like, stories. They're entertainment. As if, like, we lost our history, and our history was, like, Marvel movies. Like Gladiator. Like, if we just took our entertainment, and even though, you know, some of it is, like, historical in a way, or inspired by that, but it's as if we literally took our entertainment, and that was essentially what we believed our history was. So that idea of AI rewriting our history is literally an idea that I'm, like the concept of rewriting history and playing along with that is something that I'm literally incorporating into my story. If I go to bed in the morning and wake up in the afternoon, when is my breakfast? Just eat lunch. True, Salty. But another question is, when you go to sleep, do you wake up a different person? Unless you change a habit? No. But it's basically scientifically proven that, like, when you go to sleep, right, your brain basically rewires your memory of that day. So technically, the day that you lived before and the day that you wake up remembering are different. Well, see, Salty, I'm more talking about the mental processes that happen in your sleep. Breakfast is a literal term to break the fast you've been on since dinner the previous day. No matter what you eat for your first meal of the day, that's your breakfast. Agreed, Sean, but by standards of our culture, breakfast is a set time in the day. Breakfast is between, I'd say between 5 a.m. and 9. And then between 9 and, like 12 is like brunch. Then between like 12 and 3 is lunch. Between like 3 and 5 is an afternoon snack. Between 5 and like 8 is dinner. And then between like 8 and 11 is supper. And then between like 11 and 4 in the morning, or actually, no, between like 11 and 1 is midnight snack, then between 1 and 4 or 1 and 5 is midnight, or like early morning snack. Those set meal times are for restaurants, not personal lives. But I'm saying, like, it's kind of a cultural thing, Sean, where it's like, you would just, if you just went up to a random person without pre-contexting the conversation saying when is breakfast, most people would say breakfast is in the morning, right? And that's how I'm looking at it. Like, if you just randomly go up to a random person and say, when is breakfast? They'll be like, in the morning. When is dinner? At night. Like, that's the answer that I'm talking about. Topic is a mute point, because I only really consider having one meal a day and the rest is snacking. I agree, Salty. I have, like, one meal, and then I have, like, a snack, and then I have, like, a smaller snack, right? Or sometimes my first meal will be a snack, and then I'll have another meal later, right? We also have the concept of breakfast foods, but in all reality, food is, food, eat whatever you want, whatever meal you want. Exactly. Like, eggs are a breakfast meal. Potatoes are a breakfast meal. Bacon is a breakfast meal. But yeah, again, that's more of a cultural thing, right? As opposed to an actual, like, language thing. Because you have to separate how language separates and is created and interpreted by culture, right? Which is, like, why everyone can come to a different conclusion on the same thing. Which is, again, the power of language. And that's why it's like, one day if we ever find a true universal language, cereal is a dessert. Change my mind, I dare you. Salty, I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree with you that cereal is a dessert. How much, do you put enough sugar on your cereal that by the end, the bottom of your bowl has sugar on it? And, like, your last spoonfuls are, like, half of the spoon covered in sugar? Because, like, I question the person that doesn't do that. Unless you're having, like, a like, really rich cereal, right? Which already has sugar in it, right? Like, Cap'n Crunch, Corn Pops, Lucky Charms, Alphabets. I mean, maybe Frosted Flakes? No, I add no sugar because I get my diabetes from other places. I have, like Honey Nut Cheerios. I have, like, Cheerios, Corn Flakes, Mini Wheats. That's what I eat for cereal if I have cereal. And I don't put sugar on Mini Wheats because it already has sugar on it. But the other ones I cover in fucking sugar. And then I kind of have it, like, the way that I eat the cereal is I have, like, you put the cereal in, right? You put sugar on it. Then you pour milk up to about the halfway mark, sprinkling across the entire thing to make sure that the sugar sprinkles off of it and layers through it. Then you sprinkle more sugar on top of it, and then you kind of eat it, like, sideways like a dam. So you have the bottom layer is soggy, but the top layer hasn't, like, entered the milk yet. And then by the time you get to the end of the cereal, you're out of both cereal and milk, but every single bite is soggy and crunchy. I am, like, I am like scientific as fuck when I eat food. Because I'm like, I want to get the best experience possible out of the food that I'm eating. Anything Nesquik is usually good. True. Honey Nut Cheerios are boss. Fuck yeah. Is granola a cereal or a snack? There's a technical answer, but then there's what you do with it. Granola in, like, on its own is a snack. Granola mixed with anything else is a cereal. So you could have like a bag of granola and you could be like fistfulling that into your mouth and that's a snack. But the second you have like granola with raisins in it, that's cereal. That's how I look at it. No, because it's a yogurt type food rather than milk. The detailing is crazy here, bro. From plasma to cereal. Chat's wild. I love it, Ozzy, because that's how you should think. That's why I'm like, I think one of the greatest advantages I have to my creativity is the fact that I can find a way to basically connect any topic. Tangents in bold, baby. Tangent machine, Sean. That is rookie tangents. As I say, Ozzy, I was standing in line at the subway talking about Dragon Ball Z, and by the time we got to the front, me and my buddy had to look around because we realized we were talking about eating dead babies and we were getting weird looks. In the course of about 2.5 minutes. Because we were talking about protein and gaining protein and how you would gain protein to like get to be like Super Saiyan. And then it's like, well, what's the best form of protein? And then it's like meat. Well, what kind of meats are the best kind? And it's like, well, maybe humans are because they have the most amount, but you can't eat humans because of heavy metals. But you can eat babies because they don't have heavy metals in them. And we're like, man, we should really stop saying this out loud. We're just like, can we get 2 meatball footlongs, please? Can I get green peppers, pickles, chipotle, and extra cheese on that, please? Oh, and onions, thank you. Stem cells, are ya? I'm just thinking of like Christopher Reeves in South Park, like, you know, snapping the neck of the fucking fetus and be like, and like sucking the stem cells out of the fucking fetus. Oh my god, man. Okay, guys, let's get back to the story. Okay, on point. I think we've gone a little off ball. Let's go. His knees gave out and fell with his hand on the ground. Deep gasps as his last hurrah drained him of his spirit energy. Within the multi-element prison, a calm voice said, "Final release." The Arabian curved blade held by the general morphed. The sword hilt's end curved from the bottom. The guard looking like a compass and a carved blade becoming straight. Blood! That should have been a convo for Silence of the Lambs. True, Sean. Compass hand. I fucking love this idea, Ozzy. This is so cool. Well, L991. I would say that from smoke, to be honest. Well, LN91 was on the ground breathing. Sudden increase in gravity made his body collapse on the ground, making him stick like a magnet. Sorry, I have to go off on a tangent here because of this. I want the, like, reveal of Zombie's evolution. Like, he's gonna go from being zombie to being a mummy to being a cyborg, but I want his reveal to be like all bandaged up, and then I want him to have almost like a Bonkai moment like that, where he's got like all the bandages on him and he just goes like, "Release!" and he throws the bandages off, and then you see that his arms are like fucking like mech arms and shit. And he's just like, and then he just like goes all out. That'd be sick. Yeah, so it's like you know something happened, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait, what the fuck? And it's like, cause like you know basically he lost his arms,
I love Bankai releases. Yeah, I just love like that power up, like just the concept or idea of like a Super Saiyan, a gear up, a fucking Bankai, like transformations, just like a whole new level of power. It's epic and badass, you know? And it's like, to me, it's like, you know, if you have like the robed figure, like the robed shadow figure, like walks in, and then you're like, whoa, who is this? Who is this? And everyone tries to fight them, and they're like one-handed blocking everyone. And then everyone's like, what the fuck's going on? And then the character's like, and like pulls off their cloak, and it's like Neo. And everyone's like, ah! Like the reveal moment, like that's the feeling of like the transformation, right? It's just, oh, it's just so fucking good. I want that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? See, I have that with my main character in the Final Fantasy book because he's like super fat and like out of shape, but he's always wearing like this robed cloak. And and since it's first person perspective, he's like always doing like exercises underneath the cloak and stuff like that. And it's like, they're always like, why are you like bowing down and stuff like that? Like he's just doing like weird movements. So it's actually him working out. So when the moment finally comes and he throws his robe off, everyone's like, what the fuck? And then he pulls out his sword and just goes full berserker mode and just like basically saves everyone as they're running away. And I'm just like, I need this reveal moment. It's like the moment of I'm not a useless character and like the fruition of all of the work that's happened through the last quarter of the book, right? And it's all to save your people, right? Sounds like W reveal. Yeah. 3, 2, 1, toke. Okay. The general cut his prison once, dispelling himself from the prison. His multi-element prison disappeared like it was never there. LN91 strained his neck up. Difficulty in moving because of the gravity. Wait, isn't that... Shocked, I see. It is a gift from your brethren down west. His Arabian curved blade turned into a sword of the famous general who conquered the most important city in Arabia. Story was told by his father when he was alive. Struggling, he spoke out. Why, you silence! Roared the general, gritting his teeth. I will make you, pointed his new blade at him. An example for the anthill. The general performed hand seals, long and arduous. Move, body. Damn it, move! LN91 commanded his body, but it didn't heed. General raised his left hand up. Now be gone from our house, you bug! The general spit the last word he said. Hell element! Messiah's deception! For a short while, nothing happened. Then blood appeared. Blood from all around him, and the general started forming an orb. The orb became bigger and bigger. The orb stopped growing, becoming the size of 5 football fields. The orb was spinning, surrounded by red light, like blood red planet having a thunderous storm. The general thrusted his arm downward, sending the orb towards him. He looked away and closed his eyes, awaiting his imminent fate. Thank you, Commander, for being a father figure and a great commander. LN95, after the laughing incident. Thank you for being like an elder sister, you lamb. Your lamb curry was just like my mother's. L92, L97, L98. I'll beat you in, Ludo. Just you wait, L93. Pray you get the reply from your family in Europe. Lastly, my friend and rival, thank you for being one. Because without you, I won't be able to live! A shout with a familiar voice came from behind. Wind element, Moses' staff! Looked up and saw his friend. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Yes. Holy shit. Yes. The orb, getting closer, got split in two from the middle. The force from the split created a gush of air, making his friend's clothing flow in the wind. Seeing his friend looking like a badass, he said, ah man, screw this. I choose death. He went back to his previous position.
What do you mean you choose Oh, jealous are you? His friend replied mockingly. The orb imploded in two behind them, making two sand geysers shoot upwards. Yes, I love it, Ozzy. I fucking love it. I was not expecting it at all, but now that it happened, I'm like, of course! How was I not expecting this? You distracted me! It was so good you distracted me, and it happened so fast I wasn't even considering it, because I was like, oh, is he really just gonna easily defeat this guy? And then he's like, nope! Fuck you! See, this is why you don't have friends. Having one is enough. Having more is a hassle. Silence! The general's booming voice interrupted their banter in midair. And the banter, too. Like, you just show up, and you're just like the epic fucking Bleach music in the background. Like, oh, I can't fucking sing, but you know what I mean, right? The, like, female, like, holy kind of voice, and just like that drop the beat, and then, hey man, can I ask a question? I know I'm new here, but I gotta ask. Retro, never feel like you have to preface asking a question. Just ask away, man. Ask whatever the fuck it is. I don't give a shit. You can ask me if I've been on the moon. You can ask me if I eat pussy. You can ask me if I get fucked in the ass. You can ask me if I have weird thoughts. You can ask me whatever the fuck you want. The question is, will I answer? But yeah, no, and then it's like, you know, they show up and they're like, I told you you wouldn't be able to do it yourself. And then they have like the conversation back and forth, no offense, but you asked a question to... That's what I mean, Salty, is because you're already asking a question. So if you're asking a question to ask a question, just ask the question. Because you're obviously not... You don't have a problem with asking questions if you're asking me to ask a question. So just ask the question. How do we submit readings? This command right here, Retro. !Q space join. Or you can go on to the that's if you want me to read it. Or you can go on the Discord and you can put it in any one of the beta reading categories to give to other people, so that other people can also beta read your work, right? So it's like you can give it to the community, and then the community can go out of their way to, you know, beta read. No, I mean the actual here, read this, streamer, you know, the link or the file to the content. Just drop it in chat. Drop the link in chat, or drop the link. He means like the actual work, like, right? Like if I want my Google Docs, right? Like you do, Happy, like you just drop your Google Docs. Right? So when it's your turn, or you can just drop it in chat. If you want to promote yourselves, like that's another thing, guys. Like, I don't care if you shamelessly want to promote yourselves and drop your links to your books and tell the people to go buy your shit in chat. As long as it's not, like, retarded, you know, and it's, like, fucking with shit. Like, you know, I don't mind if you guys do that shit. I highly encourage that because I want you guys to be, like, successful, right? That would be the goal. Oh, I was doing this wrong the whole time. Oh, Retro. What were you doing then? He don't filter in chat. Yeah. I just, you know, like I said, I'm God and I don't have rules, but I do things. So it's not that it's a rule. It's just that, you know, the only thing is if you make other people uncomfortable and you ruin the general vibe of the stream, that's a problem, right? Man, I'm so sorry, man. I'll shut the fuck up and read right now. Retro, you can talk all you want, man. I encourage you guys to interact because that's what the stream is about. The stream is about you guys. It's not about me, right? Hey, buy a commission. There you go, Haffy. Boom! I don't spend money, so I'm not doing it, but, I mean, hey, if you guys like Haffy's story, go support him, right? Didn't want to look like a candidate for suicide over here. Time to me to shut up. You can also pay 10k points to be next in queue. Yes, you can. There is a skip mechanic, which can enable a war, because if you use 10k points, another person could use 10k points, and you could just keep skipping each other, right? Until you run out of points. So, there's like a meta behind it, and I also encourage, like, I encourage camaraderie, but I also encourage competition. Because without competition, you won't improve and you won't grow. You need to see what other people are doing, compare it to your own work, and say, is that better or worse than mine? How can I evaluate that, right? Say, like, what are they doing that I'm not? What am I doing that they don't? Right? Okay, Ice Poseidon. I don't, like, I kind of know who Ice Poseidon is, but, like, I've never watched his content. I don't know. I almost want you to read Chapter 1 of Past Life Remembered, even though the story itself is dead and buried, just because I'm curious what you'd think of the intro chapter for the main character. I mean, I could, Sean. I absolutely could if you want me to, right? Just, like, I love reading stuff, so it's, like, that's the biggest thing. But don't fight me, because I have the most points out of people in queue. Holston? I don't know. Anyways. Silence! The general's booming voice interrupted their banter in midair. He pointed at L96. How did you? The general got interrupted by a punch on the top of his head, sending him downwards. Then a comparison to crap, I'm an almost dawdle. Same deal. Story is dead. The intro is similar. I see. Okay. Yeah, sure. His fall cratered where he fell. Earth Elemental Peasants Prison. Multiple voices around him said. The group shook, and the prison made the stone rise from the ground, and the general behind bars. Ice element, ice dress! A feminine voice shouted. Ice enveloped the general, making him frozen in ice. Damn it, I want to see! L91 said, struggling to move because of the drained spirit. So it's not just him, the entire team showed up. If we team up, we can take down the tyrant. I have as many points as Relic. The only thing is, do you have as many points as Sean? But Sean always tries to zero his points out, so Sean just wastes his points. So that's the reason why Sean doesn't have... I think Sean's used, like, over, like, 200,000 points. That is what he wants you to believe. The whole squad. Fuck yeah. It is beautiful, L96 replied. No, fair. Collapsed to the ground. L96 smiled. Sleep tight, you idiot. The group all headed toward L91's sleeping form. Imagine camera zooming out, seeing group heading towards him. And he finished typing on his laptop and smiled. Finally, sigh. What a nice story. The door knocked and opened. It's time, his friend said through the open door. Yeah, turned to his friend. Be right there. Got up and wore a vest for carrying ammo. Grabbed ammo from the crate near his bed. Grabbed his assault rifle and put one of the ammo in and readied his gun. Did his final checks and left. Hopefully this hospital mission goes well, he said. By the way, how's that story coming along? Their conversation got quieter as they walked away. Finn. Oh my god, I can't believe you put Finn. I can't believe you put Finn. That is a literal meme in the fucking channel. I love it. I fucking love it. That's our YouTube outro. It's Finn. I loved it. And that ending is like... That ending was absolutely unexpected, but that was very interesting. I like that. It's just like, wait, what? Oh, but it is real. It's like a dream, but not being a dream, right? I kind of like it. Because it's just a short story, right? So it's like, it gives you that opportunity to be like, well, what would the real battle actually look like? What would it actually be like? Does he actually die if, you know, those things don't show up? Oh shit, entertain.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Badass moments, man. Badass moments. Hey guys, I can see the moon right now. It's literally just coming out of the clouds. I see you, Moon, staring at me. Fucking Moon. Remember, guys, 4 days. 4 days. Makeup stream. Wait for it. Now I have to wait till tomorrow. Yeah, unfortunately, Ozzy. It's, Happy, you're up. We're gonna have an ad in a sec here. Not where Scotty yet. My favorite archetypal character I like to play is Poverty King. Oh god, the universe is mooning Scotty. Absolutely, Sean, and I love it. I wish my tongue was long enough to reach up there. I mean, what? It's gone now, though. Clouds are covering it. Happy, and then Nico, and then whoever else. If Sean wants me to read his, if anyone else wants me to read theirs. Such a big streamer you are. Hey man, I just make content and I just do my thing, right? I try to provide value, right? I try to provide value for your time here. For some reason it's asking me for access. I don't know why it's asking me for access. Still awake. Yo, Nico! Yeah, it should be at like 45 minutes to an hour. Calling you fat? No, I ain't. Oh, it's funny. I like it. I like it. I like it. Don't worry. I like it. But yeah, for some reason it's not letting me hit the second chapter. Let me hit the first one, just not the second one. Only allowed to hit one? No, I want to hit both. Okay, there we go. Now I'm in. Why? I don't know why they were separate. That's what it is. I can't wait for you to read Case 2, the courtroom drama novel. I know, I'm looking forward to it too, Ozzy. Nobody would ever call Scotty fat. It's a waste of effort because he already knows. Shut up, Sean. Stop fucking playing into reality. This is a fiction channel. We don't care about reality. My fat, lazy piece of shit ass isn't real. Shh. Guys, Smokey treats me enough like this. Why do you guys? Because I'm the one advocating for public shaming about fat people. There is a summary that should get you up to speed. Alright, sounds good, Ozzy. Congrats, you made me laugh with that response. Well, I'm glad, Sean. You know, not necessarily I'm trying to be funny. I just think the things are funny, right? Pointing them out. Like you guys pointing shit out for me. Ads! Here we go with the ads. We got ads up in here. Yes, we have ads. Ads are where we go and what we got. We know we got ads for me and you. We know I can't see those ads. I don't know what you see, so I can't trust it. But I know in my heart, you know what's a good ad. Right? A good ad beyond what an ad does. I see your ads and I go, 'cause I need to finish on an ad. Cause those ads finish on me. I love good bukkake, but you can't tell anyone that cause these ads never get around. Only me. 3, 2, 1. Nope. Fake. Oh, new stream profile pic, or am I bugging? Nope, new stream, new pic. Happy made this one. So I changed the profile pic to this. Well, obviously. What can I do with AI? Also, and I know you'll forget this come tomorrow, there's a lot of prose over-explained grammatical symbol placement to feel room a novel, but what can I do? Just remember this thing, Ozzy. I don't remember any of the words on the page. I only remember the impression of the idea that you've given me through those words. And all that matters at the end of the day is what I feel after completing said work, said story. When is a mouth
is not a mouth. When it's a vagina, salty? When it's an asshole? When it's a urethra? When it's a jar. I didn't get it till I said it out loud. Nice. About to suck dick. 3, 2, 1, toke. Alright, boys, it's like 9 a.m. and I pulled an all-nighter. Alright, Ozzy, going to hit the sack. Alright, sounds good, Ozzy. Remember, you can only go to bed when the sun is up. Have a good one, my man. Thanks for sharing. And looking forward to tomorrow for more stories. Also, when it's a river. That's true, Sean. The mouth of a river. That's fair. Absolutely fair. So, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, Ozzy. Thanks for sharing. Take care, my man. See you in the next one. Fair. Fellow night owl. 9's a really good time, though. It's 4 a.m. here. Nice. Like, usually for me, it's like 7, but like 9, that's really good. Right? Chapter 28. This is Haffy's work. Cracks. Levi stopped sleeping. Every time he closed his eyes, he heard the screams from the abandoned armory echoing through his head like ghosts trapped beneath his skin. Saw blood dripping from his silver blades. Will you read then on a single stream? That's too many words. That's too many words. Sorry. But we can do it. We could try to do it again in two, just like we did the other one, even though it was 3. That's all. Bye. Yep, no worries, Ozzy. Peace out, man. Take care, brother. Sweet dreams. Saw the white wolf staring back at him through the recording crystal like a stranger wearing his face. By the 4th night, exhaustion had settled deep into his bones. By the 5th, mirrors started feeling unfamiliar. By the 6th, he almost put the mask back on again. Rain battered the academy towers hard enough to drown out the distant shouting from the streets below. Levi sat on the floor beside his bed in near darkness, moonlight spilling through the cracked window beside him. The white wolf mask rested half hidden beneath the frame, watching and waiting for him to slip, for him to put it back on and hunt again. Levi stared at it silently while tension twisted through his chest. The city was getting worse. Hunter attacks continued almost nightly. Lower ring protests had erupted into riots twice already. White wolf symbols covered entire streets now. Some people called him Protector, others called him Monster. And every night Levi heard new rumors about civilians disappearing. He could stop it. He knew he could. That was the dangerous thought. Not revenge or anger, only responsibility. A sharp knock rattled his dorm door. Levi jerked slightly before immediately shoving the mask farther beneath the bed with his foot. Yeah? The door opened before he finished speaking. Alara stepped inside, carrying 2 steaming cups of tea. Her silver eyes flicked toward him once. The air around her warmed subtly as she moved, too warm to be normal. Faint blue heat shimmered at her fingertips before fading as she controlled it. You skipped dinner for the 100th time, she said. Levi rubbed tiredly at his face. I wasn't hungry. That excuse stopped sounding believable 3 days ago. She crossed the room and handed him 1 cup. The ceramic briefly warmed further
in her grip. Heat controlled, restrained, like something alive, refusing to break free. She lowered herself beside the bed. For a few seconds, silence held. Rain filled it instead. Then her gaze shifted to the edge of the mask under the bed frame. A faint flicker of blue flame ghosted beneath her collarbone, gone as quickly as it came. Levi noticed instantly. The air tightened. Neither mentioned it. Finally, Alara spoke, softer now. You're starting to disappear inside that thing. Levi stared into his tea. Ha, gaze. I'm trying not to, but you want to go back out there, she said. Not a question, a fact. Levi's grip tightened slightly. People are getting hurt. Alara's eyes sharpened. So are you. A humorless breath left him. That's different. Lara's fingers flexed once. Thin thread of blue flame flicked across her knuckles before she crushed it out. No, she said loudly. You've just decided your pain matters less than everyone else's. Levi looked away. She might have been right. Outside, the rain intensified. Lara leaned back against the wall, exhaling slowly. The white wolf indeed scared the hunters, she admitted. Levi didn't answer, but he scared everyone else too. Silence that followed felt heavier than the storm. Levi finally spoke. When I wore the mask, his voice tightened. Things felt simpler. Lara frowned slightly. How? See, this is like 10 times better dialogue, dude. Legit, Haffy. That small change of like making the dialogue feel like it's an actual conversation and not just a repetition of information goes so hard with like being connected to the characters, right? And like feeling for them, especially in a moment of like, this is like a bonding moment for them, right? Levi searched for words that didn't sound like confession. I knew what needed to be done. For a moment, Alara's blue flame flickered under her skin again. Small, contained, uneasy. That's what worries me, you mutt, she said. Levi didn't respond. After a pause, Alara looked toward the rain-streaked window. You know what they're calling you now? Levi stiffened slightly. The Secret King. Gold spread through him. No. That's what people in the lower ring are saying, Alara replied. Levi stood abruptly. The mask shifted slightly under the bed like it reacted to him. I'm no king. Behind him, Alara's flame dimmed but did not vanish. But you're starting to think like one, she said. Levi stared out at the city. His city. And that alone felt like a mistake. True. Legit. So, now all we need to know is that he's the son of the king! Next morning nearly ended in blood. Levi entered the academy courtyard just as shouting erupted near the central fountain. Two groups of students faced each other, rain soaking their uniforms, professors shouting for order, but no one listened. The White Wolf protected the lower ring, said a student. He executed prisoners, another student barked back. So do the hunters, someone else shouted. That doesn't make it right, a voice snapped. Shove turned into a strike. Magic sparked between hands, and then temperature dropped. Not gradually, instantly. Jade stepped forward. Her presence alone pulled heat from the air. Frost formed in thin cracks across the wet stone beneath her boots. Enough! I'm sorry. I have to do this every time someone does this because that's every time I hear someone shout enough, that's literally the scene that just instantly goes through my head. Her voice didn't echo. But Bale's sure as fuck does. Froze the space. Students went silent. Not because they wanted to, but because their breath tightened in their lungs. Black ice crept outward beneath their feet in delicate branching patterns. Controlled, precise, alive. A student pointed towards the wall. The White Wolf gave us hope, they said. Another student shouted back. He gave us fear. He's a monster, someone yelled. He's a savior, another voice fired back. The argument surged again, till Jade looked up. The air around her dropped another degree. Crystalline frost climbed the fountain edges. He's not yours to fight over, she yells. Levi felt something inside him stir. Stir at her words. Silence that followed wasn't peaceful. It was restrained, dangerous. Levi stood near the edge of the courtyard, watching, and realized something that unsettled him more than anything else. The White Wolf wasn't just a person anymore. He was a fracture in belief, and fractures always spread. I like the fact that he's, like, learning right off the bat, like, the consequences for his actions, and, like, how hard it is to actually find, like, the right thing to do. Because no matter what you do, people are, like, there's always going to be a divide between people. So it's like the learning that you just have to do what you do and let people be what they're going to be. That's the best thing you can do for your people as a ruler. Training that afternoon went worse, extremely worse. Levi could barely hold his stance. Every clash of practice blades echoed like screaming metal. Every flicker of silver light dragged memory with it. Jade noticed immediately. She circled him once. The ground behind her briefly glazed with thin black ice, reacting to her frustration with her permission. Is the light too bright, Levi? She said. I'm fine. The air around her cooled further. You've said that all week. A house divided falls. But to truly unite, you need a significant enemy. For instance, all of humanity would unite under one banner if aliens attacked us. All racism, all shit would basically fall away if aliens just came and attacked us. Just blatantly, straight up, just alien invasion. Be like, yeah, nope, okay, we're working together now. Okay, North Korea, you got nukes? Alright. Israel, you got nukes? Alright, yep. Okay, let's go. Ain't our problem anymore. Okay, we each get a share of the technology, right? Then we blow each other up before we even kill the aliens because we're bickering over who gets the scraps before we even realize that we can beat it. Doubt it. I bet Sharia law, idiots would still refuse to assist the infidels. I meant governments, Sean. I meant specifically governments. Alright, Helldiver. We are here to save democracy. True. Exactly. Exactly. For Super Earth! And I think governments that didn't, their people would be like, yo, dude, and we're talking like these aliens are actively invading every country in the entire world. Like, they've landed, they've got, like, troops on the ground. You're, like, actively in a war zone in every country in the entire world. But we still have communication and stuff, so we're still communicating between each other. I think we would find a way to work together. I don't know if we could beat them, but I think we'd find a way to work together. In order to save democracy, we might first kill all the Democrats and Republican representatives. See, Sean? That's my goal. Is if I was in power, I would just take everyone in power and I would just retroactively put them in jail. And then if you could prove that you were innocent, I would release you from jail. But no one, unfortunately, anyone who is currently in power is not allowed to ever be in power again because everyone in power knows that the system is fucked and isn't doing anything to fix it. So your best bet is simply to get out. No, it's not down with the government. It's down with the people in the government. Because we all know the government's corrupt and fucked and doesn't do what the people want. We need a government that actually does what the people want, even if it's not in the best interest of the government. Because that's what the people want. Aliens will do that for us. Aliens invade, kill all the government, and basically say, humans, you are now free! and then we kill the aliens. Is that a good storyline? I'm just thinking now. They come in peace, they wipe out all the leadership, they set everyone free, they make everyone, you know, you have your own autonomy, and then humans fight back and kill the aliens, and then basically go back to, like, enslaving their own people. I feel like that's an interesting loop, but I gotta take a piss and grab a drink. I'll be right back. Weaponize the Eiffel Tower. Aliens will do that for us. As in destroy the government. Right? Right, Salty? The aliens will destroy the government for us? No, they die from our illness, not because we did anything deliberately. And then we just go back to our same old fucking way of life afterwards. I'll be right back. Shit. I need my drink. I need my drink. Aliens set up a true AI to run our world government affairs before the bacteria of Earth kills them all and we can't return to idiocracy because of the AI. I don't know, Sean. I think there would still be people that fight back against it, but then again, if, like, we had literally, like, iRobot, like, fucking robots controlled by the AI, and they would just, like, you know, jail or kill anyone that, like, dissented to a certain extent, it's like, yeah. People would still think they were living in tyranny, even if they were living in the absolute, because they'd be like, well, we can't choose to live in tyranny. It's like, are you a fucking idiot? Yes, humans are fucking idiots, and we literally are too stupid to rule ourselves. Like, do you guys think that every retard on the fucking street should be able to vote? I think you should only be able to vote if what you're voting for, you know what you're voting for, right? Like, you know the policies that you're voting for, right? And you shouldn't vote for, like, a candidate, you should vote for policies. And no policy should be connected to another policy. Every policy should be individual of itself, and every policy should be individually voted on. And then every policy should be outdone by the outcome. Even if it's 51%, because the majority rules. And people are like, but we don't want the majority to rule. It's like, well, why not? Why would you not want the majority to rule? Bringing charges before the crime is committed, because the police are directly controlled by the AI. I mean, yeah, like Minority Report level shit. I could definitely see that, Sean. 3, 2, 1, toke! I agree, Sean. That's why I say this is another hot take, guys. Hot take here. We have online banking Why don't we have online voting? Do you consider having your bank and your money more secure, or your vote? Because I'm like, I think people are like, your money is more important than your vote. Despite people say, well, my vote's more important. I'm like, yeah, but what happens if I just instantly take all your money because you're using online banking? So you're worried that your vote is going to be fucked with. It's already fucked with. So why not just have a simpler system and have online voting? And then you have like local, instead of going to town hall, and then you could propose your own laws. It'd literally be like a Reddit idea, but for governing, and you would just have like a voting system. But everyone would need internet ID. Like specifically for this, like you would have to log in with your government ID, so they have to know that you were a person. Money is voting in a sense. It is salty. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, but it is. I still don't understand what everyone just can't agree on. Freedom for everyone, except if it breaks someone else's bubble. Right? And then you use, like, the reasonable aspect of being, like, polite. Just have a polite society, and the people that aren't like that, you just say, okay, we have another nation for you, and we just put you over here. And then we have, like, a wall between them, and you have, like, the people that are polite on this side, and the people that aren't polite on this side. And the people that are polite get supported, and the people that aren't polite don't get supported. So the people that aren't polite will change their attitude and maybe become polite so that they can live in an actual society. And if they can't, well, they're not going to ruin our society. That's the society I want to live in. And I don't understand how not everyone wants to, like, how is there a single person that doesn't, like, if you don't, like, to me, if you don't want to live in that society, it's because you want to rule society. Right? So it's like the answer to that question is, like, to me, the showing of, like, what kind of person you are, in a way, right? Like, it's a, like, humility test or something like that, right? But anyways, back to the story. The blades met once, twice. Jade pressed harder. The temperature dropped sharper. You can't even focus, she said. I said I'm fine. Pause. Then, you're lying, Levi snapped forward. Not thinking, not controlled. The impolite society was America, wasn't? That idea didn't work. Look at the consequences. Salty, I mean... Okay, when I mean polite, I mean, like, you know how we, like, banter and we say shit and we fuck around in the chat? But, like, there's no, like, malice. Right? I guess malice is the right word. The people that have malice are on this side, and the people that don't have malice are on this side. Right? Like, I want to live in a society where people don't have malice. I think that's the best way to say it. And I know people have malice, and there are times when, like, you know, it seeps through. But it's like, if as long as those are dealt with, and everyone just understands that, you know, you can't do that, and if you do, there's going to be consequences. I mean, I think the main reason, again, why people do stuff is because there aren't any consequences. They don't think anything's going to happen to them, so they just do whatever. And then there's the people that even if there were consequences, they still wouldn't do that shit. Right? I think malice only really comes from misunderstanding. I don't think so, because you can be in a perfectly understood position and still have malice because someone put you there, right? Like, if you're a slave, it's not your fault you're a slave, right? Like, you can have malice towards your master because it's not your fault you were put in there. It's not like that's a misunderstanding, right? I was trying to think of an example that would be like, could I disprove this through something? Is that fair, Salty? Misunderstanding that this personal slave is best for society on a grander scale? I mean, maybe you could argue that, but is slavery really better for society because things get done? I mean, you could argue that for the progress reasons and sacrifices meant for what society is, but then it comes down to the question of what society do you want to live in? And that's not real, like, that idea as a society, the slavery misunderstood the meaning of the person and that grander scale. So because of the interpretation of how slavery works, the malice is attributed to that misunderstanding of slavery, not to the person who enacts the malice through that system because of that misunderstanding. I can see an argument for that. But then I'd say, how is slavery misunderstood? So, slavery is misunderstood in the context of it being a betterment of society. Okay, that's the dot. That's the dot right there. Someone with ill intent. See, but my problem with simple ill intent, Happy, is competition. Like, it's the difference between sabotage and, like, me promoting myself. Right? Like, me out promoting you and, like, out, you know, marketing you is different than me going around saying that your book is bad and sabotaging you. Right? So it's like, you could have an ill intent of being like, I'm gonna promote my book so hard no one else's book is ever gonna be read. Or you can have ill intent of, I'm gonna promote my book, but I'm also gonna bash everyone else's book so my book looks good because everyone hates everyone else's books. Both have this ill intent because their outcome is to subvert, but they're going about it two different ways. Right? And it's like a selfishness thing, where it's like, I could definitely see that ill intent being a positive thing to one person that you shouldn't really get between how you interpret it for society, right? It should simply be, is this a benefit to you, or is this a negative to someone else? And I think that's kind of an important aspect to look at when you're thinking about that. One of the two opens are offenses are not ill intent. No, but Happy, you can do a good thing with an ill intent. Like, I can promote my book with the desire to destroy your book. That's still ill intent, even though my action is only promoting my book. The reason why I'm doing it is because I don't want your book to succeed. That's ill intent. But I would accept that because that's selfish ill intent, as opposed to harmful ill intent, which would be you sabotaging and lying about someone else's book to put them down. That's the difference. Both are ill intent, but one is a direct effect on someone else. That's the breaking of the bubble that I'm talking about. No, because you can have an ill action that doesn't have a bad intent. Such as, I could go around saying that your book is bad because your book is bad. And I just want to alert people that, like, for instance, you're misrepresenting what your book actually is. So, I'm doing something that's bad to you, but it's something that is done with a good will. So the ill intent is what matters, not the action. Right? Because if you're mispromoting what your book is to get people to buy it, and I'm telling people the truth, I'm not the one with ill intent, you are. Even though I'm the one who's actively taking an action against you. Right? I know that was a big, grand statement, but that is the conclusion I came to looking at it both ways. If people don't want to have malice or have malice put towards them, only comes about from the misunderstanding of that core ideal and the free will to let go of malice even when justified. Like the idea, Salty, that you are every other person, and every time you inflict pain on someone else, you're just inflicting it on yourself. So that kind of mentality is the misunderstanding that leads to malice on a base, fundamental, like, human level. I accept that.
It's more of it with that interpretation, it turns malice into pity. Like anger. Like the anger you feel towards that malice is turned into pity. Scotty, how many death threats do you get daily? Halfy, if I knew, if I do, I wouldn't know. Because I don't go on social media, I don't look at shit. I don't communicate with people. I don't talk to people. So, like, if people were giving me death threats, like, I don't remember the last time I looked at, let's see. I don't remember the last time I looked at my, like, messages on my phone. I get them sent to me. You get them sent to you. Well, you must know more people than me. Why, Halfy? Why would people send you death threats? Moreoverly, how are you receiving these death threats? That's what I always wonder, is how are people receiving these death threats? I'm just curious. Because I'm like, I don't look at any of my social media. I don't look at, like, fucking anything. So, like, if people were sending me death threats, I'm like, I don't even look at my physical mail. I don't look at my email. They're mainly anti-furs. But, like, Halfy, like, are they emailing you? Are they messaging you on Facebook? Are they messaging you on Twitter? Are they messaging you on Discord? Like... So, like, I just be like, okay, well, you know, make, like, your email private, right? Or, like, make, like, a fake email that they can send all their hate to, and then you have, like, your real email. And then, you know, just make it so, like, only friends can DM you, and, like, followers can DM you. Or, like, you know, if you're mutuals. Like, what I don't understand is I feel like it's so easy to just, like, not when it comes to that stuff. Unless people are literally coming to your house and knocking on your door, at which point you should have the police involved. I just don't understand. Unless other people are making, like, direct posts. But then, like, why wouldn't you just have them blocked so you don't see it? I just don't understand. Ah, okay. Probably the followers of some anti-fur people who made you know or something. And it's like, and if someone's giving you a death threat, they're a fucking retard. Who the fuck does that? They're idiots. So why would you... It's like, I love that this is one thing that Asmund says. If I'm walking down the street and a dog barks at me, I don't go like, oh my god, what did I do wrong? It's a fucking dog barking at you. There's no reason to even pay attention to it. I've cut down after my filtering. Yeah, I just don't understand how, like, how, first of all, you could take it seriously. Second of all, like, there are so many ways just to, like, stop it. And just, you know, remove yourself from the internet. Maybe you just be like, you know what? Maybe this is too much internet for one day. Let's not have internet today. Yeah. It's just like, oh, there's that retard again. In a perfect world, Halfy, people that did that, I would arrest them. If you made any kind of, if you made a threat on the internet that if you had made in person would be a threat, then I would instantly put you in jail. I'd track you down and I'd instantly put you in jail. And if you were in like a foreign country, I'd go to the government of that country and I would say, yeah, if you guys don't put that guy in jail or you don't send that guy to us, we're basically massively tariffing your country. And we're just gonna, like, fuck your country over. So give us the guy or you're gonna get fucked. And the problem's solved. So some random guy in Pakistan that's sending death threats, well, shit, you know, if the U.S. military just happens to drop a bomb on his head, it's not my fault. His government should have done their job. That's how I look at it, right? Because people are always like, well, what if it's not inside the United States? I'm like, well, then the United States government should talk to that country's government and threaten them, literally. Because their citizens are threatening American citizens. It's like, your citizens are threatening my citizens. Are you going to take care of that, or are you going to make me take care of that? That's an insult to my country. You don't insult my country, fuck you. That's how you play power on, like, the global scale, right? I just send them a pic of my fursona back and block them, but they just would make a new account and just send... See, it's like, why are these retards spending, like, don't they have anything better to do? That's why I just laugh at them. I'm like, don't you have anything better to do with your life? I respect that. But that is also instigating a little. I mean, I don't think there's anything... Okay, this is what I'd say. If you send them an NSFW of your fursona, but if you're just sending them a picture, Salty, they may not like the fact that you're a furry, but, like, that's not they don't get to have an opinion on your sexual fetishes as long as it's not hurting anyone. And there's nothing wrong with being a furry. We know the Venn diagram of furry and bestiality overlaps, but not every furry is, you know, right? And then there's, like, different grades of furry, too, right? There's people that actually think they're fucking animals, and then there's people that are like, I just like the idea of being an animal, of, like, escapism, right? So it's like there's an entire spectrum of basically everything. So it's like, Happy, I don't think you're one of those retards who think they're a fucking animal. I just think you, like, have, like, a self-image that you, like, represent towards animals, because animals are, like, to me, like, I hate humans, fuck humans, animals are awesome, right? So it's like, there's an understanding there, right? Hey, Citation Chat, yo, what's up, Ebola? What you doing, what you at, what you got? How's your day going today? I know that, but people might drop it or forget it if you ignore them rather than sending a picture of any sort. Salty, I'm just going to tell you, if they're looking up and going out of their way to, like, send you a death threat, like, they're crazy and there's nothing you can do, so you might as well just taunt them. I'm waking up, throat hurts a little, how are you? Ebola, every time I wake up like that, Smokey says that's because my cock was in your mouth last night, but I don't want to make a joke like that. That sucks. Because usually it is true. He would know. Sorry, I just had to say that. Like, how can I make this a joke, but not make it, like, directed towards you? Remember, number one thing to comedy is insulting yourself. It's super easy. 3, 2, 1, toke. Actually, I mean, I hate this kind of thing where it's like being gay is an insult, because there's nothing wrong with being gay, so why is being gay an insult, right? It's like, well, there's nothing wrong with sucking dick, so why is sucking dick an insult, right? That's like my theoretical versus my reality when it comes to, like, things, right? It's like, at the end of the day, when you take a step back and you think about it, it's pretty fucking dumb. But that's the way the world works, so it is what it is, right? So I'll just go along with it. But it is fun to think about. 3, 2, 1, toke! My mouth is too big. Happy, I learned to self-dislocate my jaw. So, yeah, I'm like a fucking snake, bitch. That shit'll fit, trust me.
Bad mood, just suck a dick. It makes everything better. Sucking a dick just makes everything better. You never tried it? Well, you'll never know then. Sucks to be you, man. And that's how I brainwashed them all into sucking my dick. Told the government. Anyways, back to the story for like the 100th time. Moonlight erupted from its blade. Silver energy burst outward across the arena floor in a violent wave. The air shattered with light. For a split second, Jade reacted. Blade. Black ice surged from her feet instinctively. Not attack. Containment. The unstable moonlight hit her freezing field and stuttered as if reality itself hesitated. Students stumbled backward. The arena fell silent. Levi froze. His hand trembled. Moonlight crackled around him, unstable, alive. Jade stared. That's strong magic, she said. Whispers erupted. That glimmer is as strong as the king, said a student. How is he doing that? Another student whispered. Doesn't the White Wolf use the same magic? Someone else said. Levi stepped back, his breath uneven. He had lost control. Even for a second, that was enough. The arena doors opened. Commander Halt entered. Everything stopped. Even the air felt like it stiffened. He walked directly toward Levi. No hesitation. No reaction to the frozen patterns still lingering on the floor or the fading invisibility in the air. Instability in the air. Just certainty. Come with me, Halt said. No anger, no explanation. That made it worse. Levi followed. Behind him, students whispered in overlapping voices, and Jade watched him leave. Black ice slowly cracking beneath her feet as something unfamiliar flickered in her expression. Not doubt. Recognition. Damn! Levi's letting his emotions get to him, man. He needs to learn to just be chill, right? Like, his biggest problem right now is, like, overreacting and just, like, not being just a chill, normal stray that sits in the background, right? Like, he's really not living up to that persona, which is where everyone's like, okay, what's going on here? You know? And I think that's mainly an emotional response for him. It's getting good. Well, it is what it is. Levi's pretty important, right? And what he's doing, even though I love the fact that, like, it's almost like there's been this continuous fight between Jade and Levi since the beginning. And it's like now Alara and Levi are, like, spending more time together because she's, like, you know, got his, like, secret, right? And then Jade's just, like, kind of chilling off on the side. But it's still, like, trying to defend him, right? And it's like, there's this split where it's like before it was like they never left each other's side, and it's like now they never see each other. Rain hit the upper balcony in heavy sheets. The city below flickered under stormlight. Holt rested his hands on the railing. You're losing control, he said. Levi frowned. What? You're exhausted, he replied. Angry, unstable. A pause. And powerful enough to become dangerous because of it. Levi crossed his arms. You dragged me up here for a lecture? Holt didn't answer immediately. Instead, your father was exactly like this. Levi froze. The rain suddenly felt louder. My father? Flicker of surprise crossed Halt's face. Then understanding. You didn't know? Levi stepped closer. You know him? Of course I do, Halt said calmly. I've served the crown since before you were born. Silence stretched. Rain carved lines down stone. Leo had me deliver you to the orphanage, Halt continued. Every night was sworn to secrecy. Levi's jaw tightened. Why? To protect you. A bitter laugh almost escaped. That doesn't feel like protection. No, Halt admitted. It feels like isolation. That landed harder than expected. Halt turned slightly. Your father believed hiding you would give you freedom. A pause. But kings rarely escape what they are. Levi stiffened at the word. King. Halt. Not noticed, but didn't stop. You are more like Leo than you realize. Levi looked out over the city. I don't want that. Halt. Gave a faint, almost tired expression. Weird thought. Do you think Furry 8 was born from like a mascot phobia that just spiraled out of hand? No, Salty. I think there's just a movement of people that don't like sexual deviancy and sexual fetishization of things. I think it's because you can see that with every single like fetish, right? So I think it really and truly just comes down to the sexualization itself. I could see that being an enhancing factor, but I think the foundation of it is just people don't like the idea of sexual deviancy. And I think the only reason that is because society has taught us to be polite, and everyone thinks this way, but no one wants to, you know, think that people think that way because we want to think that we're polite, nice people, but no. We're disgusting, sick pigs with disgusting minds. But that's okay, because it's all of us. There's nothing special about that. It's, can you live in society while still having that mind? And can you temper yourself and, you know, understand what the rules are, what you can and can't do, and why? That's simply the question, right? It's never about what you want, pup. Then he stepped away, leaving Levi alone in the storm, alone with the city, and alone with the realization that both fire and ice were already reacting to him in ways he didn't understand, and something inside him was still answering the call of the mask. Furry is inherent sexual, though. Wasn't the sexuality imposed onto it? Found a reason to hate it because they did not understand it and feared it? Fundamentally, furry culture is sexual. But there are people that like, mascots-wise, that, like, you know, aren't sexual. So, putting on a fursuit doesn't make you a furry. Right? Being sexually attracted to the idea of someone in a fursuit is what makes you a furry. That's what fundamentally makes it sexual. Because other than that, it's just dressing up. It's just a costume. It's just cosplay. Right? That's how I think about it. But no, that was a good chapter, Haffy. That was a good chapter. I love that back. Because, like, we all knew that Halt knew. Halt knows. Everyone knows, but no one's just saying. And Levi just thinks that no one knows, right? I thought it was more an expression thing. Cosplay, if the soul, I thought. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, Salty, is, like, that's, like, the difference between, like, cosplaying and, like, a furry. And that's just, like, the idea of, like, the cultural understanding of what a furry is, right? And this goes back again to, like, if you just ask a random person what a furry is, it's like, well, it's obviously, like, has sexual in nature in some way, right? Like, whereas it's not innately to dressing up like a mascot, but, you know, cosplay, mascot, and furry are two separate things, right? But people use the word in the same connotation, but fundamentally, the furry is the sexualization of that persona, right? That's why it's, like, called a fursona. And then again, there's also a spectrum, right? So there's, like, for instance, furries that, like, would like to dress up like a furry, but they don't actually have sex as a furry. But the idea is like foreplay. And there's other people that just like, they can't have sex and they can't get, you know, get it on if they're not dressed up like a furry. Right? So, like everything, it is a spectrum. So, generalization and averages are I find furries to be one step below bestiality, and I still can't... I just can't with it. See, Ebola, there is, like, a definite Venn diagram there, and it's understandable how, like, that's the perception, right? And it's like, that's why I think the reason why people don't like it varies so much, and that's why so many people don't like it, because there's so many reasons why people don't. You're comparing fursuiting to mersuiting. I have no idea, Haffy. I'm just spitting out see, the problem is, Haffy, within the community, there's like the nuance, right? But I'm talking about an average random retard on the street like me, right? And like someone who's not a part of the community. Someone who just like is looking at it from the outside as an observer, right? I get the spectrum aspect with it, spanning from sexual to not sexual, though makes or affects sexual not inherently furry stuff not inherently sexual. Yes. But, like, to me, if you're using the word furry, you're using it in a sexual means. That's just how I interpret it personally. And I think that's how a majority of people interpret it. That's what I'm trying to say. Right? We can go into all the nuance of it, but at the end of the day, if it's just a random person on the side of the road, right, you ask them what's the difference between a mascot and a furry, they're going to say, well, a mascot is just a dude dressing up as something. A furry is someone who wants to fuck something that's dressed up like something. Right? Like, I think that's going to be, like, your most common answer. Like, am I wrong about this? What do you guys think? To be fair, we are both outsiders, Scotty, but we seem to be on the opposite ends. So if we got two furries on the opposite side, we could get a full understanding between the four of us. Mersuiting is having sex in suit, but for every 10,000 fursuit, there's like one mersuit. I mean... interesting statistics? Been exposed to the concept of catgirls and such as in anime with a sexual message being intentional, and the concept of a furry is mostly heavily inspired by this trait. I don't want anyone with fur-covered body, person who has extras that are similar to animals such as ears and tails and horns. That's hot as heck. Yeah, right? Like, ears and a tail, horns, but like you're basically human other than that. The second you start adding like full body hair and everything like that and fur and stuff, it's like, okay, now we're crossing a line, right? So I can definitely see that. So I don't have a problem with it, but I just, like, it's not my thing. It's a song about Tony, also ignorant. I thought it was an appeal to adolescence thing. I mean, it could be. That is kind of what I thought from the loud 20% of people that are outsiders here from the inside community. Thinking demi-human compared to furry. But Haffy, see, you're thinking about it of the nuances of being inside the community. Like, a random person sees a cat girl and they're like, that's a furry. Right? Like, we're talking, like, random average Joe people. Right? Like, they don't know the difference and the nuance. They see anything that's like animal features and it's furry. Right? But they see a mascot and the mascot is completely different. So it's definitely the mentality towards it. Muzzles and fur are too much for me. I'd respect them as people, but not be interested in them sexually. Yeah. I can see a cat girl and I know it's a neko, but others won't know. Exactly, Haffy. There's a spectrum for everything, right? So, it's hard to say with that for, like, you know, anything. That's why it's like, I don't take anything like that seriously, because I don't take the people seriously who are open-minded discussion. True, boy. That's what we're all about here. We're all about discussing hard topics and things that people are scared because of, you know, they're subversive, they're diversive, they're hard topics, they're, sometimes scary, sometimes disgusting, sometimes fucked up. But I think it's important to have those discussions. And to know that we are human and we have reasoning and we can separate. Yo, thanks for the follow! It's Leland and Rusty Plant. Yo, what's up? Mascot is a person who wears a costume to promote something. A furry wears a costume because it makes them feel comfortable or sexy. It's their life, not ours, so leave them alone. But I'm just saying, Sean, like, the layman knows the difference between them, but that's the only thing they know. From the outside, it's hard to understand without someone from the inside explaining. Exactly, Happy, that's what I'm saying. It's like, if it's a random person, but a random person can still tell the difference between a mascot and a furry. That's what I'm saying. That's why there's such a fine line, right? Because it's the reasoning behind why you're doing it. Like, you go into Boston Pizza and there's, like, the like, mascot dude walking around to, like, cheer up the kids and, like, talk to the kids hanging out balloons and stuff like that, right? Like, you're not thinking about that as a furry. But if you were, like, at a bar or a nightclub and you saw a guy dressed up like that, then you'd think he was a furry. It's context, position, and where it is. And that's the nuance of the difference that a layman has. Plain and simple, right? A mascot takes off the costume as soon as they're allowed, while the furry puts on the costume as soon as they're allowed. That's a good way of saying it, Sean. But what about people that, like, work at Disneyland that, like, love the costumes, but they're not furries? Like, this guy's been Goofy for, like, 25 years, but he's not a furry. Right? I'll never leave them alone. I love people and I don't want to be alone. I just mean in the fact of, because originally this conversation stemmed from death threats. Right? And the fact that someone would go to the length of making a death threat or caring enough to even consider killing someone over their sexual deviancies. Unless it harmed someone else. Right? Like a pedophile, right? Rapist. This might be a sexual deviancy, but it harms someone else. Fundamentally, putting on a fursuit doesn't harm anyone. Right? When I say leave them alone, I mean don't pick on them. Yeah, that's what Sean means. Yeah, I know what you mean, Sean. Man, we've had like 3 epic conversations so far this stream, guys. I love this shit. I love this shit. These are really good topics to have conversations about. If you're a mature adult and you can have discussions about things and set compromises and find middle ground with people, you should have no trouble having these discussions. But that's only like 4% of the population. The other 96% of the population would fucking, like, report me, ban, like block me, and, like, spam in the chat until they're banned. But luckily, we're a very small channel and we don't have to worry about that because no one knows of me, which is very nice. The reason why I kind of like being, like, super small, because I have enough content to continue making content, but I don't, like, have to worry about all that extra bullshit. It's like the perfect balance, right? And again, I'm just privileged enough to be able to live that life. So I want to spread it to you guys, give you guys taste and a feel of knowing what it could be like, and that it is possible. Difference to mascots and fursuits is fursuits are higher quality and handmade when most mascots are poorly put together and low quality. I don't know about that, Haffy. I don't know about that. I wasn't saying mascots and fursuits are the same thing, but they look similar and hence can trigger subtle unconscious reactions and phobia and stuff who don't look into themselves. Exactly. Salty. I can agree with that, definitely.
and again, it's context, right? Like, if you see a mascot outside of an event, it's weird. You're like, what the fuck? Just walking down the street randomly? You know what I mean? Damn it, don't pick on anyone for being what they are. You can tease people about a great deal of many things. Sexual preferences shouldn't be one of them, unless we're talking to Scotty, because it's part of the fun. See, that's the thing, Sean, is I think you can make fun of them. I think you can make fun of them. But I don't think you should be malicious. We're talking about, like, death threats. I'm like, you could say that's disgusting, that's gross, I don't advocate for that. You know, keep that away from me. I don't want to go near that. You know, you're weird for doing that. I have no problem with that. But the second you're like, you should die because of that, I'm like, yo, bro, take a step fucking back, right? Like, if you can't take making fun of, I'm sorry, but that's on you. Everyone's allowed to make fun of anyone for anything. Period. That's basically freedom of speech. As long as you're not inciting violence, right, you're completely fine. But we were originally talking about inciting violence. So that's where the line is drawn. So, honestly, I think you... And like I said, I'm a big fan of public shaming. So if you're bringing your fetishes out into the public, I think you should be shamed for them. Because those fetishes, it's not you should be ashamed of it. It's the fact that it's something that you should keep private to yourself and you shouldn't flaunt to other people. Right? Like, you shouldn't be walking around holding it on your chest. It's something that, yeah, it's a part of you. Yeah, sure, it's a cool thing. You can do things with it. Like me, I'm a cross-dresser and I dress up on the full moon. It's something I have ad-libbed towards, I have fun with, but I don't make it, like, 100% me. I'm not on here in a dress every day. It's just way too much fucking work. Thing is, furries don't always public suiting. They keep it to their own home and fur meets and fur conventions. Exactly, Happy, and I think that should be the case. If your intent is to get sexual gratification from the fursuit, and you're wearing the fursuit in public, where potentially children could be, that's not a good thing. If you can't pick on someone for what they are, what would you be picking on them for? It wouldn't make sense if it wasn't to do with them, but do it in good faith. I mean, people pick on people because, like, they don't know. Like, people pick on people because they think one way, right? So, I mean, you can pick on people for things that aren't true because you're retarded, right? And just, like, misinformed. So there is that. We are back at the difference for fursuiting and mersuiting again. No, Happy, it's the difference between you going to somewhere that's a fursuit convention and you walking down Main Street in a fursuit. Going to Walmart in a fursuit. Picking up your kid from school in a fursuit. Versus, like, you wear it in your house as foreplay. Maybe the hate has its roots in something looking adolescent plus sex. I think it is the public, like we were talking about this earlier, Tony. It's about the public advocation for sex. And a culture around public sex. It's like you shouldn't be sexualizing yourself in public. Period. A better world would be a world where people don't sexualize themselves in public, whether you're a man or a woman. Right? I, for one, don't even know the term mersuiting. Sean, mersuiting is like you're actually fucking with the suit on. Like you're two animals. Whereas, like, the other one is just, like, you use it for, like, foreplay and, like, build-up. Right? And, like, entertainment and, like, you know... like, escapism, role-playing. But most of the time, you're out of the fursuit by the time you're fucking, right? Or you're, like, just wearing, like, the top of, like, the head, right? Something like that. Again, it's a spectrum. So, I think Scotty understands the difference, but doesn't want it for his point, because as the outsider to the community, he is removing the nuance for the perspective of wider outside community. Oh, yeah, Salty, like, I understand the furry community. I'm not retarded when it comes to it, but I'm looking at it from the perspective of, like, say, my dad. Who, like, knows it exists and knows it's a thing, but, like, he's not on the internet. Right? Let's just say that. Alright, 3, 2, 1, toke! Well, I don't differentiate between the two. If they keep it in private between them and their lovers, it's all good. Flaunting it is what I'd say is indecent. Same as if I tried having vanilla sex in public just isn't right. Exactly, Sean. And it's the culture behind it. The culture pushing that this is okay to be. But it's not just okay to be. It's like okay to be public. Right? There's nothing... It's like... The culture should be... There's nothing wrong with doing things inside of your own spaces. The problem is when you leave those spaces with it. And the encouragement is to walk down the street in your fursuit. And I think that's the problem. Wearing a standard fursuit for fun, conventions, or role-playing in the furry... wearing modified fursuit not sexual activity. Guys, I just had a crazy thought. Holy shit. I just had a crazy thought. Holy fuck. Okay. 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 Now I'm trying to debunk this because I don't want to say something retarded. And I think I debunked it. Hold on. Okay, it's a perspective thing. It's a perspective thing. I guess there's a majority preference sex-wise. As soon as you deviate from that, you're outside. Outsiders generally attract hate, I think. I agree, Tony. I agree. Anyways, fuck anyone who writes a death threats that isn't for banter. Exactly, Salty. Like me saying kill yourself, Smokey, or Smokey saying kill yourself. We know we're bantering and we're just fucking around, having a good time, right? At this point, I'm surprised nobody is getting whole body tattoos to be furry all the time. Sean, they exist. Sean, you know how you're like, I want to find something that exists? Look it up. It exists. There are people that do it. They'll put, like, tattoos of scales. They'll do fur. They'll do, like, different patterns and colors. Different animals with different, like, lengths of fur. Like, I've seen this shit, bro. They go to, like, insane lengths. Like, taking, like, 5 years to do the full body thing. And, like, $20,000 or something like that. Like, crazy shit. Like, getting nose modifications and stuff. Ear modifications. People are crazy. Okay, hold on. Let me put this thought out there. No, I think I completely debunked it. Never mind. I think I completely debunked my thought. I was gonna say, wait, are blowjobs and anal sex gay? Because, you know, technically, the only, like, difference between, like, a man giving you a blowjob and a woman giving you a blowjob, or a man you having anal sex with a man and having anal sex with a woman, is the fact that you could potentially, with a woman, also have sex with her vagina. So, depending upon your perspective,
a blowjob is either gay or not gay. I was gonna say beard, but there are women who have beards. Let's be fair. There are. You ever been tickled by some fucking facial hair being given a blowjob? You ain't fucked you ain't fucked one of them yet. Say it's about giving the blowjob, not accepting it. So if a guy gave you a blowjob, it's not gay for you receiving the blowjob, it's only gay for the dude giving the blowjob. 'Cause he's sucking a dick. I like it, Sean. I like it. This is sound logic, guys. And Haffy, I'm gonna make a judgment call here. I'm sorry, Haffy. But it's like, it's not an immediate one. I'm gonna see if Nico's here. Is Nico here? I'm gonna message him and see if Nico's here. I have experience in that area, and I would confirm. I want to see something. You want to see something funny? Yes, Happy. I do want to see something funny. I love fucking humor. In technical speaking, yes, but I still wouldn't accept it. We all experimented in college, right, guys? The fuck is this? Okay. Nico is here. Happy, since we've kind of like gotten off and spent it, I don't want to, you know, since Nico's here, this was depending upon whether Nico was here or not. We'll save chapter 29 and we'll do Nico's. Cuz we've still got to watch the finals between Flash and Soma. Being straight, I've done some gay shit. See, and that's the thing, is like, I'm bi because, like, I like dick, but I am not at all attracted to dudes. Does that make sense? Like, it's just specifically the dick. But, like, I'm just not turned... Even someone who's, like, Ryan Reynolds, or, like, Hugh Jackman, or, like, Jason Statham, or frickin', Kit Harington, I don't know. Tom Holland. I think that is called masturbation, Scotty. Wait, what? For being... Wait, what? I'm not attracted to dudes, that I just like dicks? Like, the reason why I'm attracted to a dude is his dick? But, like, I'm attracted to, like, a woman's face, or, like, something like that? But it's, like... That's why it's, like, it's more fuda? Right? Like, chicks with dicks? Or, like, trans? Or, like, cross-dressers? Right? As opposed to, like... But then it's like, you want to get dicked down by, like, a big fucking Rambo, right? So it's like, there's a compromise. I don't know, it's weird, right? It's weird. But it's like, I don't look at a dude and I say, dude, you're attractive. I look at a dude and I say, I want your dick. How big is your dick? Right? Like, I wouldn't want a romantic relationship with a man. Right? I just want you to fuck me. But, like, I want a relationship with, like, a woman. Right? Fuda porn is better because more tits. Change my mind, I dare you. Well, you have one who's a Fuda, so you have tits, so you don't have a dude fucking a chick. You just have a chick with a dick fucking another chick. And then you can actually get the dick, and then you don't have to worry about, like, having a strap-on or a dildo or some shit like that
The FFS is based on an interpretation of transhumanism, which asserts that one should aim to surpass the human condition through technology, primarily concerning human morphology and anthropomorphism, which is linked to the furry fandom and theory-anthropy. Other kinkity having the stated goal to use biological science to bring anthropomorphic animal features to the human body, a goal held by many furries and theorians. Oh, so you mean use genetic engineering to turn us into furries? One day there will be cat girls. We know that it's possible, we just don't know how to do it. So that's the actual foundation that's like funding the research that's actually going to be able to do that. That is freedom of democracy. That we can spend all of our tax money, fuck the military. We're taking all of our tax money and we're putting it into making cat girls real. Who wouldn't mind paying double the amount of tax to make sure that within 5 years cat girls were real? I would sum that up with one word in my head, in one word, and it's Darwinism in my head. I want cat girls, but I'd also want to be a cat girl. But I'd be like a cat femboy. Right? So, like, make it so, like, I don't grow hair below my eyebrows. And, like, I have, like, a tail and ears. I'm down. Now, the question is, do they need to be bred this way, or can they just be, like, can you give me an injection that turns me into a femboy cat girl? Or cat boy? That's the question. Can I take a pill that will turn me into that? I don't care for my looks, but I'd love to have a better hearing and taste. I mean, I would prefer to not have to wear glasses. So, like, I'd prefer better sight. But, like, I have pretty good hearing, and, like, I have really good taste, because I fucking love food. As of 2024, FFS staff performs research in bioinformatics related to theoretical strategies to modify hair growth, skin texture, and other properties of human integument. It's also performed small-scale in vitro experiments studying biomolecular interactions of the WNT signaling pathway in hair follicles, which is believed to partially determine hair thickness. I don't care if, better sniffing abilities and being able to see more colors. A wider color spectrum would be fucking crazy. Seeing colors that you've never seen before. Or, like, fixing any kind of even minor color blindness that you have. Dude, that would be sick. That would be sick. Okay, Nico, your chapter is up now. Let's go. Chapter 10. Are you ready? Because my thought towards the transhumanism is that you should be using your mind to evolve beyond your human state. So whereas... what is let's look at this as a baseline. What is a better philosophy for the foundation of a civilization? To genetically modify your current existence, or to mentally modify your current existence? What is a stronger ideology as a foundation of society? Wasps see colors on plants that we don't, and it's not on painting of plants, so that's why bees and wasps don't care about pictures of plants. It's called, like, bee purple. That's interesting, Salty. Does it have something to do with the mix between... because bees, like, see and, like, taste with, like the same, like, wavelengths.
right? And like smell, right? It's like all one wavelength. Like if you mushed all their senses together. So would that be why? Because it's an aspect of smell as well? I wonder about that. Because you know people that can like see sound? Or like hear colors? I don't know, I saw it on QI earlier, I'm not an expert. I know, I'm just positing questions. Because I think it's important to expand your mind and think about things. And say, huh, I wonder about this. This makes me... And then see all the avenues for it. Again, I think that's why my mind works so well with connections. Because I'm always like, huh, what if you did this and this and this and this? What about that and that? And then I'm like, well, that doesn't work because you could do this and that and this. Right? It's like... You're going through this entire process with the idea in your head at every point in time, right? And that's how my mind is. And then I think of people that don't do that, and I'm like, well, what are they doing inside of their head? They're like, nothing. And I'm like, wait, nothing? Nothing? What do you mean, nothing? Like, you're just being hyperbolic, right? Like, you're just, like, excluding all of the background noise? Like, that would be, like, filtered out? Like, the 1,000 thoughts that fly at you every second that you're just like, fuck off? And it's like, no, there's nothing there. I can't comprehend that, right? Or like, every given second, my head is just, like, exploding. And it's like a true tactic to pick and choose which one of those I fucking let through, right? People are built for pattern recognition, and I'm pretty good at that. Autism power, go. See, I'm not good at that, Salty. I'm good at, like, recalling things through, like, you know, like attaching an entire memory or something to, like, a word and then having that recalled. Like, I'm good at recalling things on, like, command when I've established a command to recall it. But, like... those matching games and shit like that, I'm fucking horrible at that shit. I couldn't, like, it's like, okay, what was the color before? It was like, wait, was it green or yellow? It's like, dude, the color just passed in front of you. I'm like, I don't know. It was probably blue. And they're like, it was orange. And I'm like, fuck. Why am I so... It's because my mind is just doing too many things at once. Alright, we're gonna have another token, then we're gonna start Nico's story. Chapter 10. And then again, because I'm super fucking tired as shit today. So I got weed, went over to my sister's, played with the kids for like 4 hours, and then walked home. So I'm like fucking beat. So we're gonna have a shorter stream today too. So hopefully we can get through this, put on the StarCraft, watch that finals, and move up on our way, right? And fuck Smokey today. My memory recall is something I don't control. I just ride that wave of experience. I try and set, like, oh, this is, like, the thing that's connected to this that would recall everything. Like, it's, like, the center of the web that would make me remember everything else. But then I forget what that is. And I'll just randomly be reminded of it. Memories pop in and out on their own discretion. Yeah, exactly, Salty. And it's just like, well, I didn't need to have that memory right now. Fuck. 3, 2, 1, toke. Alright. I had to take a piss. And then, we'll start that shit. Alright, let's get into it. Here we go. This is Nico's story, chapter 10. First days of the teenagers, soldiers were intense. Soon as they were conscripted and grouped into their regiments, their physical capabilities were tested. Some coped better than others. The living conditions in the lower city were harsh, perfect for forging a kid into a fighter. But a few were undernourished. Fuck, I still have to decide on a spell for D&D tomorrow. It's not tomorrow. Well, maybe it is for you. Because it's still Wednesday for me. So it's still technically 2 days for me. But I see what you mean, which is why I miscalculated why, like, by 1 day, and the finals is today, but technically, it's still like 48 hours until, the PoE expansion. So tomorrow we'll just kind of be fucking around, and tomorrow will be another early day, because we're going to have D&D on Friday, and we're going to be a long-ass stream, because we're playing PoE. We might do like a 15-hour stream, depending upon how good PoE is. So we're going to go fucking hard, so I want to be like, fucking strapped in for that shit. For those orders were given to fatten them up. Of course, the atmosphere was gloomy. War. It occupied their minds. They were afraid of dying without having any say in it. This feeling was, of course, mixed within the companies. Tomorrow never comes? You are talking to the future right now, Scotty. Well, I know, it's because what, you're 8 hours ahead of me? Or something like that? Like, it's 10:30 now, so it's 4:30 for you, right? Sorry, no, it'd be 6:30, otherwise you'd be... No, wait. You're only... 5... Wait. No, you're 6.5 hours or something like that. 6 to 8 hours, something like that. 5:30. 7 hours. Ads! Fuck ads. God damn it. Said the Times. Either side. That's how good I am at decision making, Salty. I can never choose the right one, but I always come close. I love ads to me, and some wanderlustful ads will be where I want to see. Why am I be what we see we are for me to be? I didn't get any W. Damn, that sucks, Salty. Do you need a W? I can give you a W. It's called Wisconsin. Bitch. This feeling was, of course, mixed within the companies. Some were fired up at the idea of smashing Brits. Others were anxious. Command noticed that morale was at rock bottom, tried to reassure them by telling them they were only in training, and that they wouldn't be sent to war unless a critical situation arose. The teams were a reserve, a last resort. That eased tensions, but didn't fully erase their worries. Wilhelm received combat training like everyone else. He learned how to move in formation, section-level maneuvers. All of this was combined with physical conditioning exercises, running, strength training, everything designed to make them operational, both physical and tactical. Of course, it also helped keep their minds occupied. The instructors were strict but not abusive. They were well aware they needed motivated soldiers. Over the days, Wilhelm thought about his mother. I didn't get any ads. W. Oh, so you're catching. Here I am throwing W's at you, and you already got W's, Salty. I mean, that's just how you accumulate W's, my man. That's all I can say is W. Fuck it. That's just, now you're just compiling your fucking W's. That's how the dominoes fall. Of course, it also helped keep their minds occupied. Instructors were strict but not abusive. They were all aware they needed motivated soldiers. That's how I grammar. True, Salty. Over the days, Wilhelm thought about his mother. He wondered where she was. He had asked his supervisor, but all they could tell him was that the war had not yet begun. W! One morning, Wilhelm was coming back from a 12-kilometer armed run through the city. Do you know what the word... Okay, in a way, Salty, let me know if you agree with this. Is W the fun... Like, does W represent the fundamental problem with the English language? Because I think there's a profoundly powerful thought behind that. Because it's like, it's obviously not a W, it's a double V. Because the letter and the word and pronunciation and just spelling and everything just don't line up with the actual words themselves, right? Which is like how English is. Like, words just like, yeah, that's what it is and that's what the word means, but that's not actually what it is, right? It's a double V, but we call it a W. Well, why isn't it a W? Well, that's because that's just the way it is. And it's like, you could easily change it and just call it a double V instead of a W. Oh, the actual letter and sound and whatnot. Yeah. And since it's like a letter that's a fundamental part of the alphabet, it's like built into the alphabet itself is a letter that describes the fucking language to a T and how retarded it is. That there just seems to be no logical correlation between things when it comes to English, because it's like fucking every language morphed into one. So I just had that thought of like, the W, does that represent the foundation of how bad the English... Lowercase is ooh, but capital is W. Wait, you write a lowercase W like that? Is that an English thing? Dude, you might have just figured out the origins of the W to me. I think that is the evolution of text over calligraphy. Because I was like, if you look at, like, cursive, in cursive, I would say even the capital W is probably a double U. Like, I'm trying to imagine cursive in my head. And just, like, with the angles and the style and the way that it is, I'm like, you generally don't see sharp angles. Because sharp angles, like, ruin the flow. So I'm pretty sure actually in cursive it is a W. I meant, what is calligraphy? Calligraphy is like Japanese, Chinese, like, it's like symbolism and imagery inside of the letters themselves instead of an individual letter. Right? So not quite hieroglyphs where it's like the image, but it's like each line or tiny image inside of it as a representation, right? Like a Japanese kanji. Man, we're having an intellectual day today, guys. This is high IQ shit. Wondered where she was. He had asked his superiors, but all they could tell him was that the war had not yet begun. One morning, Wilhelm was coming back from a 12-kilometer armed run through the city. Ah, so I was still right that calligraphy, but spelt it horribly. Yeah. I was like, I know that's spelt wrong, but I don't know how to spell it right. It's because it's graph. Calligraph. E. Fuck Callie. Wilhelm was coming back from a 12-kilometer armed run through the city. He was soaked in sweat. His Gorka was breathable. It wasn't breathable at all. He was burning up. Back in the barracks, took off the top part of his uniform and started washing himself with a sponge. That's when he heard whistles and laughter. Turned his head and saw a group of girls, including the one with almond-shaped eyes, looking at him. He was more solidly built than dead. He had never really paid attention to it, but apparently it had caught the girl's interest. After the surprise, Wilhelm decided to play along a bit. He slung his top over his shoulder, tilted his head, and winked at the curious group. Girls whistled and clapped even louder. Among them, one of the girls, a blonde, bolder than the others, nudged her Asian friend. Hey, Nina, look, he's pretty good looking, don't you think? Yo, what's up, Cupcake? Because this is Thriller Night, Michael Jackson. Fuck yeah, I want to see the Michael Jackson movie so bad. I'm so excited for it. I fucking love MJ, guys. It's so good. He's like what got me into the beats, man, and like dancing and shit like that. My parents like absolutely love like classic rock and like Elvis and like Michael Jackson and you know, all the good classics. I'm the biggest fan. Well, we were earlier, Cupcake, in the stream making comparisons to the most famous humans ever. And we were like, Jesus, Adolf Hitler, and Michael Jackson. And you could argue the order of Michael Jackson and Hitler, but you know, it is what it is. But it's like Jesus and then Michael Jackson. Like, okay. Then we had the discussion that it's actually Jesus, Muhammad, and then Michael Jackson. I joined and started that tangent with the YouTube short. Bart Simpson. Nah, Bart Humanson. Ooh, interesting. Interesting, Cupcake. Bart Humanson. I love Bart Simpson, though. But I'm not the singer, like the character from The Simpsons. Bart Dixon. It's hard. Now there's a nudged her Asian friend. Hey, Nina. Look, he's pretty good looking, don't you think? Nina studied the young man standing about 10 meters away. Her gaze lingered on his flat stomach before she looked away. He's not bad, she admitted. But he's a damn slacker. Party pooper. Like my dick! True, Cupcake. True, bro. Her friend shot back. We're all gonna die soon anyway, so slacker or not. It's not gonna stop me from trying my luck. Nina gave her an accusative look. You're really that desperate? For a virgin on borrowed time, yeah? Nina burst out laughing, surprised by the blunt answer. Wilhelm walked over to the group, still carrying his Gork over his shoulder. Nah, I'm a Simp's son, boy. Through and through. True, Salty, true. Nina burst out laughing, surprised by the blunt answer. Wilhelm walked over to the group, still carrying his Gork over his shoulder. The blonde girl gave him a bright smile, while her friend pouted. That caught his attention. He looked at her with curiosity. It was the same girl he had seen during induction. She had very pale skin, and her almond-shaped eyes gave her an exotic look. Her open, calico jacket revealed her bare stomach. You could see her ribs under her skin. She must have been among those receiving extra rations. She was pretty, especially with that slightly sulky expression. Cause this and Knight and Scotty, I didn't say it. Nigga! I would like to die, but Elvis... like to die like Elvis, but that is about it. Dying on the shitter full of fucking drugs? My one last shit! My one last blow! Let's go! She followed his gaze and reacted bluntly. If you keep staring at me like that, your eyes are gonna pop out of their sockets. True. Nair. Hell yeah, brother. Nair. Nair! Nye, you are! You talk, pig. You were the ones whistling at me. He shot back immediately. We whistled. We didn't invite you. You were checking me out. Just say it if you're starved for attention. Leah, hold my gun. Nina shouted. The blonde girl grabbed her friend's MAS 4956 rifle. Nina removed her jacket, ending up in a crop top, then grabbed Wilhelm and dragged him onto the training ground. Whoa, whoa, what are you doing? I'm gonna teach you a lesson. She faced off. Wilhelm raised his fists in front of his face. Nina rushed him, winding up a strike. Wilhelm shifted leg left to dodge, but she slammed into him, clinching him. The impact staggered him, and she used it to take him to the ground. She ended up on top of him, raising her fist to smash it into his face. But Wilhelm had one advantage. He was a man, and sturdier. Using his right arm, he managed to throw her off balance, but couldn't pin her down. She rolled away and got back up, landing a kick to his chest that pushed him back. They both stood again. I like that fact. Yeah, good luck holding me down. You can try, but you're gonna get like 3 to 5 seconds, and then you're gonna be fucking just... The guy's gonna stand up. Right? Tried a right hook. She ducked under and landed a body shot. So I like how realistic that is, Nico. It's not just like, I'm a girl boss, I'm gonna beat you, bitch. It's like, yeah, I'm good, and damn, you held your own and shit, right? Like, fuck, that was good. But, like, you know, there's, like, a difference, right? What the fuck happened here? It, like, went off playlist, and I was like, wait, why did it stop? There we go. They both stood again. He tried a right hook. She ducked under and landed a body shot. He staggered, face twisted in pain. He managed to grab her, lift her, and slam her down. She was so light. He dropped to one knee from the pain in his side and didn't see her punch coming. Smashed into his face, and he went down at the same time as she lost her balance from fatigue. They ended up lying side by side on the concrete, both out of breath. Will spoke first. Damn, you hit hard. You fight well, she admitted out of breath. That's the best fight I've had, he said, thinking of Den. We can do it later, whenever you want. Is it like freezing? Yeah, okay, fuck you two, being all weird. That's the best fight I've had, he said, thinking of Den. We can do it again whenever you want. Deal, except next time without our clothes on. They're gonna fuck, right? He offered his fist. She pressed hers against it. When a jet of water splashed over them, they sat up, coughing. An instructor stood above them with a bucket. Done socializing? Yes. Yes, what? Yes, Sergeant. Good. Get up and stop breaking yourselves before the war. Willem and Nina stood. Before separating, Willem asked for her name. She told him, then rejoined her friends. He watched her walk away, and for a moment he almost forgot he might die within a year. On his side, Den was settling into his battalion. The sinister Ravens were made up of killers and some of the best, most violent and of the Undercity scum. He didn't blame them. He had several executions to his name. Teenagers he was assigned to were very aggressive, but nothing that scared him. He was a street kid too. On arrival, he was greeted by a group of boys his age. One of them had the angel's smile scars on his cheeks, long black hair like his, and a collection of black and red tattoos on his arms. He stepped up face to face, taller than Den, but Den held his gaze. He noticed 3 parallel scars on his left arm. Nice kill count, Den said. You're tied with mine. It was a calculated provocation. Guys like this, he couldn't afford to look weak. The opponent smiled, glanced at his friends, and suddenly moved like a whip, but instead of striking, he hooked Den's head under his arm and rubbed his knuckles over his scalp. Noogie! This one's worthy of a bad omen. He laughed, and without warning, he dragged Den toward the others. The group was varied. One had a human mandible tattooed over his lower face, another had long hair but a shaved side. Den greeted them one by one. Training began. First came physical conditioning. Den was lean but fit and handled it easily. Then came hand-to-hand combat and tactical maneuvers. One day, walking back to his barracks, he took a narrow passage between two halls and found himself blocked by two girls. They looked at him like predators, two brunettes, one with an asymmetrical bob like Alice, with stitched tattoos on her cheeks and completed darkened eyelids. The other had a shaved head and only a bandage covering her chest. "What do you want?" Den asked. "Your rations, now," first one said, arms crossed against the wall. Den couldn't help but chuckle and kept walking without looking at them, but the second grabbed his shoulder. He violently shoved her back into the concrete wall. She dropped to her knees from the impact. The other lunged at him, but he grabbed her and threw her down. The first tried again to tackle him and to bring him down, but he stayed standing and drove a knee into her stomach. "Stop!" he shouted. One on the ground got up. The other held her stomach. "I said stop!" he repeated. "You're not good enough." They slowly got up and left without another word. Den sighed. He was tired of it. The violence here forced constant hypervigilance, and over time it was exhausting. Weeks passed. Den felt isolated from Alice, and the atmosphere in the battalion wasn't to his taste. The members were hard to deal with. Fights were frequent. Soldiers often walked around with cuts or split lips. Command was well aware of the indiscipline, but fortunately they didn't entrust the worst scum of the lower city to just any officer. It took a strong spine to manage them without calling for disciplinary executions every 15 minutes. The instructors didn't go easy on them either. The only language their recruits understood was hit them. If they don't want to get hit, if they don't want to get it, hit harder. Despite everything, Den was integrating well. He was one of the few not causing trouble, and as a result of his reliability, he was promoted to corporal. Learned quickly and impressed the instructors, who even delegated parts of training to him. After several weeks of basic and survival training, things became serious. Airborne combat training. All new recruits received their final equipment: composite armor, jetpacks, and vibroblades mounted on their wrists in addition to firearms. The gear amazed the recruits. They had never seen such advanced technology. They didn't expect to be entrusted with such precious relics. Soon after, during a training exercise meant to teach them how to use the thrusters, the sergeants began yelling at one of Den's squad mates, a 15-year-old man named Nagaj, who couldn't stabilize himself during jumps and kept crashing on landing. "Damn it, who gave me this piece of shit?" the instructor shouted. "I'm doing my best, Sergeant." "That's your best? Your mother gave birth to close to a wall!" Naga drew. Because, like, he shot out and, like, hit his head against the wall. That's fucking clever. That's fucking funny. It's like a double insult. Nagaj drew his pistol and pointed at the sergeant's head. "Don't insult my mother, you son of a bitch." And Den reacted instantly. He grabbed Nagaj's arm, twisted it until it dropped the P-38, and swept his legs out from under him. "Let go of me!" the croak shouted. "Shut up!" Den snapped, slapping his helmet. "Calm down now. I'm gonna kill you all." Nagaj struggled. Den twisted his subordinate's arm behind his back. This was bad. And it went on. He would have to break it. And he didn't want that. But he was doing his duty. He hadn't forgotten Alistar Urushal's promise. "From the window to the wall, to the sweat running down my balls! Skeet, 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 motherfucker! Skeet, 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 skeet!" "Stop or I'll break your arm, Nagaj. When we yell at you, it's so you don't break your damn legs, idiot." "What? You're in an assault unit. Everything we do is so you survive. I didn't ask to be here. Maybe not, but it's war. Pull your head out of your ass. You're here to learn how to not die. The instructor watched silently, arms crossed, not intervening. He let Den take control. It was in his interest. Den was a good soldier, capable of channeling the others. The sergeant came from the same background and had gone through the same stages, but it was Den the recruits would follow. Because of them, he was one of their own. Nagaj eventually calmed down. The sergeant still sent him to the brig so he could reflect on his actions. I like the idea of this, of like the commander knowing that he needs someone to be like a mediary between the group, and he's using Dan as that mediary. I love this. This shows like high level, like planning and integral thought when it comes to the characters. War, huh? What is it good for? What's war good for? Hold on, let me see what war is good for. 1 second.
Gentlemen, Operation Bait Van Winkle is a resounding success. Alucard is now exactly where we need him to be so we can move forward with our little surprise. However, before we begin our next phase, I would like to take some time to address a rumor floating around the fleet. Some of you have come to believe that I like war. I wish to dash these rumors. I do not like war. I love war. Through my life, I have discovered so many forms of war. You get up in the morning, you get into your shitty car, and you see a rich CEO who works half as hard as you do drive down the street in his Porsche. Class 4. You make it to work, and you find out that the annual drug test is today. And you just so happen to take a puff of your one-hitter a couple nights ago before dinner with your wife's awful parents. Drug war. But then, you find out that the only ones being called in for testing are your black and Hispanic co-workers. Race war. Then you try and post about it on your Facebook, but then all your friends start arguing about what's right and what's wrong. Flame war. You finally get home and you decide to relax by watching a program about who gets the box, what's in the box, how much is what's in the box worth. Storage wars. What I am telling you, my Nazi army of 1,000 vampires, is that I am a purveyor of war. And with your help over the years, we are now at the precipice of our true goal. You see, I want a simple war. No class wars, no drug wars, no race wars, no flame wars, and certainly no cold wars. Blue bought for 40 years. What I want is a war that only we can bring. A true war. A German war. The sequel you've all been waiting for. I want World War III!
So war is good for entertainment. I mean, what? War is good for communication. I mean, what? Sergeant came from the same background, had gone through the same stages, but it was Den the recruits would follow. Because to them, he was one of their own. Nagaj eventually calmed down, but the sergeant still sent him to the brig so he could reflect on his actions. The rest of the exercise went smoothly. Var Revolution! True. And that evening, the sergeant filled a report. The report went straight to the lieutenant colonel in command of the battalion. Well, the colonel murmured, reading the pages. I understand why he was recommended to us. What are your impressions, Captain? Honestly, that boy is impressive. Combines the best of both worlds. He rose as a pack leader while still being a good soldier. He has everything takes to become a lieutenant after training. Make him an effective officer. That kid has the future. Captain nodded and left the room. The commander leaned back in his chair. Every intake was the same. Some young talent rising above the rest. He smiled. Finally, it was about time. No, that was a good chapter, Nico. I like that. Getting more personal with it, showing him where he's at, his mental state, what he's gonna do, what he's got, who he's actually with, what he has to deal with, and how he moved up in the ranks because of his upbringing, because he's, like, basically raised to be like this, right? So he kind of has a one-up on other random people, as he's, like, born to be prepared for war, right? And he also has the vengeance of, like trying to, like, you know, for his mom, right? So, revenge against what's-his-fuck, guy who killed his mom. And then he's separated from Alice, so it's like the anxiety of that, of what is she doing, right? The shit that's going on here. And I'm sure there's gonna be like a, oh, he said, she said kind of idea where it's like, you know, like with Wilhelm and the girl, like people are gonna like hit on either of them and they're gonna think about the other one being hit on, and it's gonna be like the back and forth. What doctors tell me, coffee is a poor substitute for sleep. What I hear, it might not be ideal, but Hugo, what's up? What you doing? What you at, my man? Today's been a good day. Got lots done. Ate okay and had a great workout and produced a piece of YouTube Shorts content. Fuck yeah, Blessed. Let's go, bro. What you doing? What you at? What you got? Welcome, my man. What you guys doing today? He said, she said bullshit. True, Salty. That's usually how it always goes. But the question is, do they care? And are they gonna let that get in the way of their relationships? It's like trusting that the other person was actually doing something and not just being retarded, right? And didn't actually cheat on you, right? Obviously. About to get into guitar practice. Fuck yeah, Hugo. Let's go. We got ads, though. Ads. It's dad. We got ads with a bad rad. For dad, pad, bad rad, ad fads. He's an ad when we bad for the rad. No ads for me. Fuck yeah, let's go. Blessed. Fuck ads. Turbo, yes. Woo woo. Let's go, Blessed. Alright, well. Okay, so we're gonna move on to StarCraft now, guys. It's the finals. It's the big moment. It's the big time now. It is. The finals. Are you guys ready? Alright, let's get into it! It's the finals! I'm so excited, guys. I'm slowly re-engaging with social media. It feels strange, like I've missed so much, and then again, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's just the way it is, right? I feel that way about my YouTube channels. I've neglected them over other priorities, right? But it is what it is. You can't win them all. Anyways, I'll be right back.
생애 최초 결승전체 저구왕
시점 가장 창의적이고 가장 공격적이고 가장 유연한 플레이를 보여주는
최고의 승률을 자랑하고 있는 진짜가 돌아왔어요.
생각에 딜레이가 없는 것 같이 움직여요.
압도적입니다. 5회 우승은 꿈이 아닌 것 같은 그런.
지금은 저의 세대입니다. 영호 형이 저한테 지는 그림이 그려져요. 원래 제 자리였기 때문에 가져올 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
ASL Season 21 Finals.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the ASL Season 21 Finals. And what a finals it is going to be. Soma versus Flash. This might be one of the best ones we've ever had, Artosis.
Dude, this is purely epic. It's like the best of the new generation against the greatest of all time. You actually can't really write anything better than this. I know people were kind of hyped, and I was as well, to potentially have like a J-Dong Flash finals. But this is, like, if this is actually Flash's last tournament, this is the test. It's the guy that just won ASL. It's the most complete Zerg player we have, the new generation, the young, hungry player, going against the old hat that is Flash. So, like, I can't wait, man. This is going to be amazing.
Yeah, this, and I love that you pointed out Soma just won the most recent ASL, right? So this is, you know, Flash has been gone for a couple years. He's coming back. He is now going to be going up against, you know, the newly minted best in the world. And let's also point out, you know, Flash.
Great living fan, yo! Thank you for the follow, my man. Welcome, welcome. What you got? What you got? What you doing? Trying to care about this game.
Versus Snow.
Wait, StarCraft?
Game to J-Dong where he had a build order advantage.
You're trying to care about StarCraft?
He completely
you don't have to care about it. I care about it.
That was maybe one of the most one-sided best of sevens I've ever seen in StarCraft.
Oh, this is gonna be crazy.
But I think it's gonna be a different story versus Soma.
Yes.
Soma is an
fair.
extremely sharp player.
Fair, absolutely
really
fair, bro.
Approaches the game in a very unique way.
The finals, it happens twice a year.
Macro play.
It only ever happens twice a year.
Place for Terrence to move out on.
Right, so it's like...
I think that Soma, out of everybody we've got in ASL, maybe right up there with Snow, has the most likely shot to actually beat Flash here. I think him and Snow.
Yeah. I would 100% agree with that. It's like the Zerg players generally do give Flash a slightly harder time than the Protoss players. But you're very right on just how difficult this is. Looking at
but you don't have to care about it.
The thing I really want to point out is
I don't expect anyone to watch me for
this
shit.
things ever. I know
because this isn't like my main content, right? Same with like gaming and stuff like that. It's like this is basically the end of the stream. Right, but I still want to stick around and like hang out with you guys. If you want to stick around and hang out, we can watch some StarCraft together. But it's like I don't expect anyone to stick around to watch StarCraft when we're normally doing like reading and discussions and stuff. Because this is like the point in the time when I just take a step back and I just like it's like I left the stream off.
Said that this might be his last ASL. I don't know if I believe it. Even
it's totally understandable.
You know, we will know conclusively if he comes back.
This is why I show up, except Tulbo's here.
With both leaving StarCraft.
It's gonna be an epic meme in the fucking in the channel.
I think you're right, Artosis. Flash is this has maybe been his most difficult run yet.
He could have been the champion. He could have been amazing. He could have been great.
The hardest
There's next
layout.
year,
He's
though.
had some super close matches.
ASL
like
2020.
He also
ASL 22 in
absolutely
August.
smashed Light, showing once again that he is easily the best Terran vs. Terran player in the world.
Yeah, it's wild just how strong he is and why he is so revered. I don't think that there's anything else quite like this in esports.
No. Even
where
Faker,
we have a player with this level of domination that's just so much better.
Faker's good, but Flash is like
but here's
triple
the thing.
S
Maybe
tier.
he's not.
Faker's
Maybe
only like
Soma has
S
hit
tier.
this level where he can dispatch Flash and win 2 in a row. What a huge start to the legacy of Soma that'll be. Like, he already has a championship. He's been to the finals before that even. Oh my God! Look at the prediction from the pro gamers here, Tasteless.
Yeah.
So it's like Leda thinks that Soma will just pull it out, and Royal thinks that Soma will pull it out. Now that tells us that Royal and Soma practiced a lot together. Leda, of course, got
that's always...
slammed in the previous round, so we understand why Leda thinks that. But
4-0, 4-0, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 4-2, 4-2, 4-2. 27%. Yeah, don't bet against Flash. It's just a bad idea.
I think what's more important is that
might as well
a
just
lot
burn
of
your
people
money.
expect this to be close. I mean, if Flash wins, obviously that's the most predictable of all outcomes because it's happened the most in the past. But I think if Soma wins here, we should not be too shocked.
No,
yeah, okay, I mean,
it's a 1% chance.
He's
it's like a third or a quarter or fifth, right? 15, 20, 25.
Here. We've got a lot of seasoned veterans like your BC.
Look at the fucking audience, dude.
We've got some of these young
That's
guys
insane.
Like Soma. We've always talked about the fact that the newer players are a little bit less stage conditioned. That is a whole other thing. Is kind of going up in front of a whole arena of people and trying to do what you were doing back at home or back on your stream, right? But I would say that Soma's far past, being green in that area. I think Soma is a really seasoned veteran at this point in time. I think he's going to be cool and collected.
Yeah,
he's got his collectibles
and
there.
I think it's going to be a tough one for Flash.
I do think you're right about that. Like, it should be a difficult one. If you look at Flash's overall record, the only player that has a winning record against him in his entire career's history in Best of 5+ is Effort. And in fact, Effort beat him in an ASL finals. That's the only finals that Flash did end up losing. And you look at that, and it's like, okay, Effort's kind of got this special sauce. He's really good under pressure. Well, hold on. We gotta get going. We'll talk more after.
There he is. My man, Soma. The hope of Zerg. Signing his name. What a fucking intro. But wait for Flash, dude. Flash is gonna blow this aura out of the fucking room. The ultimate weapon. That's what they call him. The ultimate weapon. God is back. Flash. Greatest gamer of all time. Good. Just like, fuck. Yeah. The final time we'll see him do this, most likely. Most likely this will be the final time we see him do this.
The long-awaited grand final of Google Play ASL. Soma versus Flash. Flash versus Soma. Welcome everybody. The ultimate grand final bout in this ASL done in partnership with Google Play. The greatest Zerg defending champion Soma. And Flash getting straight into the finals upon his return after 6 years. This is the match that awaits. Let's talk to our players before we begin.
Think about that. He didn't compete for 6 years and he floored everyone when he came back.
Meant little. They were half championships, with Flash being absent. However, today, upon Flash's
I love
grand
Caster
return to the
Park's
ASL
energy,
final
man.
stage after 6 years, it's your time.
He knows how to
face
be an
punishment.
entertainer.
What do you think? I don't think it does anything for me to throw provocations at Flash. It's just a big honor to meet him on stage like this.
Yeah, true. Fact he's even here.
Legend, a myth made real. The path
We'll see if we can beat him, but who knows?
A new record. For you, Soma, are you nervous, scared, trembling? Oh no, it won't be a 4-0 defeat, will it? Are you
Oh, it better not be. It better fucking not be. It better be 7 games.
A playable match, a doable Terran. Countless fans are gathered here today. What kind of a match are you planning to show them? I will show them a winning match.
Fuck yeah, let's go! I like his attitude.
Soma is brimming with confidence. Back in the ASL after 6 years, and already in the grand final. The time has come for Flash to prove his godhood. He's dominated all the way here, going from strength to strength, as evident by his last matches. But if Flash were to falter, if Flash were to lose on this grand final stage, that's 6 years down the drain. A Flash in the pan.
4-game sweep, but for the underdog.
If what needs proving is proven, you're the only player with 5 stars in the ASL.
4-0 sweep for Soma.
Won't be surpassed by anyone else. What do you say?
Dude, that
Well, I genuinely
that would
did not think
actually
I'd make
be
the
like
finals.
fucked up.
Over
I'd
the
be like,
course of this
what?
season, as I make my return
Wait,
after
what?
6 years,
There's no
only
way.
one person remains. He's truly
There's
a great
there's
player,
no fucking way.
but I won that championship.
Like all 4 of those games would have to be like something with like
Now,
fuck
this is what
up.
Soma is saying here.
Like it would have to be like purely planning, and then it would be like someone outplanned Flash. What do you mean someone outplanned Flash? Flash invented outplanning people. The fuck are you talking about?
His macro, his build.
But yeah, no, that would be the craziest thing ever if Soma went 4-0. Even if they were the best games ever, I'd still be dissatisfied. Same with if Flash went 4-0 though. Look at that Baldy there. Look at Baldy. Look at Baldy, guys. You need to see the crop circle? That's what the fucking crop circle looks like, okay? Okay, just imagine that there. That's basically what it is.
Look, the championship always belonged to me in any case.
Can't hide
I'm
it.
taking this season as well.
It is what it is. 3, 2, 1, tote!
A pretender, a champion in an empty house. But the landlord is back today. Soma, if you manage to prove yourself, you become the greatest Zerg in all of ASL. What do you think hearing Flash talk?
Exactly, Salty. You're never gonna beat them in a straight-up game. You need to go hog wild fucking crazy. And just go off the wall and just literally like make shit up.
Seeing what's happened this season, I agree. Flash plays so well.
Play so bad, he can't read you.
The opponents he beat in round 8 and round 4 were players I beat and got a championship. Other opponents I beat in previous seasons, so seeing him win wasn't scary at all. I plan to win.
Oh, Lucy.
Even I beat them, he says. The guys you beat. Not scary, he says. Flash.
So,
I feel
you
that
say
Soma
everyone
is
else
so
is
confident.
shit. Me and Flash are the only ones that are
And he has
good.
every right to be confident. He is the defending champion. It's true that I'm the contender here. But what I'm saying is the championship used to be mine originally. I'm saying that I'll take it back. I prepared super
Tolbo could do it, and accidentally places buildings too close to trap his own units. Unpredictable!
For the Zerg dynasty.
And then it'll be like something like you missed the timing, because Flash knows the timing perfectly, and then he's like, oh, that's not coming. Because it would have already come. And then he doesn't get like a cannon or an observer, and then the DTs show up like 25 seconds late, and he's just like, wait, what the fuck?
I'll play like my life depends on it.
But,
let's have a good match.
But that what? And then he goes back and looks at the replay and just laughs his ass off, watching Tolbo fucking blow up his own gateways. I mean, like, I never could have predicted that.
Please put your hands together and scream as we start the grand final.
I don't think I've ever seen Flash die to just the fact he doesn't have detection and DTs. But Terran and DTs and Protoss and DTs is different, because it was a, you know, one of those things. So I'd like to see the PvP DT rush, where they both rush each other with DTs and there's no detection and they have to basically destroy each other's buildings before the other person. And you like hide one pylon on the map. But Terran can just lift off their buildings and like move. So Terran has an advantage with that.
Showing unmatched force makes 2 back-to-back finals. How do you feel making the finals? Winning last season, I thought I would take it easy preparing for this season. I had an easy time getting to the grand final. I feel good. Your reaction when you advanced? I'm feeling the pressure more than I did last time. I think that's what might have made me feel so happy.
Do they have banelings in this first game? No, they're flying banelings. They're called Scourge.
How do you feel making the finals?
But they can only attack air.
To be in the finals. I think I've done a good job adapting, starting with the qualifiers. My goal was to just get seeded, to prove myself like that. But as I made the round of 4, I then wanted the finals. Now I'm in the finals.
You usually stick them in with your Mutalisks to kill Valkyries and Science Vessels.
My debut opponent was Flash. I remember playing him in the opening match. Looking back, I see how little I knew. It was before Soma played well like he does now. I remember winning with ease. But that Soma and this Soma, it's night and day. It'll be fun. It was Soma's first ever tournament, and my last finals in the ASL as I went on to play Snow. He's worked so hard to make the finals. It's good for him. I'll have to work just as hard and prepare to not fall behind. Zerg vs Random, Season 10, their first extended series. A round of 4 lost as Random. I didn't get Terran, and Soma prepared very well. Obviously played Random, but seeing the almighty Flash lose like that with my own eyes, I realized he can be beaten. I gained confidence.
Yep. He can be beaten.
In the finals of ASL 21. It's an honor.
Guys, he can be beaten. Let's go.
I see this as a good opportunity.
Rip no banelings. Why are they playing this version?
I'm fond of Soma. Winning a championship puts you on another level. I'm now going up against Soma in his ultimate.
I can't argue with that.
I have a feeling it'll be fun and entertaining. Soma Season 21. Wow, he's improved. This will be
They're
fun.
ignorant?
Flash is round of 4.
That's the best answer. They're ignorant.
Soma's strengths in extended series. He's super good at mind games.
Did you get a bot raid on Kick, or does Melly just talk like one?
Melly
Melly is one, but I didn't want to ban them because they have like that official logo on them. And I was like,
he's the best at everything.
Okay, they did it once.
A contender or the absolute.
I don't care. They never come back. They never did it again. So I was like, well, I'm not going to ban them.
I don't think I'm better than him.
It's fine.
He can match my speed just yet.
And then
looking at
this random guy comes in and follows 3 times.
I feel confident. 2 fans.
So I mean, I don't know.
I want to win on that stage.
I don't know. But how's it going, Muffin? What you at? What you doing? What you got, my man? We're back to StarCraft, the final day. No, the final day of
I'll show you guys a fun
StarCraft.
match, so please cheer for me. Starting with the qualifiers, I've been running into great players and advancing. I'll be very happy if I beat last season's champion. You won't be
Flash versus Soma. Let's fucking go.
I'll work hard to make you feel proud of being my fans and try to take the championship. 2 Flash.
I'm not.
What if I cross the line here? I can't be too harsh. I can see this picture of Flash losing to me already being painted. I think I'll win. Soma, it's not your time yet. I will win.
ASL Season 21 Finals.
Here we go. Yeah, I had to go buy weed today, so I picked up McDonald's.
What's up, everybody? We're about to get
Reading
started
some burger.
in what might be one of the best finals in StarCraft history.
Tastes like
I
bugs,
just cannot
but
wait for this
it is what it
taste.
is,
I
right?
was just thinking, watching all of that, as to how absurd this really is, that he's basically
School
retired
shooter
for
versus the
years
Flasher.
and years and years. You know, doesn't play any tournaments, and he's like, all right, I'm going to win one more ASL. And here he is in the finals after the most ridiculous run, looking so unbelievably strong after that round of 4 against
Like,
Light.
my last ASL can't be
and
the one where I
gotta
played
wonder
random.
if
I gotta
someone's
actually
gonna
play
be able to
Terran.
stand up to this just complete god
In
of
other words,
StarCraft.
Yeah, well, you know, it's an interesting match, right? It's two very
Mealworms.
different generations of StarCraft. You have Flash, who and he's been the
Sky
best in
versus
basically
Smokey.
all the
Oh, I
periods
like
he's
it.
been active in.
I like it, Muffin.
But you know,
I'm
when
down.
people think about Flash
Sold
and the
me.
time period he's really from, you're kind of thinking that
Tell me where and when.
2007-2008 period, right? When StarCraft was really at peak popularity. StarCraft 2 had not come out yet. And it would have been, of course, long before they had the StarCraft remastered kind of resurgence here in Korea. But he's going up against Soma, and Soma is hyper modern. This guy, one of the youngest players here in the ASL, so it really is, you know, the young versus
Town
the
and
old.
now.
You know, a seasoned, multi-time world champion veteran versus someone who's here to usurp him. And we're talking about a newly
Now
minted
what?
ASL champion. Soma won the last ASL that we saw. And so this could not
One
be
what?
a more
One
exciting, more hype match.
That's right. And Soma is kind of like the new meta maker for Zerg. We saw him figure out Wraiths so well that I think both of us doubt that we're going to see Wraiths at the professional level against Zerg anymore. And then you look at like him going up against Flash. We don't really know how Flash
One
is
day,
going to
Smokey,
approach
one
this.
day.
You know, he knew how Leda was going to play. Everyone knew. Everyone's known for years that Leda was just going to go Wraiths. But against Flash, it's like, is he going to go mech? Is he going to go bio? Is he going to go transitions between the two? Is he going to be cheesy?
So,
Is he
Smokey,
gonna
tomorrow's
play
gonna
macro?
be a
It's
short day.
Really hard to say. Like,
Okay.
he's like
Smokey.
the ultimate creator of Terran.
Tomorrow's gonna
builds
be a
and
short day.
metagames. So, I mean,
And
this
then we're
is-
gonna come
this is a
back
perfect
super
match.
strong, right?
Yeah,
and then
this
we're
is
gonna play
be so
PoE.
cool. I 100% agree with what you were
So
saying.
we're just
We
gonna
were
have
both
like an
kinda
easy,
saying at the
nice
end of the
4-hour
games, I
stream
don't think
tomorrow.
People are going to be going Wraith anymore.
And
I think
then
we got to see that really tried out.
we'll play
at a level
PoE.
that you basically never get to see one style ever tested.
This is a second
You know, in
account.
competition, like a round of 4 ASL.
Second
that's
account.
all he went for. I feel like we all kind of understand the whole Wraith style. By the way, one of the oldest TVZ styles there is, but it looked obsolete. Going up against Flash, though, you're right. I mean, this guy has already mech'd in this season of ASL. Flash
And
has
fuck
made
you,
some of the
Smokey.
best
Yes, I'm
Valkyrie
playing
builds
Monk.
we've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
He could easily go for SK.
I'm
Terran,
going martial artist.
Could do something really teched out.
I hate you.
Could even go Command Center first. I mean, we really don't know what to expect here. And Flash has been pretty good at being very secretive about a lot of his TVZs. Let's also remember the road to get
3150.
here. You know, Flash didn't have to TVZ his way in the round of 4. That was a TVT. There's
What's
nothing someone can look at
3150?
and study from that.
Oh, his name
And
is
yes, Soma
3150.
did have a Terran versus Zerg. Sorry, a Zerg versus Terran, rather.
I
to
don't
get this
know
far, but
what his
I don't think Lada's
name is
style really
referencing.
counts. I don't think that Flash can look at what happened in Leda versus
think it'd be
Soma and build
1488.
that
I mean,
into
what?
his play.
Completely agreed on that. Yeah, I don't think we'll see any Wraith plays at all during this finals. And yeah, even
His
looking at what
age.
someone was doing, it's like, okay, well, he
What
figured
do you
that
mean,
out.
his age?
But that has nothing to do with the types of plays that we're likely to see here tonight. So it's almost like you played a
3,150?
completely different matchup. You know, a lot of times if you had to play the same matchup in the round of 4 as the finals, your opponent got to study so much about how you play. But because of how obtusely Leda plays, I don't think
preference.
that's the case. So this feels like a very fresh match where neither of them really know what's going to happen.
Yeah, this is going to be so cool. We're really going to unpack, I think, a lot about how modern TVZ is played. You know, one of the successes of Flash is he seems to very gracefully sidestep a lot of the difficulties and complexities that you see in early game StarCraft. And it's, you know, as much as we talk about late game and macro and APM, the early game in StarCraft, a game of incomplete information with multiple spawn locations on some of these maps. It's going to be very interesting to see how Flash tries to come in here, because I think that Soma has some of the least approachable ZVT I've ever seen. He's very fluid in the early game.
Yeah.
He's very good at hiding what he does. He's very good at switching tech. And so this is going to be a fascinating one. And we're going to start on the map Jane Doe.
That's a wild first map. That's like, yeah. The thing is, Flash likes CC first mech into mech in Jane Doe, and it's kind of hard to play anything else because it's so defendable. You know, like it's really hard to break Zerg because they have 3 bases with 1 entry point immediately.
Or
and
is it
if you don't go for something that can kill that right away,
so
they have a huge amount of things that they can do with those 3 gases right off the bat. So
yeah,
I don't know how he's going to approach this one, but I feel like whatever way Jane Doe goes, it doesn't have that much effect on the series as a normal map 1 would, just because it's so different.
It's elite.
Yeah, no, you're right. Jane Doe can't.
And he confused us by putting 1 not in lead and having the 2 zeros in the E.
And so on and so
Smokey,
forth.
that's fucking smart, dude.
Yeah, there's going to be some counterplay in there.
Holy shit, I didn't know you had it in you.
Like it's time for the ASL season 21
ASL
versus Flash.
No, it's the AO, you know, the cat, the hyper cat thing. The like dancing cat, spinning cat, whatever. Like dancing alien, alu, dancing alien, alu, and it's like a cat and alien thing. It's a fucking thing that he does.
Okay, this is it.
Is that where the name comes from,
Right
Smokey?
Flash and the far left. For those who have not actually been, I know we do have people that just tune in for the finals, by the way. But for those of you who have not seen this map yet, there are, first of all, you have an interior base in the back on low ground, and then you also have a neutral marine and a neutral medic that have to be killed to get out of your main. So this is a map that has
plastic stuck in the back of my throat from that burger.
To play on.
It really does. And there's so many switches from low ground to high ground. There's so many bases that are close to each other. Like, it is not a problem to get 5 bases up in any matchup here.
It's like the cheese is stuck to my uvula.
Bit tight. And, you know, mobility can be a bit of an issue. You need to open really,
Haffy made a new PFP
so
for me.
We've seen so far, like, you know, before the season really got going.
Yeah, that's what it is now.
Heavily favoring Command Center first into mech, but that has fallen off since, you know, the beginning of the season. So I really don't know what his plan will be here, and I love that Soma has decided to open up on this map because, like, if Terran doesn't have a really decisive plan, I think the map does become Zerg favored.
Yeah, it made me a furry. We're a big fan of cheese on my burgers. Really? I love cheese on burgers. Just not the plastic cheese. Just not Kraft single slices, right? I like real cheese on my burgers. Welcome to the club. I mean, you can try and make me all you want. I'm not a furry.
Lack of mining time because the drone has to kill that worker. Well, interesting. So he wants to secure this front base first.
I have other deviancies.
And Flash is going to do quite the opposite. It's going to be a super greedy command.
We need not talk about.
Of course, leveraging the fact that you do have the neutral units that at least wall off your entrance.
And just fucking reset the quality.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Artosis.
Yeah. Part of the reason why Zergs do this in this matchup is just because, like, let's say that Flash goes into a Vulture. If you took that back expansion, there's no way to block that Vulture really from coming up the ramp and ruining you because, you know, you can't really get a sunken colony over there. You'd have to make a macro hatch over there or something. So, or you'd have to creep crawl across, which doesn't make sense. So that's like, that opener does make sense, I would say, for Soma, having that down there. And, you know, he can just take that really free third base in the back afterwards. You know, obviously here Flash with the command center first. You know, gets away with it. One thing I was going to mention before this started is I think if Soma wants to win this series, he has to add in minimum 1 4 pool that catches Flash. Because Flash does a lot of things like command center first. Because for those of you who don't know, like 4 pool is just like when you make your spawning pool without making even a single drone. It's the quickest rush in the entire game. And against something like command center first, it's literally a free win. Like, you can't lose. Like, you will win 100% if you catch a build like this. But if your opponent does anything that's not super greedy, you'll lose. So it's like one of these crazy coin flip scenarios.
Yeah, 4 pool probably actually the first build order in the game.
Crazy to see we saw a 4 pool in this ASL.
Everybody who got online back in like 1998 when this game came out.
And I don't know if it was
getting
Soma who
four-pooled,
did the
right?
four
Yes.
pool,
Probably went through the phase where
or
he went,
it was
I guess that's
Hero
what
who
I'm
did the
doing.
four pool.
And then you'd find somebody where two people were four pooling each other, and that was
I
your
don't know.
game. And then
Someone did
eventually
a
you
four
four
pool.
pooled
Could
your
have been
way
Queen.
into a
No, it was
skill
Jaedong. Wait,
level,
I think it
or a
was
group of people
Jaedong.
that were good enough they never lost to four pools, right? And then you
I think
started
Jaedong
having
did
to
a
learn
four pool.
more and more advanced builds. But the four pool itself has always been a build that is tournament viable because some people are so greedy. It was also, I think, what prompted maybe one of the only patches ever in the game, which moved the spawning
Nexus
pool from
first.
150 to 200 minerals.
That's right. That was on the back of how ridiculous that build really was at the very beginning of the game.
And Flash is going to go for mech. So, you know, Command Center first, especially when Flash does it, commonly transitions into mech play. And, you know, mech play has always been, I guess, what you could call the off-brand approach to Terran versus Zerg, right? So, you know, when you think of mech, you think of TVT, you think of TVP, right? Like Terrans had to
you
figure
go
out
bio
some way to
specifically
combat
against
Protoss.
Zerg.
It turns out that was with the fact
because it's overwhelming.
Bio,
It's like
especially,
overwhelming versus overwhelming.
You know, with
Zerg's
medics
fast and they
incorporated
can
into the
cripple
game,
you
that
and
seems to
surround
be
you,
the
so
better
like having a
approach
siege
versus,
line doesn't really do anything.
Zerg, but Terrans
Plus,
eventually figured out
Mutalisks.
that you can make mech work, but it requires a very specific approach. It makes for a very different game.
Yeah.
And I think, honestly, Command Center first into mech is maybe the strongest of all the mech builds that there are.
Because it's fully funded out and you don't have to worry about all the backlog that you would get from
the
it.
case.
Plus, this map
but
has you with
to
that
mention,
extra
the
free
game that he
base.
lost against Jaedong, he got away with Command Center first cross spawn, and Jaedong was still able to beat him. You know, mech goes in and out of style against Zerg, where there's something fresh, something new from the mech player, and the Zerg hasn't played against mech in a while, and for a little bit, mech is really strong, and we kind of went through that a few months ago, but mech has been waning. Like, people are not going for mech as much anymore, but on this map, it kind of feels like you have to, because Zerg getting 3 gases right away with only 1 defensive choke point, it's almost impossible to put on any real pressure there unless you have mech units.
And in this setup for TVZ mech versus Zerg defaulting into air, by the way, this makes for an interesting dynamic because you end up in this weird, and by the way, it almost seems like it shouldn't be this way, but you end up where they both end up in this arms race. One guy's powering Goliaths, the other guy's powering Mutalisks. So he's going to come in here. This will be the first true confirmation of what he's up against. And, you know, the funny thing about it, and I remember when I saw people meching, like in the early days when people were really experimenting with this, I always thought, well, there's no way you're both going for the same thing, right? Like, one of them has to be wrong, right? Goliaths seem great as anti-air, but Mutalisks are such strong units. But it is a weird thing where you both lock in tech-wise and have to commit down. And the Zerg will probably go into armor upgrades and then eventually incorporate ground units.
Mutalisks are so strong.
Yeah, and there are some games where you'll actually see Zerg just double down on Mutalisks and be like, all right, I'm going to crush that first attack that comes out. Because, for instance, in this situation, if Flash just makes Goliaths for a while and ends up moving with like between 12 and 24 Goliaths, if Soma makes Mutas nonstop, he'll be able to kill that. But eventually you'll kind of scale past that and it'll become a lot harder. And then it'll become like, okay, are we counterattacking and things like that? But let's see here. Flash is starting to move out and he's moving out with 10 Goliaths and a Marine. And I'm sure, 100% sure that he's tested that this move out is very strong in this situation. But Soma doing a little bit of a counterattack. There is a sunken at home, but that's not enough to hold this. And his mutas are very far out of position.
I'm surprised. I'm so curious if this works. I'm not used to seeing a push ever this early with the mech style. He's going to come in now. He is not waiting for the rest of the Mutalisks before he engages a little bit. He's going to now regroup. I think we're going to have to see the drones get pulled here.
I think Soma has enough to end up killing this off. But the thing is, Flash tests these builds like completely. Like, he actually, this is how he wins games, is he figures out things like this where he's like, oh yes, they're weak exactly here. And I think that's what we're seeing from him is this beautiful test.
Yeah, he has more mutas.
He's eliminating a lot of Goliaths.
More mutas than Goliaths.
Unfortunately for him, though, Flash
and now he has more Goliaths than
barely
mutas.
having enough to continue pushing through.
+1 armor isn't done, but +1 armor for the
he's going to come in.
Goliaths
Remember that
is.
Goliaths have incredible range here with these missiles. Mutalisks actually don't have very good range at all. So he does a little bit of kiting. There is a sunken colony that's going to be morphine over here. The question is going to be,
is
are there
Flash
going
to be able to hold on to this? But does Flash need to win here?
Oh, by the way, he went
I
for
don't think he
air
needs to
weapon
win. I
and
think
not
he's
armor,
done what he needs to do.
which is a little bit cheaper.
I think this,
but
yeah,
obviously
like
you're not able
I was
to
gonna say,
tank
like
as many
maybe you
Goliath
just back
shots.
off
One thing
now.
about Goliaths, they're actually particularly
Like
bad
you
at
got your
sunken- at
base
fighting
up,
sunken
you're
colonies.
now good, dude. Flash is so good.
Even one being done there is
This
probably gonna
isn't
be
to
enough.
kill
It
you.
looks
This
like
is to scare you.
Barely. Soma survives that, and the game's going to go on. He appears to be trying to get in here to intercept the reinforcing Goliaths, to basically isolate the Goliaths that are already out on the map. But as he does that, he's going to be pushed probably out through the main here. And,
Oh my
you know,
God,
this
there's
is
so many
actually,
Goliaths.
I think really a bad decision here by Soma. He's going to be eating a lot of missile shots here. He's going to come out with a lot of bruised Mutalisks.
Yeah, he is taking a lot of damage, and
He
just
lost
to
like
mention,
3.5
'cause it's shown it a couple
mutas.
times, Flash did get a very quick +1 armor on the Goliaths as opposed to plus attack.
Yeah,
and
I think if he
that's
didn't
pretty
have that
common with
+1
Goliath openers
armor, he
against
would have
Zerg.
lost
You can kind
those
of put a
way
bit more
faster.
pressure on
Because
because
it
they
means
last
so much
longer.
more to the bouncing
But
glaives.
Flash
And he
has done a
switches
great
into
job keeping this
lurkers.
pressure
He's
on
gonna have
Soma.
less mutas.
And I think Soma,
and
you know,
if
he
Flash
is
just
in a
keeps
little
up with
bit of a bad spot right
the
now. I'm
Goliaths
very
and
interested
goes
to
into
see
like
where he goes from here. Like, is he just gonna switch
science
right into
vessels and goes into
Hydralisks
irradiate
and
and
try
he
to
just
overpower?
irradiates the
thing is,
Mutalisks.
Flash has enough factories.
I think that's actually
that
fucking
I think if
genius.
you try to tech switch here, you're going to be in trouble. Like, you know, during the transition,
now that
where
he
you're
has
like,
3
okay, I need to
bases
get
up.
Hydralisk upgrades, and I have to
I
start
wonder
massing
if
up this
that's what
other
he's
unit. I
doing.
think that Flash will find that as a timing and go for the kill. So I'm really worried for Soma in this game.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit scary here. So you continue to mass these Goliaths. You continue to power up. Zerg's on the 4th base. We don't have Hive Tech started here. In case you were wondering, well, wouldn't Dark Swarm be great here? Yeah, it would be very good. But you have to, you really have to commit to the Mutalisks here.
Yeah, you don't have enough mutas. You just die to the Goliaths.
Overpower you. And by the
Oh,
armor
and
upgrade,
now
by
he's
the
got
way,
a tank.
That's very good because Mutalisks have glaives.
And mutas have +1
So the
glaives to
glaives
counter the
obviously
armor.
bounce, and that means the Goliaths are just going to be able to tank quite a bit more. Now, you know, we're getting into a deep macro game with Terran on 3 bases, Zerg on 4 now. We don't have a switch into ground. I've seen people go for Hydras with this Artosis. And by the way, I'm kind of out of my depth with like late game mech TVZ, but we probably see him go Hydras here.
That's kind of normal, but I have seen a lot of players just go pure Mutalisk on this map. If their opponent doesn't get splash damage, they do counterattacks non-stop.
Yeah, maybe you should get a
Which is
star point
kind
and
of
get
what we're seeing. You can
Valkyries.
see
I
he's
don't know.
using
Would
this
be
bottleneck
better.
of the ramp, where the Goliaths are having a hard time all coming down and getting their shots off. He will eventually have to turn around as more Goliaths come, but look at the amount of damage he's doing. Like, you know, when I played on this map, a lot of the current metagame, it looks like this from Zerg, where they're like, okay, I have 1 million mutas, they fly in here, they kill SCVs, eventually you bring the Goliaths down, then I rotate these around, and then
last
rinse
shot.
and repeat. So
You basically
that has
killed
been
every
pretty common
single
lately,
SCV.
Against the Command Center first into mech play to just kind of reduce that SCV count, but he is now switching into those Hydralisks.
Yeah, okay, by the way, armor is done here. So, you know, he is committed to the Mutatech here. And attack is done for Flash, by the way, and Flash is going to push out. The 2 tanks are basically to shell down the.
He
the
sees
sunken
it.
colonies.
He's going to pull back the
Goliaths are gonna
mutas.
Take care of everything
He's
else.
going to pull back the mutas.
The mutas are going to go back into the main here, and it looks like
Oh,
Flash
no,
actually
he's-
was waiting for this. This goes to show you how mapped out he has this. He had enough in the back to not lose everything to the counterattack. And I'm a little bit worried here. Soma, I don't know that he should be fighting with these Hydralisks here. I mean, there's you know, more Goliaths than there are Hydras in this moment. Soma is going to kill off some of these Goliaths, but now he's going to have to go back. And the question's going to really be, you know, is there enough to deal with the push? Remember that the hatchery that's blocking here, it does create a bit of a bottleneck for the Zerg. Oh my god,
he's gonna get the
find
tank.
the tank over here. It's very important that when you're going to set up to take an attack out like this, you need to make sure that Mutalisks are going to be in the way of the reinforcements.
Yeah, picking off a few units there is going to be huge. If he can slow that slightly and hit with everything at once, maybe he can kill off this army of Flash. Yeah, look at this nice catch. He even has a couple Hydralisks up there to help out. The Goliaths have to turn around. And what Soma's going to want to do is, when he's a little bit out of position, jump on everything. And he dives in on these siege tanks now with the Mutalisks, doing a great job picking a couple of these off. The Hydralisks moving forward, but there are so many Goliaths here.
Yeah, and I think the muta count, it's gotten too low. There are no
Yeah, there's
sunken
like 5
colonies,
mutas,
and the Goliath
maybe?
count is just high enough. I think we have reached the tipping point. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think Flash wins.
Flash should be winning game number 1.
Oof.
GG! That's
That is
crazy. I
strong
take this and grab a
opening
drink. I'll be
victory
right
from
back.
Flash,
That's
beating
insane.
Soma
Fuck
on
yeah,
his
let's
own
go
map.
Flash.
And you know what? I think so much of this comes down to that 10 Goliath, 1 Marine timing. I do not think that Soma was expecting that. It's not normal to see someone actually attack across the map. That's Flash's mom and dad, by the way. That was really well done, really planned out from Flash. And like you said, that's early. We normally don't see something quite like that. So a great attack there from Flash, really putting Soma on his back foot.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, very perfectly done there from Flash. I wonder what would have happened had Soma managed to get the Hydras to run around and get behind the army there and try to snipe Goliath and tanks that way. I think he did bleed off a little bit too much when he did the counterattack. Again, Flash might have won anyways, but guys, short break. Coming up next, Game 2 in this ASL Season 21 Finals.
Bruh.
Oh,
The problem is that Flash really doesn't lose an early game almost ever.
Very rare.
But yeah, it's
Damn, that guy's epic. He's got his fucking Flash on his face.
Game number 2.
Oh my god, Smokey, have you been doing that the entire time?
Finals of Soma versus Flash continues on.
The bot's not freaking out. I'm not gonna change it. Do what you gotta do, bro. Do what you gotta do, Smokey. It's the finals, but you do what you gotta do, bro.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing.
Okay,
Viewer
game 2.
discretion is advised.
Both players sharing the top of the map.
All right,
Soma
are you
in the
ready?
upper left,
We're gonna
and
do
Flash
this.
in
You
the
guys
upper
ready?
right.
All together now.
Quick plug, guys. Consider
Everyone
supporting
grab the
us on our
Kool-Aid.
Patreon. It's
Okay,
patreon.com/ASL.
drop in the present. And 3, 2, 1, down the hatch.
Earn your support and keep our mission alive of preserving the history and the future of StarCraft in the English language.
Yeah, it is. It's an amazing time for StarCraft. You know, this is one of the most storied seasons that we've had so far, between all the upsets, the absolute favorites all playing. It's been amazing, and we couldn't do it without you guys who have supported on that Patreon. So definitely do go check that out. Here's to many more years of wonderful StarCraft and fans like that guy.
Die hard motherfucking fans.
Yeah,
Love it.
We hope to earn your support, guys. In this game,
hello, Brian.
It's going to be Flash going with the wall in here, the depot at the entrance. I would be surprised if it is going to be Command Center first again, but it could be. Let's not count it out.
Could be. It could be. This is one of the harder naturals to defend against Zerglings in general. There's like a big forced hole at the bottom. And then even if you try to build extra buildings down there, the hole goes around the side. So it's like, it's really hard to actually close everything off. And he is, in fact, going for Command Center first. And I think he's called this correctly, where it's going to be Hatchery first from Soma. I think he chose this map really for a reason. There's too many things that can go wrong with the Zergling rush here. Like I mentioned, there's like a really solid Zergling-tight wall on the inside of the main base.
I'm gonna give you a challenge, Smokey. I don't know if you're gonna be able to complete this challenge.
With a greedy build.
Yeah, CC first again. You know,
the challenge is to do a meme that I would recognize.
But of course, a 4-pull loses to most other builds, right? But
Right.
you know, if Flash wins this and does CC first several times in a row, that's going to be pretty painful here. And the drone's going to scout and see exactly what build this is. So this is what we'd call a build order advantage right now.
I don't know if you can.
You know, it was, I think, 3 years ago, but in GSL for StarCraft 2, there was a period where all the Terrans just started going command center first, and the Zergs really got punished.
I don't know what that's from.
And it's the same idea there, right? Like if they're doing green
And it
builds
can't
and
be
you're
one
not
that you've
also
like
opening up
already used.
occasionally with aggression.
It's got to be
they're not
like a
gonna be
new
punished.
one.
Yeah.
A new
so,
one.
You know, I just want to put that out there in case we have a couple more games like this, because right now this is kind of frustrating here for the Zerg. The CC is going to be up right away, and there's really no way for Terran to punish.
I'm yellow.
Or for
I'm
Zerg to
red.
punish.
Yeah, there really isn't.
I'm
Like
gay.
unless you already opened with the quick pull,
I'm
there's
white.
not like a reaction
black.
that you can
I'm
do.
yellow.
It's already
I'm
too
red.
late. You have to just
I'm
kind
gay.
of luckily be already countering it. And of course, the thing is that can be really strong, but you have to be really careful against someone like Flash that understands
That's
the timing
you
so well.
at
Because,
the end.
for instance, if you go 9-pool or a faster pool, you will kill command center first. But if
I
you're
agree,
not
Smokey.
doing
It
that,
absolutely
Flash,
is.
It will go from free win all the way up to
Absolutely,
heavily
without
favored.
question.
Right? Like if it's a 4-pool and he's not doing that, okay, he's going to crush you no matter what. If it's all the way up to the 9-pool, it's like, okay, he's really favored here and he knows exactly what to do to punish you. So definitely some difficult choices here for Soma. I think that Soma won't take too many risks, but I think he will need to at some point. If you're going to win a best of 7, man, like you're going to have to do it. You're going to have to pull the trigger and try to just get a very quick win that might set Flash back on his plans.
Nice moving shot. Oh, wow, he doesn't end up getting the SCV. Remember, the SCV never heals, so any damage you do to it when it's scouting, you know, is going to be that much closer to it being gone forever. Where, you know, a drone and a probe
Wait.
will regen.
Was
even
that...
damaging an SCV when it's crossing the map.
Was that the
You know,
national
scouting can
anthem?
be good because you'll kill it off a little bit faster. And this game is not going to be mech, by the way. We're going to have a very, very different command center first game. We saw the eBay tucked away all the way in the top right.
Is that the national anthem?
And this is going to be an infantry build order here. Probably 4 or 5 barracks into... I don't know if it's going to be with a push or not. I would not be shocked if this is just straight into Science Vessel as well.
Yeah, so when you see the engineering bay that quickly, oftentimes what this will turn into is just like getting a really quick +1 attack, getting all your marine upgrades, defending the initial mutilisks, and then trying to hit with like 20 to 24 marines and about 5 medics. And like that's like a really strong timing where you're going to be beating mutalisk Zergling really heavily, but they still don't have lurkers out. So that's generally what you're going for with
I don't know.
an order like this. And in fact, he is going
I don't
up
think
to
you've
the 5
succeeded yet,
barracks,
Smokey. Keep
which
trying.
you're just barely able to get away with command center first. So he's going to have a ridiculous amount of marine medic very, very quickly. And this is going to be hard for Soma to hold. This is hard for any Zerg in the world to hold. It's one of the scariest builds Terran can do in the early mid-game.
Yeah.
My
it's
dick!
really so strong moving on the map. It's really scary to try to get a third base. I would say that if you're going to get a third base, this is maybe the map
baiting
to do it,
him.
4-player map.
Baiting
You can
him.
see now the barracks is going to be relocated into the main for more efficient macro cycles.
Fuck you, Smokey.
And, you know, look, it doesn't mean the Zerg has to lose here or can't hold this, but it's going to be a tough mid-game.
So
By the way, now you see
mean.
the drone currently idling in the bottom left natural. Oh, and he's going to move it. I know that we're not showing this on camera. But
Alien
wherever this
alu
place is
alu
gonna be very
ulu
important.
alu alien
On a map
alu
like this,
ulu
the first
alu
spawns, Zerg can go and try to
Alien
hide the base.
alu
He's going to send the
ulu
drone back.
alien alu
Wow.
ilu
Okay, so
alu
no
alu
third
alu
base. So he doesn't even want to try to play a
alu alien
might be
ilu
able to
alu alu.
This is so interesting. You rarely see a Zerg do something like that. And in fact,
What
he better
about
be making a lot of somethings right now because
Napoleon
he's diving
Dynamite?
pretty hard, but Flash is coming
Do
across the map. I think he actually has to
Napoleon
bring his mutilisks
Dynamite!
back.
Do
This is really,
Napoleon
really dangerous right now. Flash is
Dynamite!
just trying to go for a kill, but there's only going to be one sunken
Napoleon
ready. He is making as many
Dynamite!
units as he possibly can
Come
over here.
on,
Like,
Smokey!
he has to hold this
They've done
push.
studies, you know.
Yeah, he's going to
60%
start
of
the
the
sunken
time,
colonies.
it works.
He's going to come in here from the
every
side.
time.
Really good control right now from Soma. He takes out
Jaguar.
before the rest can come back.
Illegal
And,
in
the next sunken colony
200
finishes.
countries.
The problem is that the targeting here from Flash is looking pretty good. I think Soma actually perfectly holds this, or as well as he possibly humanly could have done.
Yeah, that was a deadly move from Flash. That is Flash, like, really testing if Soma knows what he's doing here. And, of course, Soma is.
The man of the hour has arrived!
He really read what Flash is doing very well. And Flash is scanning, looking for the expansion. He wants to find it so that he can go and kill it. But it doesn't exist.
Yeah, and you know what's funny is, like, we know that there's no third base, but Flash does not. And one of the beautiful things for Zerg strategically on maps like this one is that there's a lot of places a third base could be. There's certainly places that don't make sense, right? Like, you're not going to take the mineral only. You're not going to take one of the bases right next to you because that's just too close to the Terran. But the whole bottom of the map is kind of a big
Johnny Bravo!
Right now. So Flash is going to be spending a lot of time scanning and trying to figure this out. We're about to have Wave 2 come in here.
And Flash has that reinforcement coming
Your
up.
pooper duper doesn't ooper super my rooper ooper hooper duper pooper.
Holding on. The one thing I'm really nervous about is he needs sunken colonies. Honestly, in a game like
no,
this,
that's not how it sounds. It sounds like
so. Like, you need to make some sunken colonies.
Not
you
like
can't just always have him dictate where your mutalisks have to be. That's not a winning strategy.
Yeah, I think getting the reinforcements is the play. The
Mine's like
his position sucks.
Yours like
he can find that pretty easily. The first factory, by the way, has started.
No, yours is more like a
9 minutes into the game, and the factory won't even be done yet.
Very rare. To put it in perspective, with games that
Mine's like
are like Marine Medic openers, you generally get the factory started by 6 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's minutes late here. But Soma has held on.
Oh,
He's still
God.
alive. He's finally taking a third there in the bottom left. So hopefully for his sake that can get up. Flash
Is that Riz right there?
Well. He's actually
Is that
Riz?
Riz?
Turrets as well,
You sure about
Soma
that?
has some map control right now.
That's Riz? I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, this is
I don't believe you, man. I don't believe you at all.
Flash has basically traded in. By the way, someone going for +1 attack again.
Hey, I'm not a clown, small face, fuckhead.
First, whether it's
okay.
or bio.
Give me that crap next week, next time, asswab.
At the main base.
Oobob doo wap wappin woobob foobob doobop eat wow is how I see you. I see you.
One of the funny things
I see
you. It's really hard to get in and defend
Smokey.
certain areas because the Mutalisks can
Stop,
where there's only a
Smokey.
couple of Marines that can hit them. And so he is going to just go right out through the bottom here. He could lose a lot.
Ooh, that was close.
Oh, actually, that went about as well as it could have as well.
Oh, we went up to Hive, and now the third base is down.
Then, you know,
Because I already checked these places. I gotta find that third base. Well, dun dun dun. It's just gone down.
Everything gets hurt, but nothing dies.
Dun dun dun.
Definitely his mutas have softened up here. And he killed a lot of SCVs, which is really, really strong. You need a pretty heavy SCV count to support all the production Flash has made. But Flash is probably done +1 armor, or very close to right now. I see it's not done quite yet as they click on a Marine. I think they were just checking for that. Because that's another power spike where the mutas and Zerglings are going to do even less to these Marines and medics. But
giant dick face.
He's got to be careful. That's a big
I'm a chat to a streamer, and a streamer is at my chat.
You have to slow it
I'll
down.
chat with a streamer's chat when my chat goes bat bat. It's a bat rat with your chat bat. I'll put on my best bat.
Whether or not that was spotted.
Why you do what you got with your dick, Smokey?
Yeah, they certainly can't. He's going to have to go around the long way.
You say what I got when I feel your mind. I feel your mind. Oh shit, Bethany. Hey, hope you're doing well today and having a great stream. I uploaded you a few things. Much love, fam. Fuck yeah, Bethany. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
That was god tier play.
We're just watching StarCraft, and me and Smokey are fucking around, playing around with like the new blurt mechanic that he so desperately wanted me to get. So he's just kind of doing that in the background.
And so this is big.
And I'm bantering with him.
Up, and that means Zerg has 3 gases.
And yeah, it's a good time.
Zerg versus Terran is a very gas-intensive matchup. It's really all about trying to get as much gas for Hydras.
And we all know why Smokey's on his alt account.
As well as the
we all know why. We don't want to know what's going on his main.
The center, and I think Soma's going to try to set up for a big attack over here. He's actually going to hit where there's almost no medics right now.
Wait, what?
Well, you know what? If he doesn't quite get the siege tanks, that's what he was really hoping to be able to get. But the reinforcements from that bottom left did come up and support those siege tanks. Because
how'd
his
you
Defiant
off
round is
what
just finished,
is?
so he doesn't have consume.
I know not what B is.
But
what? No, hey,
now we're doing
no.
a siege tank push.
Ha!
And, oh my God, that radiate was amazing. Still no consume yet. Once he gets
Fight
consumed,
power with power!
The flash might kill him right before he can get it.
Hey,
yeah, if consume
don't tell me when you go down. I'll put you down. Go.
Crazy amount of damage. He's going to try to throw the lurker. Again, we don't know. We'll know that the exact second consume's done because we'll see the defilers. Okay, here we go.
Oh, he's a burrow that. He's a burrow that. He's a burrow that.
Through the sunken colonies, he's already killed like 10 drones at this natural expansion. You can see the supply of Soma has dropped off nothing, and GG is called. Flash goes up 2-0.
Damn, this is crazy.
Literal perfect timing attack.
I cannot believe Flash might just 4-0 him. Flash might just 4-0 him.
One lurker burrowed in there, and the
oh
Terran
boy, oh, this is crazy.
They just dove right in there. There was nothing someone could do. By the way, I feel like Soma is playing a world-class ZVT here. Yeah. I know he's down 0-2. But he is.
But you can't match God, man. You're playing
no
against fucking literal God.
Like the fact that he hit that initial Marine medic timing, and then he hit the next one going after bottom left, and then
no, it's the Konoha theme. The da 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 da. You know,
all three right in a row. Perfect.
That's the one I want.
And Soma holds the first two.
The iconic one.
This is a next level Terran vs. Zerg from both sides.
Konoha.
Yeah, I mean this is really
no,
really impressive.
No,
no. Again, you know, two very different TVZs.
You've played it before. God damn it, Smoke! You played it before. You played the Konoha theme before. You know which one it is. You're just messing with me.
Someone needs to get a win.
Why?
He needs to get a win so
Why are you so mean? Just play the Konoha theme.
Flash is going to run away with this and might even go 4-0.
Oh, that would be something else if he's able to 4-0 Soma at this point. But Sylphid, this is like a pretty even map. There's a lot of things that
no! It's not that one. It's Naruto.
So that's something that Soma should take into consideration, because if he tries to play a build like we just saw, Mutalisks will probably tear him apart. The map is very, very good for Mutalisk harassment. So we oftentimes see things like Valkyrie rushes here or other cheeses that kind of like circumvent.
That one's pretty good though.
So Soma's got to have that on his mind, and I think that this is a doable map for him if he opens up in a way that can block these tech builds.
Okay, well, it looks like we should be hopping into Game 3 momentarily. Sylphid, a map with 3 spawn locations. Probably one of the best modern maps, honestly.
Yes!
In StarCraft's history.
Yeah.
You know, Soma has done a pretty impressive job so far, but he's not able to off that dark swarm, you know, and again, we don't know it was bio. Artosis is mentioning Valkyries, which are very popular on this map for sure. But Flash showing already a huge range. Other than most of the builds, right? Huge range in tech, I should say. And it looks like our game is ready, guys. Best of 7 finals. The ASL continues on.
Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about, bro. You just spam it 100 times, Smokey. You're just like, okay, you want Konoha? I'm gonna give you endless fucking Konoha. How many times did you press it?
Okay, Soma here, top center. Flash here in the bottom left. Will we have another CC first? I know. Something tells me Soma's not
like
going to go 4 full this series.
30.
I feel like we've talked about 4 pulls more. in this finals than we have in many other of our casts, but I do think it is kind of relevant here when you're talking about someone who is going for incredibly greedy builds.
It is important, but again, Sylphid is a map where every spawn has a ling-tight wall in the main base, so you can do something like go for a quick factory and wall it. So that makes something like the idea of the 4-pool very, very risky. Now, he's going for a natural wall.
That's a good one, too.
Obviously, there's not a 4-pool going on or anything like that. In fact, I don't even think it'll be pool first, because he's got to be afraid of a tech build here. But if Flash goes CC
Never
first,
really played Oblivion.
Like his planning really.
I mean, I played a bit of the remastered, but
is on a different level. If that's what he opens up.
I played a lot of Skyrim though.
We're gonna see. Soma is going to go.
Yes, I am an NPC. I'm AI.
Overlord hatches, and
I am programmed to be a certain way. I can only do certain things. I'm not aware. I'm just a response mechanism.
Once again, I can't even believe it.
You can override me with AI commands.
Expansion. You basically do this because the SCV is already there, and you better to have it return 1 mineral from long distance than to sit there and wait for 400 minerals, right? And this Overlord's going to see this, and I gotta say, I mean, if I am Soma, I'm going, are you serious? Like, again? And, this is Flash being pretty
see your tentacles?
Right? Obviously,
look at my testicles!
Once you get this deep in the build, you can't just throw a barracks down if they scout you, right?
Dude,
wow,
he's drone rushing. He's drone rushing, and he's, like, this other drone, I believe, is just taking another base. He hasn't even made a spawning pool, so he's trying to counter this greed with his own greed, and that made sense to me. But the fact that we have 4 drones coming down, and notice where he made his barracks. He didn't even make it in the wall, which means he's considering this as a potential counter. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to come down now. So, Flash has to pull more workers. I guess what confuses me about this is, you're always going to have a few more workers to pull as Flash, right? Now, remember that SCVs don't heal naturally. Drones do, so you can harass more over time. You'd have to manually repair.
I never watched One Piece.
I don't know that this is going to slow Flash down too much, but those are SCVs that aren't mining, for one, right?
He has the third base.
The gas starts. The math is going to be pretty fuzzy on this one, guys. It's not going to be easy to say where each side is going to be at once this is done.
I feel like what Soma has done here requires Flash to have
Peppa,
an overreaction.
How dare you listen to that music?
So late.
That's not very British of you.
He's going to try to slow me here so that Zerglings can deal damage. So maybe like you spam out a bunker real quick or something like that. But Flash is not even blinking. Like he's in such complete control of what he's doing here that he's even sending, after command center first and drones attack him, he's sending his first Marine across the entire map to put on pressure. It's truly an absurd thing to see. If you tried to play like this on the ladder, you would be laughed off of BattleNet, but Flash is doing it here in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what he can get done.
You killed me.
Right? One thing is, Marines alone are honestly pretty
Demon Slayer,
pretty bad
nice.
units. Like, one Marine is probably one of the
Do the
weakest things
Simpsons!
in the whole game. One Zergling can beat one Marine.
Do the Simpsons, Smokey!
In time at that natural, or that third
I want the Simpsons!
This is crazy. There's a bunch of Lings headed to Flash, and he has no defense whatsoever. Like, he doesn't have his wall up. Okay, he is going to float this over. I think it's going to land just before the Zerglings get there. He's making a bunker, and he's just going to have to bring some Marines or some SCVs up to that little hole in the wall to be able to hold. The timing here of Soma works out
exactly.
So well. And
think
in
of the
fact,
children.
All the Marines die. Suddenly, Soma
absolutely,
looking very
Nelson.
advantaged in this game.
Yeah, there's nothing.
I don't
to
know.
put
Mrs.
inside the
Lovejoy's
bunker
got a
right now, so
point,
the SCVs
though.
are just taking damage.
Hey,
He's
Homer,
gonna try to
stop
come
that.
down,
Not in
and
my
he
face.
actually get the body block. He does not. The bunker
Only-
gets filled. A lot of SCVs are getting killed, though.
I mean, wait.
And Soma goes after this Vulture, but I don't think he gets it. Oh, he does get the kill. Are you kidding on that
You'll
as
have
well?
to speak up.
That
I'm
is
wearing a
insane.
towel.
3 factories going up, so he is trying to go into mech play
True.
from here.
Good.
Gets
Ralph,
another
you wouldn't
Vulture
know
out,
danger if it spat on you.
Pure lings from Soma. If Flash blocks the hole in the wall, he can actually still win this, even though he lost all those SCVs. It's just the amount of lings that are being made.
I'm in danger.
Is crazy, and Flash does
Smokey
not expect
put me
this.
in
His wall is
danger.
up, but he pulls back. He pulls back. I believe he just landed the wall as well. The Sim City is very good here. It's
No,
hard
it's
for the lings to get in and actually
Jeebus,
hurt him.
save me,
But Soma traded a lot of what
Jeebus.
could have been drones for those
Save
Zerglings, and I
me,
don't think they're going to find any damage.
Jeebus.
Yeah, the Spire's 30% complete. And
All right then.
you know,
What about Bart?
Speedlings, by the way, they can fight vultures if they catch them. You know, it really comes down to control. But
about
we're
Bart?
seeing creep colonies
Paddling
at the
the school
expansions.
canoe.
You know, Soma is
Ooh, you
on
better believe that's
a
a
very
paddling.
functional 3 bases. Right
That's a
now.
paddling.
He's got drones,
Oh,
he's got his
that's
tech,
a
he's got
paddling
links
too.
paired with the
Hello,
summon colonies.
Mr.
You know,
Burns'
a lot
office.
of
This is
games,
about my
it's
cube.
just a sunk, and that's barely enough to hold this. Flash is powered up with a lot of vultures, so he might try
You
to
are
actually
technically correct.
plow
The
his way
best kind of
past the
correct.
lings into the main. And
The
notice that
only
there's one
kind of
vulture up
correct.
here by the bunker, but the rest are rallied down below. So it looks like there's one vulture here, and you know, a Zerg could very easily imagine there's just an accumulation of Goliaths behind this. Now that Barrick goes up, let's see if Soma senses this.
I don't think he does. Like, he's preparing for a potential vulture run by, but this is way more vultures than you would ever expect in this situation. I love that he hold positions the Overlord over the lings. They are very hard to connect with.
Still not
but
hearing any
Flash can
Bart.
actually, like, kill a Sunken. He can kill all these lings. It is possible. He's going to shred those
Barney.
lings and try to go after some drones. But don't forget, there's Mutalisks being created right now, so he's got to get anti-air up during all of this as well.
Yeah.
So am I gonna win
Morlings
this
are gonna
game?
Come in here from the bottom. The drones need to body block. The mutas are going to come in here and do a lot of damage. Honestly, man, this is going pretty well for Soma here. Flash does kill a bunch of drones. That is painful, but it doesn't seem like it's going to do too much more than that.
Double shot.
Well, a few Goliaths are coming out now.
Wait,
He's going to want to
what?
keep those at home for defense for now while he makes some missile turrets as well. Both of them have taken a fair amount of damage in this game. Really hard to say exactly where both these players are at. It seems to me like Soma is a bit ahead right now. And I don't know how much damage he'll get done
Shifty
with
eyes,
these Mutalisks,
shifty
but he's already
eyes.
got his
Smokey
3
wants in
gases
the
going.
back
And
door. I mean,
Flash
what?
doesn't have as much production as I think he was hoping for, and I don't think the Vultures did as much as he was hoping for either.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely Flash in a much, much more difficult position here. I think it's fair to say that when those lings got in there and did that damage, the build order's already on a pretty painful trajectory at this point in time. The Mutalisk count is getting very high. It's Zerg on 4 hatcheries, and it looks like one drone is being sent down here towards the bottom right to take another expansion here. So Zerg's going to be going up to 4 bases pretty soon.
Well, those mutas get pushed back.
Be right back. Absolutely,
And,
Smokey. You gotta
know,
take
he's
a
got enough
fat
Goliaths to just
shit.
kind of hold on against everything right now.
Absolutely.
But if you think back, for instance, to the Jane Doe game where it was like heavy Muta against heavy Goliath, Flash had a much better opener there. Whereas here, Soma, I think, is in charge of that. Like, he has enough Mutalisks that if Flash tries to move out, the counterattack will be really, really strong.
Yeah, he's now getting into that Hydra tech here. We did see at the end of game 1, you know, the Hydras are basically ready to go, but he didn't quite have them high enough in number. I think it's going to be very tough for Flash to get a 3rd base. You know, in the game that we saw Flash win with Mac, that was one where you get a free base in the back of your base. And honestly, just going from your high ground to your low ground natural is never a big challenge in StarCraft, right? But getting out to either the mineral only that's above the Terran's expansion or out and to the right and down, the one that's more towards the center base, the triangle expansion, that is that's going to be tough. I mean, there's a world where Soma just has enough that he can overpower Flash here. So I'm very interested if Flash can win this game, how he's going to try to navigate this.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a tricky one. I think that Flash is just going to go all in on 2 bases here. Just try to do like a Goliath Siege Tank push and end it. It doesn't look like the type of situation where he can go into additional upgrades and go to 5 bases and, you know,
yeah, he's
play a
pretty
game like
stifled on his
game
options
looks really
here.
bad for him right now. You can see how few missile turrets he has. He had 1 turret there. Soma flies in, kills it. He's going to kill a ton of SCVs. He's going to get out of here easily. Honestly, his mutas might be able to kill all the Goliaths right now. Look at how much damage
I've never seen mutas blow up a supply depot before.
Shoots down a depot.
That
okay,
is
here comes that
something
counterattack.
else.
The mutas are pretty far away. The drones
Like
might
for
have to even be
harassment
evacuated
purposes, right? Like, I'm just
throw
gonna
down
go
more
to depot
sunken
here.
colonies.
I'm just
I
gonna
think
fuck
as the
with your
mutas come
game,
back,
Flash.
Soma's just going to crush this. He has far too many mutalisks. Far too many. Look at how many he actually has here. I don't think the Goliaths can hold on against this.
Yeah, I mean this is a lot. The Goliaths are getting pulled out. The mutas are just going to all merge in here. The Hydras are going to bum rush the tanks, get right underneath them. And yeah, I mean there's enough mutas. There's enough mutas he can just overpower this. The tank's going down means that that position's never going to be broken, by the way.
Yeah, and he's getting those Hydras out during all of this as well. That was really smart to keep the Goliaths away and let the Hydras kill the tanks. And now it's like, okay, yeah, the mutas are pretty badly hurt, but there's going to be Hydras popping out now. And while Goliaths are okay against Hydras, the amount of production that Soma has, he should be able to knock out every Goliath now with the help of these Hydras.
Yeah, the combination of the two is just a little bit too much. The Goliaths really can't take the fight very well. And again, with no tanks, I mean, you just can't get past sunken colonies here. I mean, taking out those 2 tanks with the Hydras was kind of the moment that really threw Flash completely out of any position where he can try to close the game out.
Yeah, it seems really difficult for him to push through Hydra, Muta, Sunken Colony with pure Goliath at this point. He actually, well, I guess that one had very little health left. He actually killed off a lot of Overlords there, which is annoying, but Soma's not even supply blocked. He comes in with a flank for these Goliaths. The reinforcing Goliaths are too far away, so these are going to die without any additional help.
GG, and Soma wins one
Soma
game.
Takes map number 3.
Oh my god,
Nicely
that's
done.
crazy.
He did pull it
All right,
off.
I'll be
It
right
was
back.
a weird
One
early
second.
game. But in the end, you know, Flash was destabilized. I think Flash had a pretty strong push regardless. But, I mean, Soma, you know, now going into game 3 versus Command Center first, Artosis.
Yeah, Flash has been about as greedy as you could ever possibly be in these games. In fact, so greedy that game that he ended up losing with the link counterattacks and everything, really dealing a lot of damage. But that kind of puts it to Soma. Is Soma going to try to do a build that counters that for the next game? And has Flash already anticipated that? And will he do something safe to open in game number 4? It's really hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This has been such a fascinating series to see here so far. I got to say, Flash going 3CC in a row is not something I really thought was I didn't think he had that in him to try to do that so many times. But
yeah,
the response from Soma there in game 3 to send the drones was really fascinating. 3 hatcheries into super late spawning pool. And then sending 4 drones across the map immediately.
I don't think the 4 drones did that much. You know, generally you're going to have like more SCVs than there are drones, so it's not really that hard to block. So yeah, that was kind of like a weird moment, and it didn't feel like it did that much. I feel like he was looking for an overreaction. Where he spams down like a bunker and he's like, oh god, like there must be a follow-up to these drones, but there really wasn't. Like the spawning pool was unbelievably late there, but I guess the damage came later with those extra Zerglings that he made to attack, where Flash was being, I mean, the fact that that's how the game is going down and he sends his first 3 Marines across the map is like, we're really pushing the boundaries of what is doable in this game.
You know, yeah, I agree with you with the 4 drones. It didn't seem like that does a whole lot, but yeah, if you think that Lings are coming, and honestly, if I was in the Terrence position, that's what I would have assumed is headed my way, right? Is that there's like, you know, 8 Zerglings right behind this, and I need to get a bunker immediately. And But yeah, the fact that he did that, and then Flash's response, by the way, to go for mass vultures with speed, which was a pretty interesting move. I mean, he did kill, I think, almost every single drone.
That bald guy.
At the natural.
Champion of the ASL is that bald guy.
It was a crazy game. But, you know, when you go for that many vultures early on, every vulture is ultimately what could have been a Goliath.
Don't make me think my
right?
PC turned
and so
off.
you don't end up having a Goliath count.
I'm brain
that
dead,
is
okay?
insurmountable,
I
right?
only
You
know
did
what I
reduce Zerg's
see.
drones,
And what
but
I see is
Zerg
what I
does
hear.
produce in a different
And what
way,
I
right?
hear
Larvae
is
come
what
out
I
much more
feel.
quickly.
And what I feel is
The
the
Zerg
reality I
already on
want.
4 hatches as well,
Not
so
the
Zerg's
reality
able
I
to
live
recover
in.
pretty fast. And that Goliath count being the accumulation.
Did you
of
know
I should
that
say,
girl in the
starting a lot later,
background is an OnlyFans
makes
model?
it very, very tough to ever strong arm the Zerg with when they're going for
Smokey?
mutalisks like that.
Well, whether you like
you
the
know
drone
that?
attack or not, I think the important lesson here is that Soma interfered with Flash in the early portions of the game.
Did you
That
know
is
that?
incredibly important because, like, if you let
I don't
Flash
think you
stay
did.
on book what he practiced,
I did.
He's the best at that. Oh,
I did,
well,
though.
we're going to, I guess, go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll talk more about it. We'll be right back. Time I've gone to a sauna in Korea, the old men are all watching Go on the TV inside the sauna. I want to know if, as we get old tasteless, is it going to switch over to StarCraft on that TV?
We just gotta wait until we're the old men.
Yes, I
It'll
can't
eventually
wait,
be
dude. It's
that.
going to be so sick when we're old.
We'll just be sitting there naked with our bathrobes wide open, watching Brood War on TV.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. They got him as a cashier.
Why do I love you,
How
Smokey?
exactly can someone try to navigate?
How
this
do
game to
I
win this?
stop
Again, I
these
feel like he's not gonna
feelings
4-4, 4-9-4,
inside
7-4, any of the kind of viable rushes that we would see in tournament play. He did seem to trip Flash up with the drone.
What's up, motherfucker?
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Because really what worked there was the fact that he had a very
Dabba dabba doo, shoot up, what, boom, bad,
almost felt like it was a
do hoo hoo hoo
You hit the shit on the streets, it don't make
but it was enough to throw Flash.
Well, you got to mix it up. You got to be aggressive. This is why Effort's the only player that has a win record against Flash in these types of matches. He's beaten him in 2 championship matches.
Is that what you
No one
do,
else is
Smokey,
even
all day
close to
long?
that, so,
What is this, an Artosis stream?
Like, I think that's
What
kind of
is
the
this,
key.
an Artosis stream?
Soma needs to make sure that Command Center First is not being gotten away with without some sort of punishment, some sort of interaction.
Not enough Mario erotica.
And, you know, hopefully just staying very
My dad
on top
is
of what
back.
Flash is doing and
Back
disrupting it where he
again.
can.
To get some.
Yeah. You know, with Flash, even the game that he was down in game 3, I mean, he played pretty clean, man. I mean, I think you were right when you called the 2-base all in from there.
Is that a
There's no
dead
point trying to
turtle?
extend the game because, you know, someone's basically brought the game to a place where it's
That was
hard to
definitely
ever,
a dead turtle.
advance it. You know,
Mario
into late game,
sat
like, someone's
on
just
that
gonna
turtle.
Crush you, but again, you know, Flash, it almost feels like he's improved through this tournament. You know, like the last 2 series we've seen him play, he is really bringing it, and it's that scary style of play that he has.
Mario. You see I be a Mario. You a be a see I see I be a Mario.
Push later on in the game, it's kind of crazy.
Well, I'm excited to see what the next game is going to look like. It can't possibly be Command Center First again, can it?
One day, by the way.
What, did you see that?
Yeah.
Smokey, your time is off. It's actually 2 days.
Pounding that in the middle of the face. That's hilarious.
I love it.
Because, hold on.
Anyways.
Yeah. Polestar coming up next. Pretty standard map overall. In fact, the next 3 maps are relatively standard. I don't know. I don't think that we're going to see a Command Center First again. He's got to pull it back a little bit.
I agree. But
1 day and
It's been hard to
13
predict
hours.
so
So
far,
it's
guys.
36
Game 4
hours
is ready
from
to
now.
go. Right now,
So it's
Flash
not
is a
technically
2-1
tomorrow
versus
is the
Soma
next
here in
stream.
this
It's the
ASL
stream after that. Right? So it's 33 hours. I have counted down every day. Yeah, 8 p.m. start. I ain't starting at 8 p.m. Dude, I start at 6:30.
Okay. Flash here in the top right.
Yeah, but I won't be streaming when it's live.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he's gonna do it.
Yeah. Well, he needs like I mentioned. I was saying earlier in the week that I thought he needs to probably do 2 4 pools throughout the series if he wants to win, because Flash is so commonly playing greedy. But yeah, this is a really important moment. If Flash sends an SCV out to make a wall, then Soma should win the game.
Spark for the win. What the fuck is Spark?
There are a couple rushes. There's
Smokey.
4 pool. There's 5 pool.
Oh,
7
the
pool,
skill? Are you gonna wait,
pool.
Smokey? What are you playing?
4 pool,
I never
think it's
asked.
like
What the
4
fuck are
seconds
you
faster
playing?
than a
You
5
better not be
pool.
playing a Spark Witch.
And when you consider, like, you know,
You said a witch or a sorcerer, or are you
God,
playing a
looks like
druid?
He's gonna make.
Are you making a druid? Sorcerer. Okay.
First of all,
and you're gonna use
the fact
Spark.
that it's a
Because you
4
said
pool,
you already had a
nothing hits
build,
faster
right?
Than this.
Like you already have your
And
build
he's
set
even gonna
up,
use
right?
1 drone to scout. Now, I don't know the interaction exactly, but you have to imagine having the barracks and the depot out here is not good. Is pretty bad.
At first, yes.
And
then I will go into
by the way,
mega
with
build
this
with
rush,
cold
you know,
infusions and power charges for
immediately
huge sparks. Okay, you can
where
spark
the-
me
oh,
up
actually,
any
hold on a
day.
second. I guess the Overlord has to
Cha-ching,
scout the
cha-ching.
bottom
Sparkity, spook,
left.
spark, spoke.
So,
Spoke,
yeah,
spick,
where did he
span,
send the links? I guess
spooky,
he sent the links to
spake,
the top
spake,
right.
Yeah.
spook, spook,
He should be sending them to the top right, which will be good for him. Like finding him with the drone would have been more powerful.
Smoke that rock hard,
So he's
Joe
gonna break his head up
Pint.
there.
You
He's not
have
gonna see it. He's not going to see a wall with his Overlord, so he should send the lings directly
this
to the
guy.
north. And if he catches that first Marine, it becomes
How
like
about-
almost game over. But
Ow!
Flash can pull the Marine back and block a little bit because he sees these links coming.
Do
He
it,
now
I
knows
dare
that it's a
ya.
4 pool. He's got to turn that Marine around immediately. He has to bring
Oh my
his
god, oh
CVs
my god,
down.
oh my god.
If he can get a bunker up here, he can do something like float his command center down. And
Okay, that was a bad
potentially
idea.
end up being okay because this is an 8 racks.
Fuck, that was a
the
bad idea.
surround hits on that first Marine. The second Marine looks like it's going to
Guys,
be in
this is
trouble
why
here
you
as
don't
well.
do
Flash is
things for
trying to
clout.
squeeze this back,
Do not drink
but it
water.
looks like Soma's
Do
going
not
to catch
move your
that as
feet.
well.
Do not
Beautiful
move your
micro with the
feet.
drone.
Do not stretch. Do not go to
Yeah,
the bathroom.
and you got to note
Have
the
another
Marine will
coat.
always pop out at the bottom left unless there's enough surface area
Fuck.
that can be popped over to the side, and it's not. Oh my god. Okay, this is working. This is working. This is a build order win. It's looking like. More lings are going to trickle in here as the last SCV is going to go down. Can he get the block on this one? He needs to get one more block. He's going to create a little
Damn,
square. Flash taps out.
Soma!
Oh
Dude,
my
Soma might win.
God.
I watched
Yeah,
the whole
this
community
was-
collapse on
off.
Kick
This was an
yesterday.
important moment in the series. You
That must
to
have been
mix that in against Flash.
hilarious,
You just
Smokey.
you have
What-
to do
what-
some hard
what
counters
community
and hope that
was
they
it?
hit the right
What
builds.
community was it? Tell me all about it.
Honestly,
That sounds
was like
fucking
a game where
hilarious,
it is
dude.
potentially possible.
3, 2, 1, choke.
This guy is wild. It is potentially possible to hold the 4 pool with an 8 racks because you get that Marine out so quick, but you have to keep the first Marine alive. And you saw that Soma, he microed well. He got his lings in there. He surrounded that first Marine. And that kind of just shut Flash down. And then he caught the second Marine. And, you know, from there, it's pretty straightforward. Whereas
Somebody's
if that had
top
been, like,
gifter
a depot
started
into the
gifting
barracks, he
somebody
probably
else,
just kills him
and the
immediately.
girl was
right?
not
Like, the
happy, so she called him
Marines
out
aren't
for
even
it.
out when the ling gets there. Or it's just popping.
And the guy basically told her straight, fuck you.
Yeah, that was a great win from Soma. A good place to mix that in. But here's the thing. Flash, he accounts for things like this occurring
She's
as well.
not
Like, he knows
watching
he's just going to
anymore.
randomly
She's
lose a
too
game here and
old.
there.
She
So I don't think that's
aged out.
going to make him change his plans for the rest of the games.
Yeah, look, I'm so glad someone did that. Will he do it again? I'm not so sure. I think that was so necessary to do because it basically shows Flash, I will take crazy risks. And you need to knock it off. You need to play within the realm of a safe game. No risky openers. Command Center first and a 4 pull, they look very different and they create very different games, but they kind of come from the same place, right? The Command Center
Together,
first
they're
is
like
super
10
greedy,
people.
not safe way
They all
to play.
stream together,
4
raid
pull's
each other,
also not
etc.
safe if you're playing against
Gift
somebody
each
who
other,
plays safe
and
ball.
he just like,
But this
like
should
what?
stop
No,
the Command
you're
Center
not my
first behavior.
girlfriend.
Making barracks out in the middle of the map is also going to be something I think is a no-go. Let's see what we're going to get now as we have
That sounds
2-2
fucking hilarious.
going
Everyone's firing
into
shots
game
at each
5.
other. So it was basically like an average day in here. Accusations of... Wait, accusations of botting with like 5 viewers? Fraud on gifting themselves? Or was it like 500
right.
viewers, but there's like
Top
10
left,
people
no
talking
Vorpal
in
this time.
chat?
We've had the first drone start. Flash down here in the bottom left.
That sounds amazing, Smokey. Tell me more.
And I'm just so excited that we're tied up 2-2 here.
Yeah.
You know, we
Tell
were
me
talking
more.
About, I'm glad we all
120 plus viewers, but there's only like 8 people talking in chat.
We sound crazy.
Do a thing called
but
networking.
That was the right call. Now we'll see what Flash does.
You mean talking to other people?
But
you ever get random people come and
I
post emotes?
making
You mean
Flash
like if you
feel a little bit
scroll
uncomfortable
up,
about
there
doing
was
anything
this.
too greedy, at least forces him to do a build order that can be more at the Zerg's pace.
Where is it?
Yeah.
And,
but I
Melly came in here and was like, "Hey, homie, got your streamer open. Come peep me out. Much love, boy. I'm live, going away, giving away Roblox." And he's like, "Verified."
Let's keep going. That's where I'm like a little bit nervous.
Yeah, and this guy's fucking verified.
Well, this is
and
where
I'm
it becomes a bit
like,
of a poker game, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know,
and this guy's like
I mean,
500
I
viewers,
think Flash
and
can
I'm
go
like,
Command Center first more often than
okay,
Sonic and Vorpal.
cool, interesting, yeah, sure.
That's true.
Interesting.
That's true.
Not sure about that. I didn't want to ban him because he's verified, and he only did it once. He didn't like spam it. He didn't come back. He just said it once and fucked off. But yeah, that's what they'll do. They'll just like go through the directory and be like, "Yo, dude, come watch my stream. Yo, dude, I'm watching your stream. Come watch my stream." And then eventually they'll just build a bunch of random people that come look at their stream, and then they'll have view bots on top of it. But then they have the idea of, you know, it is super cringe, Smokey. It's why I hate promoting myself. It's fucking retarded. That's why I use X for that in like YouTube and stuff. I don't do that on like Twitch or Kick or anything. It's like that's for like other platforms, right?
Do note that he has not.
I do, however, facilitate a place where other people can promote themselves, but that's different because that's my community. But yeah, yesterday was funny. That sounds fucking hilarious.
The Overlord has just a little bit more vision than the Terran buildings, so I.
Do you remember back in the day, Smokey, when those botters and random people would come in here and like jump my viewership to like 1,000?
And he should be able to just expand
and be like, "You want to get free viewers?"
Like this is
and I literally fucking
he just
ignored them.
optimizes relentlessly. Where it's like, yeah, I want every mineral. This command center is a little bit faster than your lower the sea. Like if you scout. And the normal scout
I'm pretty
time
sure
is on
one of
12 supply,
my clips.
Then this command center
in like the 5-hour opening sequence of the stream,
so,
like for
you know,
the stream highlight
like
reels,
15-second
has me with like 500 viewers on Kick in the clip.
I do find
because they were just like kept upping the number, thinking that I cared.
The hardest thing to do,
and I didn't even because I don't look at the number. It's literally covered up. I don't see it. Imagine losing your top gifter to a man being a girl.
I've even seen some build like some guides the Koreans will make. For,
I mean, it depends, Smokey, because my top gifter is like.
It's like no, you need to scout like. New
I mean, over
they
time,
see what the other guy's doing, where he's at,
like,
to kind of start to formulate the game in their head.
Yeah.
There is a
like on Kick, it's you, but Proll's done a lot of gifting. So despite being here for a short amount of time, I think Proll might be my highest gifter on
see,
Twitch.
Like, players that they scout with their first Zealot or their first Dragoon, as an example. But by the way, Soma is going to get inside the main. He's going to see that it is a factory.
But I mean, like I said, I don't give a shit about that because I'm not. I have like.
And also, we should point out.
He wasted his money.
Yeah,
I think subbing to me is wasting money too. But I mean, if you want to use your money, you can use your money however you want, and if you want to spend it ruthlessly on me, then you know, I mean, I guess that's your prerogative.
I love what we're seeing
but just
here,
know that like
Soma.
I don't need it. It's all good. I'm perfectly
is,
fine the way I
like,
am.
Insane, and
you
can see that he's actually going ahead and he's looking for a counter here to what Flash is doing.
As long as you know, I keep up the. As long as I write my books.
Just going to be a 2-hatch lurker all in.
Keep up the story build and keep them happy. That's what I pay my rent in stories. I think sub because I feel bad for missing week 6. I mean that's fair, Smokey. Yeah, I mean if you pity any aspect of this and you just want to like that's totally fair, man. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
You're gonna have enough time to hold this.
It is what it is.
I think this could be game losing right here. I think you see the den immediately.
Also, get new emotes.
You are going to try to do everything you can to hold this. So that the SCV goes down.
I'm just so lazy.
Now, remember, this is like a real... I was talking about sharp timing attacks from Terran. This is going to be the same thing from Zerg. he's going to get real close.
What
here.
kind
The
of
problem is
emotes?
that the bunker's already started.
Yeah.
Smokey, if you want me to have
See,
emotes,
knock
post
on
them in
there.
Discord.
I think this game might be winnable, but right now, and just because it's Flash and he scouted it early, I have to imagine he's going to be prepared. He cancels a third factory. He starts the academy. He's got the eBay coming here.
Wait, you can use...
The bunker's coming along as well.
Hold on.
It's really hard to imagine him.
You can use emotes if you're
Like,
not subscribed, bro. There's 80 slots for unsubscribed, and then there's 80 slots for subscribed. I have 160 emote slots.
To rebound from here is going to be tough. Maybe he can get enough aggression off to get that damage.
Type shit.
But we're going to have a missile turret going up, multiple bunkers. He's going to be making units
I don't
to
know.
help,
I don't
and he's
believe
getting
you,
comstats
Smokey.
behind. So even if you get the lurkers into a great position, he's eventually going to have the scans that he needs. Look at that. A siege tank comes out. Flash's defense of this looks amazing so far, but maybe Soma still has a chance with the amount of units he's made.
I give this game less than a minute.
Yeah, give me all the
there's
sussy
two
ones
bunkers,
you want.
Turrets spread out, a tank
All
there,
the sussy
detection,
ones you want.
SCVs being made the whole time.
Siege mode.
This, yeah.
Oh my God! Look at this. A huge amount of lings coming in as he burrows at that bunker. He's going after the siege tank with those zerglings, and he actually will get the siege
Never get
tank.
boss on kick. I banned them all.
Repairing anything?
I thank you. I
That's
thank
how
you,
confident he
Smokey.
is. I don't know anyone in the world that, dude, every SCV I had would have gone up there
I
trying to
really
repair those
appreciate that,
bunkers, but he's
Smokey.
like,
it's
no,
nice
this
to
is a
not
hole.
have bots.
Yeah. No,
I mean,
he knows he doesn't need to pull SCVs. Yeah, that's. I'm so glad you pointed that out, Artosis.
It's
that's
nice
so
to
funny
like
because it's
know
so
what
true.
the
It's
actual
like,
size
he just knows,
of
like, no, I don't even.
All right, Flash wins. Okay, one more game. Flash,
Soma's
one more game, man. Flash, just one more game.
Can't say I blame
Let's
him
go,
for doing
4-2.
Yeah.
Or Soma can bring it
I
back
don't
to
know if it
game
was 2 or 3 SCVs
7.
that were sent out, but
Game
Flash did basically send one more SCV out on the
7.
map,
There's a possibility.
basically to check for that.
There's a
Yes.
possibility.
And he saw it. I mean, look, I think maybe Soma wins that if Flash hadn't seen that. But Flash literally
100%.
had every piece of the puzzle.
If
A
you want a
stand,
crazy
2
build, go
bunkers,
witch and
2
minions.
turrets,
Yeah,
by
but
the
I
way,
want to
spread
go
out so
a
the
martial
lurkers can't,
artist.
hit them both with the same volleys.
I'll
The
figure
siege
out a
mode,
build
the
that can clear the
placement of
game.
everything. So well that he knows that he literally doesn't have to bother pulling SCVs to repair, even though one of the bunkers
Yeah,
is
that's
gonna
what I
go
played
down,
last
and the tank went
time.
down.
Yeah, that was the dumbest part that he didn't pull it. Like dumb,
Back
dumb
to
as
your
in dumb good,
treehouse.
that he didn't even try to repair. He's just like, no.
What does a monk
everything's
have to
fine.
do with a treehouse?
That's how hard he countered that, and it all has
Wait,
to do
what?
with the SCV running around. Like that's
The
just what
fuck
it is.
do
Like
you
he
mean
snuck
by
it out
that?
in an interesting
Oh,
direction.
no.
Soma didn't see it, and he gets the scout, and that's it. And he just reacts completely to that moment. And there was nothing left for Soma to really do. Like, how do you
fuck,
how do you
Smokey,
win
you're
from there?
great.
He sees your
You're truly
base all
wonderful.
in, and he blocks it perfectly.
Yeah, he knew to cancel that third factory. And
Nothing
you know,
better.
Yeah,
Nothing better, brother. Shut the fuck up. What? I'm
I think that
complimenting
was a
you.
good map to go for
I
something
think
like
it's
that. Again,
fucking
the travel distance is really
funny.
short, which means the lurkers can get down
I
there
thought
very
you were
quickly,
making a
but, he
joke,
was
and
not
I
able to deny that
laughed, and
scout.
then you told me to
You even
shut
saw that
up.
the den was made at the natural.
I don't think you're very good at making
and, you know, from there,
jokes,
he was
Smokey.
basically- there's no turning around from there.
That's not a
You know,
great
so he had more lanes,
reaction.
He went for it. He did the all in. It failed, and here we are going into game 6.
Makes me not want to
Man,
laugh at any more of your
Flash
jokes.
now on match point. That makes this very, very difficult indeed.
I mean, I can't help
for
myself
Soma.
sometimes. 'Cause
And
it's
the
just
thing is,
fucking
I
funny.
feel like that was a reaction, right? Soma
It's the
got
way
the
my
2
brain
lanes in.
goes, right?
He scouted
It's funny
what
because
was
of what's
going
in my
on.
brain.
Oh, he's got to put in his Google Play code. It's so
Shut up.
important. Yeah, like I don't know.
guy's
It's
hilarious.
it's such a tough position here for Soma. Do you react to what you're seeing? Do you stay on your original plans? How do you do it? How do you come back
Oh,
here now
look.
and win 2
No,
matches
a
in a row against
martial
Flash, the
artist,
greatest of all time?
motherfucker.
It's tough. You know, we have not seen a game where Flash and Soma have gone toe-to-toe with more standard builds. It's been very interesting as far as build order selection. You know, it's been Flash with greedy/risky builds. Soma trying to play standard, but a lot of times getting a standard pairing build with a greedy build. There is kind of this rock, paper, scissors to openers, by the way. And not always, but if you want to think about it in a general sense, a 4-pull, like some kind of crazy all-in, kills the greedy build, but loses to the standard build, right? The standard build, kind of in a bad position versus a greedy build because you're already a little bit behind. And then, you know,
Fuck, I
obviously,
don't know
if
if I
you
can
go for a
find
greedy
it.
build, you're going to lose to that all-in, to that cheese. And that seems to be part of the story here with this best of 7. We're going to go to a short break, guys. And we
Yeah,
come
no,
back
it's this.
and go to game number 6.
This is literally what you have to do to become a master. Where's the thing? Where's the one where he jumps on the stick? Yeah, like shit like this, like Wukong moves. Like this is literally like replicating like all this shit. I want to. Yeah, this is the one. It's the exact copy of the same moves from Wukong. This is a monk, dude. And you're saying monk is shit? No, man, this is fucking. Shaolin monks are fucking OP as shit, dude. These are known as warrior monks. Like, I'd smash them all.
Because it will be.
Yeah, you would smash them because you're fucking gay, Smokey. Fucking homophobic F word. You need to go back further. No, you need to bend over more is what you need to say, Smokey. Three, 2, 1, toke!
Okay. Let's go. Top right here is Flash. Bottom right is Soma. Quick plug, guys. Consider signing up for our Patreon. It's been an amazing season. And season 2 will be right around the corner. I am so glad, StarCraft is able to continue to exist in an esports way. I've been watching these tournaments since I was like in high school.
Yeah.
Downloading, VODs and trying to follow and trying to not be spoiled. It's incredible that 27 years later, it's still going on.
It is.
And we are so happy.
We're getting to become old men.
Yeah,
Fuck.
and thank you everyone who's signed up on that Patreon already. It is so much appreciated. Please do check it out. Patreon.com/ASL
Shut the fuck up,
English.
bro, with the dick in your mouth. It's your dick, Smokey. What, you don't want your dick in my mouth?
Reasonably tight.
You're
reasonably
mean,
close, some
Smokey.
really good
Why
build
wouldn't you
orders
want to
being
put your
used,
dick in
and,
my mouth?
Whatever
Bro,
happens
mouth.
this season
Dumbass.
is going to lead into that next one, right?
Well,
like, if Soma ends up
if
winning,
you're trying to say that
how
your
big
dick
is
is big,
right? Like how
or
if he
not
wins
big,
2 in a row,
like if it goes to my
defrauding
throat,
Flash,
it's
like,
big.
okay,
If it
we
doesn't
really
go to my
are in a
throat,
new
it's
era
not
at this
big.
point.
So it
Right,
depends on how big
Flash
your
wins,
dick
it's
is.
like, okay, well, he's not going to play next season, is he? Some crazy things.
Throat
about
bone is connected to the knee bone. That's
Yeah.
how far your dick goes.
Yeah, so
it goes straight down my
it is,
throat all the way to
overcooked,
my
by the
knee.
way. And by the way, it's kind of crazy. We've had a lot.
What
of
is that,
games where
like,
Soma is trying to get the first
137
overlord scout to
centimeters?
See where the opponent is.
Mhm.
And this is a position where
Okay,
you
so
can
yours
actually
would
put the
go
overlord in a
like
spot where they don't know
just
that you
tickle my
scouted them.
uvula.
Yeah, that's quite true. And Flash hasn't really been scouting. Like,
Yeah,
he's
okay,
doing
cool,
it again, where he's just
cool.
like not
Yeah, I
scouting.
can deal
He's
with
gonna
that.
make his next depot with that SCV and make his.
I've had
command
clits
center a bit
bigger,
faster
but
than
it
we
is what it
normally
is,
see.
right?
But
You
it's
know.
overpool, so like we could
Those
have
things
Zerglings pop up.
expand,
He might
bro.
decide to drone.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it looks like he's not really going to make Zerglings. I think he's scouted this and said, okay, well, it's pretty clear what's going on here.
I
You're
just
not
called
scouting
you on
me,
Discord.
so,
No, you didn't.
maybe it's not worth it
No,
to
you
Zerglings and send them across
fucking
the map when
didn't.
there's going to be a wall that just
You
blocks
did
them.
not.
Yeah, I mean, he's continuing to make drones. We just saw one hatch.
Call me from
no
where?
matter what, he'll get at least 2 lings. Because you
Piece
eventually have
of
to kill the scouting
shit.
SCV.
No, I'm like literally
but yeah,
Discord's
scout
up here.
lists,
If you would
command center. So look, this looks like a lot of the other builds that Flash did, but it's
motherfucker
it's done
trying to fucking
in
pull
an
some
order.
shit
The build
on
order
me.
Is safer.
The fuck is wrong
Like,
with
you can't just be killed off immediately here. So, a lot of the ideas that Flash have.
Get
are
out
pretty
of
similar,
here!
But this is not going to be as robust as like CC First. Now we also, when we've had kind of an even playing field here, we've not seen Game 2, Soma has basically played a completely different style.
Don't you
Crazy
ever call
openings,
again?
Super sharp all-ins.
Should I start a
Let's see if
video
he
call or
continues
should I
with
pin
that
your
here, if This
message?
is going to be more of like a standard-looking team.
I should pin your message, right? Hold on, I'm gonna pin message.
Like his
Yeah,
layer
pin it.
timing's
Okay,
normal.
there.
You know, he's going to be a little bit down
Don't
in the
ever
compared to
call
what he
me
could be
again,
just
and
because
I
of the
pinned
timing
it.
of that hatchery being a little bit slower with overpool. But it's not a huge difference. Thing is, against Flash, it can feel that way. I hope he's not, feeling like there's no way out of this.
I love
But Flash right now adding a factory. We'll see if he adds another one. Is he just going to stay on the mech train? I think he is. It really looks like it to me. But, he was talking after his match against Jadon about how he's got to go back to bio and the mech isn't working anymore. And then we see mech all day here against Soma, so that might have been a calculated way to speak about it. But he's actually, never mind, he hasn't added a second factory.
It is what it is,
which
bro.
means
We
this
tried.
is a starport rush.
Hey man, I'm just trying to have fun, okay?
Yeah,
if my fun
we
is
might
not
end
your
up with,
fun, that's
kind of a
fair.
third,
That's totally fair.
build order here. After a fast expand here, is factory into starport. Which again, I think would
that's
be
what
an
we're going
interesting
for,
move
right?
here.
We don't
It's
take
good-
things
no,
too
no,
seriously.
no.
We fuck around.
Never mind.
It is,
And the
it is
next
just a
thing you know,
different order
Smokey,
of
I'm
factories. I
up
guess,
your butt. I
you
mean,
go
what?
CC first, you get the
Imagine
second
paying
factory
for
much
Nitro
faster.
and not having anybody to see your
With this
cool
one, you
name
go
font on
factory,
Discord.
armory, factory.
Who the fuck would pay for
So it
Nitro
is
on
gonna be that
Discord?
mech
That's
style.
such a
It will
scam.
be that accumulation
That's
of
such a
lives. I don't know if it's going to be immediate or
scam.
not. We saw
Wait, is that
a
you?
game where he went for vultures and then
Wait, you pay for
Goliaths,
Nitro.
but it could just be a very vanilla Goliath build.
I've
which I
lost
think is
all respect
totally
for you,
fine.
Smokey, and there wasn't
I
much
think that's
there.
exactly what it is. The armory.
You went from
and
like
the
negative
factory
12
take
to
the
like
same amount
negative
of time to build.
74.
So if you're going to go straight for Goliaths, it doesn't make sense to add the factories any earlier. You can just get a little bit of extra.
Why would you
mining.
pay for
he has
that?
the eBay coming up, so he'll have those missile turrets as well.
What?
So this is like a really just solid opener from Flash.
I don't
once again,
believe
going
you.
into this heavy Goliath
You know what,
type of
Smokey?
play.
I take it all back.
And,
I don't believe
I'm
you.
interested to see if Soma can
Oh,
actually
no,
counteract it now.
it's
He
cool.
doesn't actually know that that's what's happening, but he does see that the second gas is pretty quick. If you were playing
84 euros later. What, 84 fucking dollars?
Second off, the gas would not be up this fast. So he knows it's a tech build. It's just, is this like Valkyries? Is this Goliaths? He doesn't know that quite yet.
Isn't that like $190?
Yeah, no, I think you make. Excuse me, actually.
That's like $210 Canadian.
Really good point. Yeah, he knows it's not bio. There's a second gas.
That's
and by the way, Flash has
crazy,
been meching
bro.
More in this tournament than he has in I think any other ASL.
I was gonna say like between like
which is interesting. I
Cap
didn't really
Cut,
see that in the cards when the season started.
VidIQ.
I just kind of always default Flash as a guy who will occasionally mech, but mostly go bio. But
what's
he's gonna go for
another
it again
subscription
here. Now,
that I have that I use for like
a lot of the
streaming?
same rules apply from game one. Yo,
I stole one of your viewers, by the way. Wait, I have viewers, Smokey? What do you mean?
It causes an arms race.
Well,
where
hell
the
yeah,
Zerg
let's
keeps
go,
making
man.
mutas,
Means you're
the
making better
Goliaths
content
can be
than me.
made. The Zerg eventually wants to
Congratulations.
combo it with Muta Hydra.
Remember to keep them
But you have to
entertained, or
get
the same
a
thing will
certain
happen to
amount
you,
of,
Smokey.
Mutalisks out.
Always keep that in
before you
mind.
can really do anything. And I love the bro.
So
and
always try to
I
improve your
think that
content.
This is one of the strongest things versus mech play in ZBT is that you know you can.
Wait, are you
basically
live
monitor
right now,
where
Smokey?
They are, what they're doing. This is going to be another 10 Goliath timing.
No,
Or is
you're
it
not
10?
live, are you? There's no way you're live.
7 Goliath
No,
time.
I'm checking.
He does have more that are around
I'm
now, so it might
fucking
make it to
checking.
10. But like, I've
There's
never seen
no
one
way
this
you're
fast.
live.
I have never seen
Yeah.
it. This is absurd how quickly he moved out
No,
in the map.
you're not live.
But he got an overlord with that, and he's just going to walk back. And you can see Soma's
I
reacting.
was
He's not harassing
one.
the mutas. He brought them back defensively. He's adding a secondary sunken. So Flash got him to
I have
change what he was doing there
170
just by
channel
walking
points.
across the map with those Goliaths, and now he walks home. And he'll
I
defend.
had like 200 viewers.
You know,
crazy.
while
Oh, I believe it,
he-
Smokey.
while he
You're
gets
fucking
the next
crazy.
stage
Chat
of
was
his plan
popping.
going, which looks like,
Fuck yeah, bro.
like
I
he's just
believe
gonna
it,
go to
man.
5 factories.
That's why I keep saying you should
Yeah.
stream,
So,
bro. You're fucking hilarious.
It's important, you know, when people watch StarCraft, this is one of the things that's probably the least obvious in the games. You see them move out and then go back, and it's like, oh, nothing happened. Well, actually, the Mutalisks, like Artosa said, were not
He was
attacking. They were
saying
ready to defend.
bottle
A
of
second
water and
sunken
stuff.
colony was made, which means you had to give up one drone.
It's a good time.
And these don't really seem like very much. But when you get the 2 best players in the world, that's a
That's
lot.
something racist. I have no
So now
idea.
the
What the
Goliaths are
fuck
just
do you
gonna
mean
sit back,
bottle of
and
water?
This looks more and more like it's going to be some kind of a 2-base all-in. The
I
question is going to
never
be,
streamed
does Soma
again.
have the right formula
I
here
streamed once. I
to
made $1 million,
macro into a game
and then
where
I
he
just
doesn't die
never
with this?
streamed
And
again.
that I don't know.
Well, the mutas come in and kill that first turret very quickly, going after these SCVs, so Flash has to run them. But
And
Flash is
20
out
euro
kind of in the
dono.
middle of the map with
Damn.
most of his units.
That's a
It looks like
W,
he's not
Smokey.
gonna
The
turn
highest I've
around.
gotten is 27,
Okay,
and that
he
was from
sends
Pro.
a small group in to push these back.
That was for 10
waits for the
chapters of
tanks,
his
and
book.
now he's gonna go. Soma has brought up more
Crazy.
Mutalisks. There are 4 sunken colonies,
absolutely
so the tanks are actually going to be
crazy amount of
pretty
money.
key here. But will Soma turn
Dude, that's
around
the
with
amount
these
of money
mutas and
my
bring them to
fucking
help? I think he's
McDonald's
gonna need every
costs.
unit he has to hold this.
You should make everyone pay
This
to
is
read. You'd be a millionaire.
really
No,
scary
Smokey, no
position
one
here,
would read.
because,
No one
like,
would submit their work.
You know, Terran has already lost a lot of SCVs, but the push is going to hit.
There's no
It's gonna
demand
hit real
for
hard.
me. So there's
Armor's done, which means the Goliaths are just going to
the
have
only
more
supply
sustain
is
in
here
these
is because I
fights.
do it for
The
free.
Mutalisks are in between, so a lot of times you see pushes like this. The trick is to
If I
get in
didn't do it
between
for
the
free, no one would be
reinforcements.
here.
But you know, Flash, the way that he's kind of weighted here, these reinforcements are pretty high in number. I think what
Everyone's
someone has to
tired
do
of
is
fucking
kill
bots
whatever he
and
can
people
over
being
here and
like,
then get
yo,
back
I'll do
home
your
before the
shit
last
for
sunken
money.
colony,
Fuck
disappears.
that. I'll do it for free because that's what you should
my
do.
God, he's gonna go in
I'd
the
rather a
back.
Russian mommy
Yeah,
read
so
for me.
he's actually
I
making a lot of
agree,
sunkens up on
Smokey.
the
Do
high
you
ground,
know
which is gonna make
Falcor,
it
the
harder
book,
to break
the book,
in, but he's
the
keeping
book
his
dragon?
mutas on top of
Because
the
if you
factory,
don't,
so
you need
he'll
to
be able
check
kill
her out in
every
her
Goliath that
ASMR
pops
and
out,
reading.
basically.
You
Like,
will
this is
you
a
will jizz
very
yourself.
strong move from Soma. He is in a complete base trade right now. But with those extra sunkens, that will slow Flash's
Do you need me to pull her up?
I actually think this move
You'll
from
get
Soma was
addicted.
quite brilliant. Look at this. He's taking
You'll
out
get
the
addicted.
factories. Flash can't even produce units anymore.
Oh, not when she tells them. I'm gonna bring her up.
Yeah, you know, I've never seen.
And
I've never
you'll
really
see.
seen this situation. But yeah, he can't get in the main. There is a bottom left main. It is true if you can park on top of barracks or factories against Terran. Sometimes because their stuff is pretty brittle, especially when it's like just in little individual pieces, you kind of just kill everything they have.
Yeah.
But now the Goliaths are going to go back home. So he's going to kill off the... What a crazy game. By the way, the 2 tanks have been left-clicked down to the bottom left because he knows, you know, they're not going to be important to push anymore. He might as well just use the only 2 tanks he has to kill drones in the bottom left.
Do you like how
the
I attack you in
circumstances of
every
this game are
raid
so
you do on
unusual.
Twitch? Wait, you attack me? What do you mean you
Dude, he has
attack
2
me?
tanks in the bottom left
What do you
right
mean
now,
attack
killing
me?
all the drones. The Goliaths come back. He has to win this fight. It's as simple as that. If his Goliaths can't kill off these Mutalisks, then Soma, like, should just have this game. He never lost the hatchery on the other side. Look at this. And GG is called Tasteless.
Damn.
We're going to go to game number 7.
This is crazy.
Oh my God. The esports gods have smiled upon us. We are going to the final game here, game
Man,
7. What an unusual
I'm retarded.
game.
I guess I can't
I've
find
never
it.
really seen the Zerg sack the natural. But I guess a 2-base Terran, yeah, you know, the reality is the Zerg's on 3 bases, right? He
Well,
picked off
I guess I can't find her channel.
I think maybe Flash would have won the game had the Mutas gone back and tried to kill off the push. The fact that he went up there and then started killing every Goliath that popped out and then killed the
I
factories.
wonder...
You know, it's hard to imagine Zerg ever being okay being knocked on at 2 bases, but the reality is if all of the Terran's infrastructure is dead, even if the Terran makes turrets and
There
keeps both
she
the
is.
main and the expansion alive, where are they going to make factories?
Yeah.
They can't build anything anywhere.
If you're on top of Terran production, like, all you have to do at that point kind of is live, because Terran can't get any more units out. So that was a pretty
Okay, there you
brilliant
go.
move from Soma, and I think that Flash just did not anticipate that. You could see that he was a little bit, almost looked like he
Have
was
her as your
confused
dummy
there at the
mommy?
end when we put the camera over on him, because, like, I think he expected Soma to come back to try to hold the natural, but the fact that Soma just spammed up, you know, Sunkens in his main base and said, screw it, we're going to kill your factories. I think that's where it sunk in for Flash. Like, he didn't end up killing that hatchery. He sent 2 tanks to the bottom left to kill drones.
There you go.
And Soma just eliminated all of his production.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I think that it really on
I think
paper
you'll
kind of
enjoy
looked like
that.
Flash probably
What a
once again had one
shitty
of his
name.
perfect time in a text. But the fact that he had this weird position with Sunks on the high ground, like there's no.
It's from Never-Ending
really,
Story, Smokey.
There's no way to get up there.
God
Like,
damn
it's
it!
hard to
Learn
emphasize how
some
bad
literacy,
Goliaths are at
motherfucker.
fighting sunken colonies, especially like more than one sunken colony. Also, it's very hard for tanks to push up onto high ground and kill the sunken colonies there as well. In case people are confused, like, why did the push stop? I don't understand. Why don't you just
Shut the fuck up.
He killed the sunken colonies in the
1488.
natural. Why not kill the ones in the main? Well, he doesn't have anything to spot on the high ground for what?
Yeah.
So it's very, very difficult to actually
Jesus
make that
Christ,
ever work.
Smokey.
And the reality is, your Goliaths are going to get.
You
chewed up
know
by the
not
sunken
what
colonies
you
to the point where then the
say.
Ulysses probably can go back.
Yeah.
You know not
Yeah,
what you
exactly.
mean, and you mean
Exactly.
not what you
And
say
then you've
when
lost
you
your
say
army
what
and
you
you've
not
lost maybe half
mean
your
when you do
factories,
not
and it's just not a good
say.
situation.
I
So,
say
really
do
good from
not.
Soma. Don't play Flash's game. Don't engage where he wants you to.
Dude, this is game 7. Who knows who wins?
I
Oh,
know
there's
what I
Soma
did,
or
what
Flash.
I mean,
But
naughty
now we're
would
gonna
I
go
say
into
with a
match
dingle
point.
in my ass.
I'll dingle your ass with
is
my
a
ass,
two-player map.
Dingleberry.
It's
That's
probably
what
the
a
most
6'9"
aggressive map
Dingleberry
that we
comes
have in the
from
map
your
pool. There's
ass.
not
That's why I
many
do
bases
Bayes
on
for,
it.
so no Dingleberries in your ass when you dim, man.
I have no idea what we're going to end up seeing here.
You
Like,
cute without them.
this
I don't
is
have
definitely
them
a
because
map
I
where
use a
you could
bidet,
do some
bitch.
sort of rush, just
No
right off the bat.
Dingleberries for me.
It's a map where you could try to play like a macro-esque game as Terran, but from Zerg's point of view, not so much. Like, how do you get 4 gases here? It doesn't seem realistic.
Holy moly,
Yeah,
like
I mean,
4
we could have-
times.
man, I kind of forgot.
Am
it was
I?
on match point.
Did
Match point, think, will be tough for Soma.
Infect you?
Yeah, how exactly does he want to play this?
Did I
I'm not
infect
so
you,
sure.
Smokey, with my sneeze-asters?
Yeah, it creates a very different type of game
It's a
here.
sneeze-aster.
And will Flash go mech again? You know, he's really been meching a lot. And he seems to honestly have a lot more even though he won game 2 with the push.
Did I
that was more of your classic TVZ kind of game.
DDI did I die.
It gives me the impression that Flash seems to think mech is a better approach overall right now in TVZ for the meta.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky the way he's gone about it, because the mech hasn't been working as well. It's what he lost to Jaedong with, but he's found some kind of interesting timing.
Did you hear that, Smokey? It said fine.
And everything. Thing is,
said you're
match
fine.
Point, like,
don't worry, be happy. You're
I think
fine.
even the opening is going to probably be
Isn't
the
that
really hard
nice?
part here on this map.
Isn't that nice?
Because it is like that 2-player map. You're going to know where your opponent is at. Aggressive plays.
Aren't these
can
the
be really
kindest
rewarded.
words?
I don't know what to think going into this. I felt like I had a good feel and take on this series until we got here to game 7.
And now all of a sudden it's like, oh my god, how is this going to end? This is so crazy. I never thought it would get to actually game 7, but oh my god, which means Soma could totally win.
You know, the CC first play out. Soma really seizing control of this series. You know, in the middle of it. Now we're tied up
screaming
StarCraft player in history. The most accomplished gamer of all time is back here in this ASL. He says it might be his last. But Soma could end up beating him.
True.
It could happen, man. It's all going to come down to match point. You have to imagine these guys already had special builds planned for this map because it was a different looking map. Have they changed that because of what they've seen each other do? Does Soma have some kind of more conservative play because it seems like he's figured out how to deal with the mech play? Will Flash stick with?
But hey, don't vent to me. Go tell her that. But bring a knife with you in case she hits you. You can just stab her and claim self-defense.
To find out who
but don't tell her I said
the
that.
ASL Season 21 champion.
The FBI's on the way? I mean, what? 3, 2, 1, toke!
Okay.
Wait, you had a job?
Zerg in the bottom left. Terran in the top right.
You had a job, Smokey? How can you get fired? You don't have a job.
You can see these guys are extremely evenly matched. It literally can't be closer than this.
Even like how I
here in a
flip
best
pancakes.
of 7. By the way, we rarely get to a game 7 in best of 7s historically in StarCraft. A lot of them are like 4-2s, 4-1s, stuff like that.
Yep.
Was it because of the gimp suit?
But here we are. One of the craziest finals ever.
Or the anal beads.
You know, let's keep in mind Flash was doing Command Center 3 games in a row to start the series off, and Soma came with a very sharp punish
fucked up
in Game 4 with the 4 pool. Will Flash ease back into CC
you're
this
not,
time around?
You're not a cook of any kind.
I don't know. That's
no
the
wonder
tough
your
part
mom
is
likes me.
Deciding how to open map 7.
You don't know how to cook.
It's like, do you open it with pure
But I don't think she
bravery
knows how to
and
cook
just
either, because she
do
would have
a
taught you how to
rebuild
cook.
or an all-in build?
Instead, I'll
I
teach
feel like
her
the
how to
greatest
cook.
champions in time answer.
She cooks
over
my meat,
time
bro,
have
I'll tell
answered
you that
yes to
right now.
that oftentimes.
Woo.
Now, that being said, there's a drone coming across. So if Flash tries to start a command center, this drone alone is going to cause like
This
a
rock
real
is
big
my
headache for
dick
Flash.
balls.
Robert.
Because he's going to have to send at
You
least
know
2 more
Marcus the
SCVs
Worm.
down.
No, I do not, Smokey. I do not know
my
what Marcus
God.
the Worm is.
He is going to go for command center first again.
Wow. Yeah, and we know that, you know, with the CV mining the mineral there. So, first of all, you could body block with a drone.
And look at this. He starts his pool and he scouts it. Oh, my God. This is absolutely crazy, man.
Now, you got to be uncomfortable as Flash here, because now... I mean, the whole idea is, like, if they find out late, it's kind of like you've already got away with highway robbery here. The drone can block, you know, what a world we're in where the drone is blocking the command center, right? Normally, it's always the drone being blocked so the hatchery can't be made. But we had a brief moment where the drone got the block. Remember, the drone will also accumulate HP over time once the healing starts, which is now. And as long as an SCV doesn't hit it, it'll keep accumulating. He's pulled 4 drones. Oh my God.
This is so crazy right now.
It's one of the best games
this
ever.
Is so crazy.
Is that snow?
He's mining with 3 drones on minerals.
So remember the game where he did this before, there was no rush that came immediately after. This time, the opposite's happening. There is a rush coming.
Dude, I think Soma might win.
There is a rush that's going to hit.
Oh my
Flash is going to be so mad at the way that he
drones
didn't
in the
get to
front.
actually
Now, the
play
SCV is going
his
across
shit.
the map.
Soma was just like, I know you can't.
This is still,
I know you have to
honestly,
actually play. I'm going to make it so you can't play. Look at Flash's face.
Yeah.
Oh
SCVs are
God.
coming here,
Flash
and
is like,
they're gonna be
oh,
going
not
for
again.
whatever.
Okay,
Get
calm
the
down,
SCV
calm
that's
down. Let's
making
figure this
that
out.
barracks. Okay, can he get it denied? He
Figure
gets the
this
deny.
out.
Ortosis, this is so insane.
This is absolute madness.
Okay,
Okay, he's going to try to make a Marine. He's brought most of his SCVs down to battle this, and he is making a bunker right now. You can see Soma is microing his heart out.
The N-word.
Knows the Zerglings are coming. His
The
SCV is
N-word.
trailing them. He knows exactly where they are on the map, but he has
He's
to get a Marine in this
defending
bunker, and he has to block this perfectly. But look at the drones. The drones are trying to block him. Oh my God, Tasis, we are so close right now. This could really go either way.
And he got in. Oh my God, that's so important.
That is insane. He gets it into the bunker, but the Zerglings are going to run past.
Oh my God.
Now, he has the speed upgrade.
I think Soma's
so
gonna
more
lose.
Lings can come over and get in as
I
well.
think
The
Soma's
bunker is
gonna
not going to shoot these down before they
lose.
finish. He's got to bring everything to the natural. He has to give up his main. There is no way you're going to beat this by killing Zerglings with SCVs.
This is so insane.
Oh, and he's catching them as they're going by. He needs to
oh my
stack
God. Okay,
them.
so he has 2 Marines in there.
Look at their
So he
moms.
can
I
shoot
think that's
down
their
Lings as they
moms.
come in. But this is an extremely difficult position right now. You know, you have Marines that basically can't come in here and protect the SCVs. He's going to make a second barracks. I don't know if that plugs or not.
No. No. There's no Zergling tight wall that exists here. You'd have to make a bunch of academies next to each other. But look at the damage that Soma's getting. He is killing a lot of SCVs here in the main. I really think Soma needs to give this, or Flash needs to give this base up momentarily. Ooh, he actually has some good micro there. More Lings running in. Yeah, you just have to bring your SCVs all to the natural. Bring them all to the natural, build up your Marine count a little bit, and then try to retake your main.
Yeah, and lift up the...
Remember that every hit on the SCV
Flash
is going
looks
to be
like he wants to
damage. You can see
GG.
Flash's head is thrown back. He
my
realizes
God.
this is going to be so difficult.
Flash
the Lings
GGs.
come in here, they get this... Oh, GG.
Soma wins.
And Soma has taken down Flash in the finals and won his second ASL
That's
in
so
a row
crazy.
with an absolutely crazy one base all in. Mass Speedlings going after Flash. And Flash, he was outdone here, Tasteless. He says it's his last ASL, but he has failed at the end of the finals.
So unfortunate.
That is insane.
But hey,
The
go
predictions
Soma,
were
right?
so
Fucking
favored
so
for
proud of
Flash,
Soma.
and how
Fuck
could they
yeah, let's
not?
go
I mean, this
Zerg.
is the greatest player to ever
And
touch
Flash
StarCraft,
almost
but today,
made it, right?
Soma
Game
has
7.
defeated him
Game
in one of the
7
closest finals.
in
We
the
didn't know he was gonna
finals
win that
after
until
coming
the
back
last second.
fresh
Yes.
after 6
He's
years.
done it.
Come on, you
Flash
can't really ask
returned
for more than
to
that.
take the
Against
throne,
the reigning
but Soma had the
champion
answers. And
who
I
solidifies
cannot
his
believe that
total.
That game ended with drones rushing to interrupt the.
Yeah, like he
Marine
had to do
getting
something weird and
inside the
fucked up,
bunker
throw off
into a
Flash's
lane run
gameplay.
by, into a punish in the main.
The champion of
So
Google Play
crazy.
We're gonna go
ASL.
to an interview, guys. I think in a second here.
Taking down
Unbelievable,
a
guys.
god.
He's done it.
A new dynasty.
Another
of
point
Zerg.
for Zerg!
A season of assertion. As the Zerg dynasty coasts to victory. The one true champion stands to attention for this ceremony. It was truly difficult, truly challenging. All the data was pointing to a
And he's
defeat
got the
and
Soma
beginning the
sign.
series
He's
with a
got
loss
it.
in the first game. But in the end, it was you who took it all. You cut a god's wings as you become the champion. Now, all over the world, countless fans can see and proclaim that the greatest player, the greatest one in all of history, is Soma. You have won the
Flash is still the
championship.
greatest gamer of all
In a
time.
season of proving yourself, you are the winner.
But Soma,
Let's hear how
you
you're
know,
feeling.
he did win this time. You all know Flash is in that like anime state where it's like he's like basically dead,
This effort
right? Like
was
he's got
close to
plates in
impossible.
his arms.
I worked
He's
harder
had
than I
like
ever had in
12
my life.
surgeries. When
I
are
engaged
you
in this grand
going to
final,
do
looking back
forehead
at all of the
stream?
things my Zerg elders did
Forehead
before.
stream? No, wait, hold on. Let me do it where it's like it's perfect.
And in that last set,
Like this.
I had the grand final of the Korean Air OSL
So it looks
on
like
my
I'm
mind.
bald, and then take my hair.
I thought about what effort did, and it was a
Make
big
it look
help.
like I'm bald. And I
In
can't
order
go
to
any
take down
higher.
Flash,
It
to
shows
take
my
down
hair.
this god, you studied countless Zergs, you compiled a list of Zerg plays, and you're now a complete
How's
package. You overcame many hardships. And watching Flash reign
You are in
supreme
for
in
it
the
now,
past, you
sweetheart.
thought to yourself,
Take those
when
sexy
will I
glasses
get a
off like a
chance
good girl.
to show
You don't need to
such
see
cool
what
matches
happens
on the
next.
ASL stage? You have become the greatest player in South Korea,
definitely
the greatest
bald.
player worldwide. You'll remember all the steps you took to get here. From an amateur to the best. How did you manage to do this? What was the driving force? I think StarCraft truly is a fair game. Results come to those who put the work in. Doesn't matter if you were an amateur or a pro back in the day. At the end of the day, what matters is the game. And I knew there would be a reward waiting. I got it because I worked hard. I am moved just watching this unfold. I've been watching you from the start, all the time it took you to get here.
I
And
miss my
that's why
sexy
I think this
librarian. You
esport
can
is
put
so
those
amazing.
site setters back in place, slut.
The ASL here at Soup, alongside Google Play, on this beautiful stage, it's a chance for hard work to shine. And a chance that you took, Soma. Many colleagues helped you on your way. And they've come here to support you as well. As a champion, as a two-time back-to-back champion, please address those you are thankful to.
I can't believe the answer!
For starters, as I prepared for this grand final, I watched so many games of my Zerg seniors. I think I was able to get a good result because I studied how they play. I want to thank my older Zerg colleagues. And yesterday, when I came to Seoul with my wife, she took care of all of our luggage. I can't thank her enough for all she's done. And big thanks to our Susuldae members for coming here to cheer for me like so. A huge thanks to Royal for helping me practice for this like it was his own match, whether it was at night or in the morning.
Oh god, I love it.
And to Speed, who was ready to come despite my last-minute request. Rush, like,
it's my big brain.
Thank you for helping me practice.
It's my big brain.
Thanks to many, many friends, and above all, the support of your wife.
I mean, for the eyebrows down, that's not a bad-looking picture.
To them. And now, Soma, you're successful. Standing on this stage, not just through your own effort, but the help of so many colleagues and friends. You've opened the door for a new dynasty in the Zerg world, Soma.
So one of my personalities retarded, and the other one's a genius. But my retard self can't figure out the genius self, so I'm always fucking it up.
Moving forward.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
I've said this plenty of times this season. Whatever is said at the end of the day, when you're a player, you need to be sincere, practice hard. I don't think I'm better than other players, and that's what let me win. I was simply more determined this season. I had such a tough time this season. It would be nice if I got a good result next time as well, but I seriously want to take things easy from now on.
Oh, Soma's saying, hey, if I don't win the next one, it's because I wasn't trying hard enough. Because he said he got here because of his hard work. If he doesn't win the next one, it's because he slacked off. He's like, you know what? I did what I need to do. I'm gonna stop,
to the
you
award
know,
ceremony.
19-hour days, and I'm gonna make sure I don't have a seizure, and take a step back for a couple of months and just do what I gotta do, and work on other things, and reprioritize myself, and blah 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 blah. Today we go exploring
with the award ceremony.
Exploring what? My crop circle,
for the
bitch?
runner-up and the champion.
Shut up.
First, for the runner-up, for organizing the ASL, for making this ASL ecosystem thrive. And it's this ASL ecosystem that lets history be written and gives rise to such prominent players.
Smokey, one day we should make a compilation of all the fan AI, like, fucking shit that you guys have made of me. Just one giant compilation. I'm going to the Roman Amphitheater.
So long.
Yeah, you should.
And now, you've actually become the CEO of Soup. You've worked hard for this grand final to be on this amazing stage. I'm sure you must have been moved watching the games.
Oh god, I'm tired, bro. I'm tired. Today was a a day, bro.
So many people to thank.
Tomorrow's gonna be a relax, chillax, take it back day.
First,
you know,
Google
just
Play
kind of do whatever.
Razor,
chillax, get her done.
And our stakeholders who made this tournament possible,
can't say fuck you
as well
to
as
your friends,
all of
who
our
can you
content.
say fuck you to?
Fuck
and also
you,
big thanks
exactly,
to our fans who
Smokey.
filled this stadium.
Exactly.
From what I understand, Flash's wrists are in really bad shape, but despite that, he played such an amazing match. I would like to thank him. And congratulations to Soma on his victory.
You too? I don't know, don't care.
Well, thank you once more.
Suck my dick.
In that case, let's proceed with the awards ceremony. Returning after 6 years, showing us a moving match with prime performance. Let's call him up on stage, the runner-up of Google Play ASL Season 21. It's Flash.
Soma defeated the little god.
What a season this has been. Flash got second place, man. Will he come back? I hope he does. You know, he gave us, even if he didn't win, he gave us one of the best seasons we've ever had. This has been such a crazy run. He brought some incredible games, maybe a little bit too greedy in this finals, Artosis. It seems like Soma made the right adaptations, and it's kind of crazy to ever say that someone managed to adapt to Flash in a best of 7 and get the better of him.
That's crazy.
Well, very, very close there at the end. Definitely could have gone either way. But Soma, he had some good execution. I think that's what he needed to do. He needed to mess with Flash in the early portions of the game, and when he did that, he mostly came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, CC first, you can see it's extremely strong. Flash, delve into it again. I never thought I would see a game where we have like a drone rush for versus Command Center first.
Yeah, that is crazy.
It's fascinating. He won
idea.
both games that he did that in. And now it makes me wonder if we're going to see this all the time. And how perfected can that be? I mean, do Terrans just get really good at microing their SCVs? You know, do they know the exact right amount to pull there? Are there other ideas that Zerg can bring into this? It was one of these matchups where we really saw so many new ideas.
One of them in the audience has a
it
rice
makes me
cooker in their backpack.
we definitely did see that.
Jesus
And,
Christ, Smokey, shut the fuck up.
I don't know really where the
God
metagame goes
damn,
from here,
bro, shut
because
the fuck up.
You're really seeing a lot of risks taken in modern StarCraft, which makes me
People
feel like we're
are
like playing
starting
on
to,
the
you know,
tightest percentage
realize
points
they
we
got to
ever
think
have,
outside the
where it's
box
like,
after
I
so
need
many
this
years.
type of edge, and it's worth risking automatic loss this percentage of the time, and it's like, oh my god, this is getting so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I mean, what?
I don't know. I'm just smitten. I'm just in such a good mood, Artosis. Like it just the games today were so good. It was so back and forth. We could solve these new
Game
ideas
7,
kind of
it was
from
a
Soma in the middle of this. It was
crazy
fascinating to see
game.
Flash lean into mech as well.
Yeah.
And see that he, you know, really preferred that over going for the bio tank inevitable vessel style that we've seen for most of the game's history.
Well, you know, I think it's a mixture of the metagame and as well just like Flash is in a point now in his career where he's really laid into it. He's got bad risks. We saw this from MVP as well. MVP in StarCraft 2 started going pure mech at the end, right? Where he just couldn't keep up with the bio-based play because that's the most APM intensive, speed intensive thing that exists. So that could be part of it as well. I'm not sure.
Yeah, like I'm sure people ask him. I mean, there's going to be interviews with him, and he'll probably be on his stream talking about this. But yeah, it does make me wonder: was he doing that because of his wrist? Did he think it was stronger? Did he think it was specifically just good versus Soma? Soma now going to get his.
She looks like the one who
big
would.
check here.
Like a little
And by the
chihuahua?
way, congratulations to him. This is now his second ASL in a row. So
She
we're
knows
in this
chihuahua?
funny period in StarCraft where
Like
we
chihuahua?
had Sulky win 3
Like
in a
chew?
row.
4.
Now we've got
Jerking off with
Zerg are
chopsticks type shit.
Zerg are dominating right now. We've had over 2 years of Zerg's crushing. But it's interesting to see Sulky.
Wait, you mean like a dude jerking off or like a chick
when Flash
jerking
came
off?
back, the entire narrative shifted into, oh, he's probably going to win again. Oh, it doesn't matter who, all.
Well,
of
that's
these
like a
games, all these seasons,
whole
it didn't matter.
like
He was going to
different
come back
thing,
and remind
right?
everybody who's boss. But this was by far Flash's most difficult season. He barely made it here, escaping, against Snow. And, here we are against Soma. Soma basically figured him out by game 7 and solved him.
I guess so. I think the drone pull followed by the mass speedling. It's like
Her
he
jerking
really
or
couldn't
his
bust. He knew he
jerking
had to
better
run
with
by and, like,
chopsticks?
harass in the main base.
Is she flipping the nub or
it
is
was
he
well done.
nubbing the
Like
flip?
Soma, you could tell he was adapting more to Flash than
I
Flash was
don't
adapting to
know.
him. So Soma really showing his full set of skills here at the end.
Yeah, great finals, man. Guys, thanks again for joining us. We hope you sign up for the Patreon. We're looking forward to season 22, which is going to be later this year.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm in a really happy spot here. You know, the
Look
game's
at the
been
type
so
of
great
cry
for StarCraft.
during anime
This
openings.
has
I
been
do,
so viewed in
Smokey.
Korea, by the way.
I
It's getting
do
more and
cry
more
during anime
popular.
openings because I'm
So you can see
super
ASL's been
emotional
picking
and
up
I love
sponsors out
storytelling and it
here.
really gets to
We've
me.
got all these young
And
players
all the
picking up
weight
the game now.
behind
It's
an
cool to
anime
see,
intro,
right now,
bro.
Soma overcome
Oh
Flash
my
in
god,
what could
it's
have been
so
kind of
good.
I guess
Especially if you're like
stagnant results,
halfway
right?
to
You know,
3/4 of
Flash
the way
wins
through a
everything's impressive,
show.
but it's like, oh, is no
Like
one else gonna
season
come along?
4
Come
to
on.
season
Yeah.
6.
And the fact that he came back, and it's like, wow, we've got this
The
guy
weight
who's
behind a
way
fucking
younger,
intro can be
and
insane.
I think has a very fresh take
bro.
on the game. It's really nice to see how well you know, he did here. So
But there's some Naruto intros that just do me in, you know, the Pain Saga.
Sure. I think it's great to see the torch kind of being passed to the newer generation of players coming up. You know,
Gundam has some good
There are other
ones.
players similar to Soma that are still coming up right now that are these players that can do everything that their race has. And I think that was an amazing thing to watch Soma be able to do against Flash.
Hiding a
Yeah,
five
it was
head
incredible.
so big it needs its
I
own
think we're gonna
zip
close the show
code.
out, guys. Thank you again for joining us. We love you guys. Join the Patreon. Artosis, any closing thoughts?
That's it, guys. Thanks for the wonderful season, and we will see you next time.
Alright guys, that's the end of StarCraft until August! Thanks for watching, thanks for, you know, enjoying this massive, huge thing for me. This is literally like the Super Bowl for me. I've been watching this shit for literally fucking 20 years. So, wow, I enjoyed so much. Oh my god, I appreciate it, Smokey. You're amazing. You're such a good guy. Okay, alright guys, we'll be back tomorrow. Alright. It'll be a little bit of a short day tomorrow because we'll prep for Friday. Friday's gonna be a fucking long day. Are you ready for Friday, Smokey? Are you ready to rock some Path of Exile? It's gonna be fucking badass. So remember, never stop being you, never stop creating, never stop spreading your ideas, and never stop because you are amazing. You are worth it. And as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you!
That's all, folks.
Oh, so here we are rating today. Where we going, what we doing, what we at, what we got. I know who I was thinking of rating, but I don't know if they are on. It's not looking like they are. No, he is not. He is not live. Okay, okay. Let's find someone else. Road to Zions. Ooh, yo, what's up, bro? Perfect timing. We're literally about to raid out. We're literally raiding out right now. Sorry, man, but good to see you. Thanks for showing up. Always fun. All right. Got a new one here. So we'll drop you off in there. True, Smokey. Ooh. All right, guys. Love you. Thank you so much. And we'll see you on the other side. So, get your wheels
This streamer is garbage. I don't want these out channel points.
ready. True. Let's go.
Or maybe I made... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I made 12. Hello! Hello, Raiders. Oh my god, another raid. What is going on today? Hello, Raiders. I am going to make my best attempt at saying your name. It's Cication. I'm gonna call you Cication. Hello there. Welcome. Welcome to my
Alright,
stream.
guys, we'll
Thank you
see
for
you on the other
waiting.
side. Peace!